My fusion system, fusing 1,000 chickens at the start. Chapter 451, Becoming Human. That is not a bad idea, Charcoal. That is, indeed, a more intimate and respectful way of addressing Master. Golden Flash nodded and raised his head in Watson's arms after hearing Charcoal's words. He had a look of admiration and delight on his face. From now on, Father Watson, you are our father. Don't call me that. I am only 12 years old. It is far too strange. Please refer to me as brother. Did you hear what I said, Golden Flash? Watson coughed in response to Golden Flash's words. The twinkle in Golden Flash's eyes indicated that he was not listening at all. After a brief pause, he patted Golden Flash's silky hair and silently agreed to let them call him father. Golden Flash had been with him the longest. Watson was overjoyed to see Golden Flash transform into a human and freely communicate with him. I want a hug too, father. Just as he held the Golden Flash in his arms, Charcoal, who was nearby, rushed over and jumped into Watson's arms too. She hugged Watson. That scene was heartwarming, with two children hugging their father. However, it felt more like an older brother and sister hugging a younger brother. Watson appeared to be about the same age as the Golden Flash and Charcoal, if not a little younger. Many people were taken aback when they saw the scene. How did Watson's two dragons become human? Is that a female dragon or a male dragon? Its main body clearly exudes a terrifying death aura. I was not expecting its mane to be so lovely. Am I sick? For a moment, the crowd sighed in surprise. They turned to face the other dragons. When they saw Watson's two dragons transform into human forms and be so close to Watson, that fueled their desire to obtain a dragon as a mount. They also desired to get close to the dragons. During that time, many students, including Watson's friends, quickly tried to make a treaty with the dragons. Miss Christina, I admire your skill as a swordsman. I am a Sword King mountain dragon, and I will be your mount from now onward. A giant dragon more than 100 meters long and had many sword-shaped mountains on its back landed in front of Christina. Its scales were as hard as rocks, and it transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall man in a flash of light. Its muscular face was hidden behind a rock mask with numerous small holes in it. It was difficult to see its face. The powerful diamond tear aura from the Sword King mountain dragon's body was slightly restrained after transforming into its human form. Others could still detect a glimmer of his strength. Greetings, Charlotte. I am a golden holy dragon, and I am eager to work with you. Do you want to accept me? Miss Lily, I am a dark magic dragon, have taken fancy to you. Do not worry, I will grant you strength equal to or greater than that of a golden holy dragon. There was a giant golden dragon in the direction of Charlotte and Lily, covered in gleaming scales that glistened like dazzling sunlight. There was also a black dragon with 6 wings that obliterated the sky and emitted a black mist. The two dragons appeared to be rivals. They collided in the air as their diamond tear energy collided with each other. Charlotte and Lily exchanged glances and smiles as they faced the two dragons' questions. I, Charlotte, am ready to welcome you. I, Lily, am ready to welcome you. On the other hand, in the direction of Casey. What is the matter with this dragon? Is this also a dragon? Who can help me? A soft thing was dangling from Casey's shoulder. It resembled a large pillow stuffed with feathers. It appeared soft, and there was a bird's beak in the corner of the pillow. Rather than a dragon, it resembled the head of a strange bird. It was sleeping. Initially, I was overjoyed that I had been chosen to take the test. Lana, after all, was not chosen. That demonstrates that my talent is not insignificant. However, this dragon is nothing like I expected. Even if my dragon is not as beautiful as Watson and can't transform into a human, it should be as powerful and domineering as Miss Christina's dragon. But what is the matter with this sleeping bag dragon? It appears to be too frail, Casey mumbled angrily. People like Christina made up only a small percentage of the hundreds of students in attendance. The majority of the students were compatible with the dragon race, but they were unable to satisfy the dragons. Your strength is only gold tier? You are already 16, but you are only a gold tier elite. You will have no future development with such talent. I will only suffer if I follow you. I am not going to become your mount. And you, why are you not a lovely young lady? Only a pure and beautiful woman would be allowed to ride on a noble, flowing light dragon like me. You do not even have proper accessories. With just one look, I can tell you are not wealthy. By following someone like you, I will suffer in the future. If you are going to entice me, at least dress decently. Dragons were noble creatures with a variety of personality flaws. Many students were not chosen because they were not strong enough, were not female, or did not have enough money. The rest of the students were soon paired with their dragons. Only about 50 recruits were successfully matched with their dragons, accounting for 1/10 of those who attended. The number of people chosen by the dragons appears to be lower than I expected. King Landar III requested 90 spots, which means I still need to convince 40 dragons to pair up with those humans. It is a difficult task. Fafner cast a glance at Watson. Watson was still interacting with the golden flash and charcoal, and he had no intention of choosing a dragon. When she was certain that Watson was not in a hurry to leave, she walked toward the crowd. Simultaneously, in a manor in the royal city, Nightingale sat on a bench in the manor's flower bed, holding a flower in her hand. She picked the petals of the flower gently, piece by piece, with her slender fingers. Nightingale was muttering to herself as she did that. I have not seen young Master Watson in a long time, and I certainly have not seen him today. I heard that he took part in the Dragon Knight recruitment event and has left the royal city. I wonder if he will return tomorrow. Will I see him then? Yes. Nightingale plucked one of the petals. No, she plucked another one. It was a flower with 7 petals. Soon, she plucked the last petal. It was a no. She pouted in displeasure. She took a new petal from the flower bed behind her and began counting again. You are picking petals in the flower bed again, Nightingale. Why don't you go to Watson's if you are bored? A mature woman's voice could be heard. Denise was holding a plate and several cups of black tea. She appeared in front of Nightingale dressed as a noble lady. Are you going out dressed like that, Sister Denise? I would like to see Watson, but he has been very busy recently, and I do not want to bother him. When Nightingale saw Denise, her eyes brightened briefly before dimming again. She went to the royal city to be closer to Watson, but once there, she discovered that Watson had no time for her, even if he assigned her a few missions and gave her something to do. She would have stayed on Mount Creation if she had known that. At the very least, the resources on Mount Creation were more plentiful than elsewhere. You are right, I do need to go out. A countess owned this manor. When the queen was alive, that countess was a close friend of hers, so she lent us the manor temporarily. I heard she is not feeling well, so I will send her some black tea to help her body heal. Do you want to accompany me, Nightingale? Denise drew the visor over her face. Denise said, come with me. In any case, you will only be destroying the flowers here. I will not be able to answer her if the manor owner discovers that you have destroyed all of the flower beds here when she reclaims the manor. Miss Denise, I will accompany you. Denise had a point, so Nightingale stood up, swept the flower pieces off her body, and followed Denise to the gate. There was a stable near the gate, with a simple carriage inside. A tall black horse quietly chewed the grass in the stable. Little Grey, you are a powerful magical beast that Watson had fused, but he had also forgotten about you the moment you arrived in the capital. What a pity! Nightingale approached the black horse and stroked its face gently with her fingers. She was moved to tears. She subconsciously thought of herself when she saw the horse in front of her. Little Grey, the sky-devouring rat king, was that horse, a platinum-tier magical beast. Watson brought it to the capital because he lacked a suitable mount to travel there. Little Grey had been in the capital for a long time and had not received any orders from Watson. Just as Nightingale was about to give up, she had the strangest feeling that the touch of her fingers on Little Grey was not quite right. Looking down, Nightingale was taken aback by what she saw. Little Grey's face, which she touched, had changed from the shape of a horse to a round human face, and even Little Grey's body had changed from a horse standing more than a meter tall to a child standing the same height. Except for the grey nose and the two round mouse ears and the silver-grey hair on top of his head, Little Grey looked like any other human. Nightingale's fingers pinched Little Grey's cheek at that precise moment. His delicate face was deformed and appeared full of elasticity as a result of her pinch. Nightingale could not help but pull it hard because of the soft touch. "Sister Nightingale, that hurts." "Little Grey, what happened? How did you get that way? And you can speak?" Nightingale was taken aback and took a few steps backward, her face expressionless. It was normal for a high-tier magical beast to have intelligence comparable to that of a human, but it was unusual for a magical beast to be able to speak when in human form. Other magical beasts were said to lack such abilities, aside from dragons, who had to communicate with humans and master magic that allowed them to transform into their human form. Nightingale and Denise, who was standing next to her, were taken aback. Denise's black tea almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. When confronted with Nightingale's question, Little Grey reached out and rubbed his red and swollen face, looking perplexed. "I do not know why I suddenly became like this. It appears that my distinguished master, Watson, has just comprehended some magic that can transform a magical beast into a human form and then taught that magic to me via telepathy." Watson did not waste time after receiving the magic that Fafner taught him to transform dragons into humans. He immediately improved it via the fusion system and passed it on to all the magical beasts he had fused. So Watson was the one who did it. Then it's not surprising. Nightingale patted him on the back. Watson had done various magical things in the past, but he managed to make magical beasts transform into human forms and talk. It did not come as a surprise to her. Despite the fact that Watson has not visited Little Grey in a few days, he has been thinking about it. Little Grey is much happier than I am in this regard. I am the only one who no one really notices. Nightingale was taken aback by Little Grey's appearance, but she was moved to tears on that second thought. Little Grey was able to accept Watson's benefits remotely, but she never received them. Did that mean she was not even comparable to a pet? Not only did Little Grey complete its transformation at that point, but the other magical beast had as well. You claim to have been an angelic unicorn in the past. You are now in human form and can speak because young Master Watson taught you a spell that allows you to transform into a human form. Elvin stood on the 8th floor of the Sky's courtyard, staring blankly at the woman in front of him, who was in a long gleaming gown and had a single horn on her head. She appeared to be as holy and beautiful as an angel, and Elvin was taken aback. "That is correct, my lady. This ability was bestowed upon me by young Master Watson." The angelic unicorn, who had transformed into a human, spread two wings on her back, allowing her to float gently through the sky. She nodded slightly in response to Elvin's question. Her voice was soothing, like a clear spring running through the cracks of a stone. "Elvin, I just heard a loud cry from the courtyard where you are. Is there a problem?" The courtyard door swung open at that precise moment. Amun and Bashir went to the courtyard with Veronica. When they saw the angel-like woman floating in mid-air, their faces turned solemn. "What is it? I'm pretty sure I have never seen her before. Is she an intruder? She seems quite formidable. Whoever she is, she won't be able to enter the Severed Fingers Gang's headquarters. They are certainly daring. I will take care of her. I will throw her on the bed and question her after I have subdued her. No, I mean bring her into the room and question her. I am sure I will get an answer." Basher looked up at the humanoid form of the angelic unicorn floating in mid-air. His vision was a little foggy. The angelic unicorn's human form possessed the qualities of both an angel and a unicorn. Furthermore, she was only dressed in a light muslin gown made of glowing energy, revealing her pure white shoulders and pearl-like ankles. It had an incomparable impact on men, of course. You have not changed your lecherous habits, Basher. Veronica's lips curled. I am not comfortable delegating interrogation to you. Who knows if you will question her after capturing her, or if you have other plans. I will leave that up to you, Amen. No problem. Amen made a battle pose with his fists outstretched. As a student of the Royal Academy, Watson had gone to the Dragon Lair to take part in the Dragon Knight recruitment process. Unfortunately, unlike Watson, Amen could not join the test, so he did not accompany Watson to the Dragon Lair. He became very depressed as a result of that. When he saw an enemy had invaded their place, he used the opportunity to vent his rage. Wait! When Elvin realized Amen was about to make a move, she yelled angrily. The woman is not an adversary. She is the unicorn. Don't lie, Elvin. I am sure I have seen a unicorn before. It has a stupid expression on its face. I had wished I could cook it for young Master Watson. It would have died a long time ago if I hadn't been afraid that you'd get angry. How did such a stupid-looking pet become such a lovely lady? Basher shook his head in disbelief, waving his hand. The unicorn in the sky returned to its original form as soon as he said that. It opened its mouth, and its gleaming fur fluttered with the flapping of its wings, proclaiming the rage in its heart, You are the idiot, Basher. Your entire family members are morons. Was it really an angelic unicorn? It was Basher's turn to be stunned. Veronica and Amen were also taken aback. What's going on, Elvin? How did the unicorn transformed into a human? Well, just now, young Master Watson appeared to have grasped some kind of spell capable of transforming a magical beast into a human. Then he taught that spell to the unicorn, and the rest is history. Following Elvin's explanation, the three people nodded as if they understood it. They had not recovered from their shock. Bang! The door to Elvin's courtyard was pushed open with a muffled sound. Klein entered the room from the outside. Dearest Elvin, my subordinate just gave me a report. A strange cry was coming from your courtyard. I dropped what I was doing and came here to take a look. Are you all right? I am perfectly fine. Young Master Watson had just learned a spell and transmitted it to the unicorn via his consciousness. Elvin began to explain, but the door to her courtyard was pushed open again before she could finish. Marcus burst through the door. I heard something happened in your courtyard, Elvin. So, what happened? Elvin was speechless. When they found out she was in trouble, the higher UPS rushed to her, one by one, which made her very happy. However, she was getting tired of being asked about what had happened. She hoped that those people could come in at once, and she could explain to them at one go. At the floating city. The floating city quickly returned to normalcy after Watson left. At that moment, a golden boat resembling a massive whale emerged from the water at the entrance to the floating city. The water flowed down the golden boat's surface. The surprising thing was that the ship was entirely made of steel plates. The entire body of the boat was sealed without a single crack. That's the Ptolemy's golden submarine. Everyone, hurry up and leave. That golden submarine is not like other types of boats. It is made entirely of gold-plated metal. It is flawless. Our boat would be shattered if we hit it. The fishermen's cries could be heard from the nearby boats. Regardless of size, they took off in all directions. Even if their ship did not disintegrate due to a collision with the submarine, they could not accept it. They finally replicated a submarine after Watson developed one, and the Ptolemy family studied it day and night with disdain. An ordinary ship was like a fragile piece of paper in front of such an epoch-making deep-sea behemoth. The family head is in the submarine. Open the gate and let them in. It was not just the ships in the range of the submarine. The guards in charge of the city gate quickly opened the gate, allowing the golden submarine to enter the city. After entering the city, the submarine's hatch opened. Daniel Ptolemy, the head of the Ptolemy family, rose from the hatch. He appeared to be much darker, everyone had not seen him for a long time. Daniel opened his arms and welcomed the sea breeze blowing on the submarine with a satisfied look on his face. The blueprint that Watson left for the Ptolemy family is exquisite, indeed. That gold-tier submarine was barely built according to the blueprint. It had only about 50% similarity to the original, but it has still brought a new era for maritime transport. From now on, mankind will conquer the sea. No storm or tsunami can stop our footsteps. The sea is boundless and more expansive than land. If the Holy Dragon Kingdom can occupy the sea, then we can enslave the sea folks again in the future. We can also use the sea to ambush other kingdoms. If the Holy Dragon Kingdom can occupy other kingdoms in the future, it will definitely be related to the Golden Submarine. The Ptolemy family will also be recorded in the kingdom's history. Daniel's eyes sparkled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. At that moment, someone shouted from the riverside not far away from him. "Master Daniel, there's an urgent report from the capital." A silver-tier guard spread his combat aura wings and held a stack of parchment paper in his hands. He flew across the river and arrived on the golden submarine. He knelt on one knee and handed the document to Daniel. After receiving the papers, Daniel took a few casual glances at them. His eyes suddenly widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His beard also quivered. "Good, good, good. His Majesty has convened the Dragon Knight recruitment process today. Casey has been chosen to be one of them. Although I don't know if he will become a Dragon Knight, the fact that he has the qualifications to become a Dragon Knight is already very impressive for the Ptolemy family. He had just become one of the kingdom's 16 geniuses not too long ago, and now he even has the qualifications to become a Dragon Knight. It seems like he is not as useless as I thought. Indeed, letting him go to the capital to study at the Royal Academy was the right choice. The floating city was not far from the capital. In addition, there were magical messengers that passed messages between the large cities and the capital so that many notes could be transmitted within a day. A few days ago, after Daniel received the news that Casey had become one of the kingdom's 16 geniuses, he ordered his family's guards to keep an eye on the movements of those magical messengers. Once there was any news, they had to inform him immediately. In the past, the Ptolemy family did not have any decent geniuses in their family. Although they were on par with Campbell and the St. Laurent families, they were far inferior to the other two families. They could only choose to give up their positions in the royal city. They returned to their old home in the floating city to operate in secret. However, the situation was different then. "Inform my family that I will be going out for some time." "May I know where you are going, Master?" "Idiot. The royal city, of course. My son has made such a significant contribution. Shouldn't I go and take a look?" Daniel reprimanded the guard with a cold face. For many years, the expression on his face was one of faked joy. For many years, his son's cowardice had always been a thorn in his heart. Many people even accused him of not knowing how to raise his children. However, when he saw Casey's achievements, he wanted to know if anyone else dared to say that he was not good at raising children. Who else had the right to mock him? Daniel wanted nothing more than to fly to the royal city and show his son off in front of everyone. He wanted to vent the resentment he had suffered all those years because of his son. "Master Daniel, apart from young Master Casey, there's also another piece of news from the royal city. They said that someone from the Ptolemy family named Geraint had arrived in the royal city today. His Majesty invited him to the royal palace as he had brought many generous gifts from the border." Geraint. Daniel frowned and thought for a moment. "I remember that he is a young man with good talent from another branch of the family. He is smart, so I sent him to the border. Has he completed his term at the border and returned to the capital?" I can't remember. No matter what, His Majesty's invitation correlates with his ability. I will see him when I go to the capital. Daniel's tone was indifferent when he mentioned Gerant. How could a person from the Branch family be compared to their precious son no matter how talented he was? After making up his mind, he packed up his things and left the floating city with his guards. The submarine that Daniel was in slowly sailed toward the direction of the capital. He did not notice that the surface of the water beneath the submarine fluctuated not long after he left, and 2 female mermaids surfaced. They looked around vigilantly. When they realized that there was no one around, they heaved a sigh of relief and started talking. Did you hear that? The head of the Ptolemy family said that he would leave the floating city for a while. I don't know if I heard it wrong. You did not hear it wrong. I heard it too. That's good for us. The Ptolemy family had developed a gold-tier submarine, and the sea has become a place for them to enter and leave at will. We have already moved our territory to a very faraway place. If this continues, we will still have the risk of being discovered. Now that the head of the Ptolemy family has left, we are temporarily safe. Let's go and report this to the Empress. The sea folks submerged into the ocean and disappeared. At the sea folks' location, the sea folks had undergone a huge change compared to the past. Firstly, the underground city had expanded dozens of times since Atlantis and the 12 golden palaces. In between those underwater cities, there were many underwater tunnels. Those tunnels were long and dense, like a huge spider web that separated the sea from the city. That was Watson's plan for the future. He wanted to build the undersea dragon palace, covering the entire sea and achieving material transfer between the sea and the land. That project had officially entered a stable stage, thanks to the materials from Mount Creation. At that moment, the Sea Tribe's princess, Alice, was swaying her fishtail as she sat on top of an undersea tunnel. Those tunnels were made of some kind of platinum-tier material. Not only were they indestructible, but they were also transparent. One could only see the water from the outside. If one did not know about those tunnels, it would be difficult to find them even if the tunnels were in front of them. Most of the buildings in Atlantis and the 12 golden palaces had similar undersea tunnels. As a result, they became invisible cities. In addition, most of the tunnels were built in places far away from the mainland. Even if the Ptolemy family drove submarines to check on them every day, they would not be able to see those cities. I wonder how Brother Watson is in the royal city. Does he think about me? I miss him every day. Alice sighed. At that moment, a kind voice came from behind her. Alice, you're here for Master Watson again. Alice realized that the person standing behind her was her mother, Poseidon. Poseidon's expression was a little complicated. Alice, I know that Watson is a very outstanding person, but humans and sea folks are 2 different races. It is very difficult for love between races to bear fruit. If possible, I hope that you can forget about Watson. There are many outstanding youths among the sea folks. Poseidon thought that Alice would forget about Watson. However, that did not happen. Instead, it became even worse. Every day, she would go to the undersea tunnel to look at the surface. The undersea tunnel that Alice chose was the closest to the surface of the sea. In addition, she went there every day. Many seafarers sighed with delight when they saw her. Mother, why can't different races love each other? Does love have boundaries? Then, Alice continued in a childish tone. Like, seriously? Alice, you Poseidon's expression changed. Her lips moved as if she wanted to scold her, but in the end, she sighed and raised her hand to touch her daughter's hair. You're still too naive. I'll give you the simplest example. Why can't different races be together? Because the sea creatures have to live in the water. Once we leave to the surface, we'll fall into weakness. Watson is different. He's a human. He needs the air to live. Do you expect him to eat and sleep in the water? Just like how it is difficult for us to survive on land, the most crucial thing in a relationship is company. Without company, everything is just empty talk. Alice nodded as if she understood it. If one's race is the shackle that blocks emotions, then I don't want to be a sea folk anymore. I want to become a human. Alice, why are you being so ridiculous? Do you think it's so easy to change one's race? As far as I know, the only potion that can change one's race is the angel transformation potion developed by young Master Watson. I don't know if young Master Watson can make something that allows one to change to a human. Even if he can, you are of the sea tribe, and you have the bloodline of the royal family in your body. If you want to change into a weaker human, aren't you disrespecting your ancestors? Is there no other way? No, absolutely not. Poseidon rejected Alice's question, wanting to break her views. At that moment, Poseidon's body suddenly trembled, as if something were transmitted into her mind. Alice's body also shook with her. Alice, who had been on the verge of tears because of Poseidon's words, suddenly widened her eyes after a brief moment of confusion, revealing a look of joy. Mother, a spell suddenly appeared in my mind. It's young Master Watson. It's a spell that can transform a magical beast into anything, even a human. After the transformation, one can obtain the characteristics of that race. In other words, after transforming into a human, I will no longer need water and will not become weak. This is great. Even if you decided that it was impossible, Mother, young Master Watson still did it. With this ability, I can leave the water and go look for young Master Watson. Alice, don't be so excited yet. Although you can transform into a human, you don't have the strength. In addition, the Ptolemy family controlled the floating city and lost a large number of slaves because of us. For a little girl like you, who doesn't have any status, you'd be in a lot of danger. Poseidon stretched her hand outward, but she did not sound confident. She had never expected that Watson would pass such a spell to them when she was about to succeed in consoling her daughter. Did he do that on purpose? While she was thinking about that, they heard joyful shouts from somewhere not far away. This is great! I just got a spell from young Master Watson. It is something that can change our form. When we built the palace, even though we could make the building transparent so that no one would notice us, we would still be in danger when we go out and other people see us. It's different now. With this spell, we can become humans. Even if we are seen by others, it doesn't matter. As expected of young Master Watson. It's more convenient to believe in young Master Watson than in the sea god. With this spell, we can truly rest easy. Apart from that spell, we also want to share with you a piece of good news. We just overheard that the head of the Ptolemy family is leaving the floating city and heading to the royal city for some time. He will take a large number of their soldiers with him. We are free. They were the two who had rushed back from the floating city. Did you hear that, Mother? The head of the Ptolemy family is leaving and will take many guards with him. The floating city will no longer be dangerous. It doesn't matter if I go out. Alice's eyes were shining as she placed her hands on her chest and said, Brother Watson just gave us a spell, and the head of the Ptolemy family is leaving. What does that mean? That must be the guidance from heaven. They want me to take advantage of this period to go out and meet Brother Watson. Alice, you Poseidon saw Alice's expression and knew that Alice would not listen to anything she said. She could only sigh. If you insist on going out, you must bring enough guards with you. I'll assign Elena to you. No, I'll let Owen go with you as well. Thank you, Mother. I'll go find Uncle Owen now. Alice was excited. She swung her beautiful blue fishtail and swam away, leaving Poseidon speechless. She glared at the two sea folks who had just arrived. Your Majesty, why do you look so unhappy? Aren't you surprised by the news? The two sea folks asked in confusion. Yes, I'm too surprised, Poseidon said, trying hard not to show her discomfort. If they had not told her the news in front of Alice, she might have been pleased about it. However, it seemed like she would not see Alice for a long time. At the dragon lair, Watson stood on the mountain range with the golden flash and charcoal in his arms. He looked happy. After he had the spell, not only had he taught the golden flash and charcoal, but he had also taught it to everyone who was related to him and believed in him. I'm sure it's not just magical beasts now. The Sea Tribe and the slaves taking their refuge with the Sea Tribe have all received that spell. They can now hide their beastly characteristics to become humans and live peacefully in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. I'm sure they must feel very grateful. Watson looked smug. He was a leader, so he should let his subordinates live better lives. After arriving at the capital, he had been tired of dealing with King Landar III. He had not forgotten his family and friends. "Brat, why are you giggling? You look so disgusting." A man's voice interrupted Watson's thoughts. Watson raised his head and realized that the person mocking him was Julius. Before he could speak, Charcoal and the Golden Flash, who were in his arms, had already raised their heads and bared their teeth at Julius. Killing intent appeared on their faces. "How dare you insult Father? I'll kill you. You're a mere human. I'll stuff you into my mouth and chew you up. I won't even leave you with any of your bones." The threats of those two diamond-tier dragons caused Julius' expression to change. He subconsciously took 2 steps backward, but he quickly regained his composure. "Watson, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. We have confirmed the 90 Dragon Knight recruits. Next, we will choose a new dragon with the help of the Dragon King. I get special treatment because I lost my dragon. Those 2 dragons are not included in our quota. If you don't want them, then reject them. Don't waste my precious time." Hearing Julius' words, Watson looked around and found that it was just as Julius had said. 90 students stood with their respective dragons, and those not selected continued to glare at him. Watson nodded. "Sorry for the delay. I have no intention of refusing the offer. Let's begin the selection now." Chapter 452, A One-Sided Choice. What a loathsome fellow. He clearly is not friendly to the dragon race, yet he can obtain the dragon's goodwill. This time, I alone will be enough to select a dragon. Julius snorted coldly at Watson's words and muttered unhappily. Julius was born into a minor aristocratic family in the kingdom. When he was young, his father had taught him that strength was not the most essential thing in the world, but hard work was. Because of his father's teachings, he could not give up hard work even if he was not talented. As long as one worked hard, even the weak could eventually become strong one day. That had not changed after he became a dragon knight. The thunder-clawed dragon that he had was very ordinary in a nest of dragons. It did not support his ability to become the vice-captain of the Dragon Knights. It was because of his remarkable hard work that the thunder-clawed dragon became so powerful. Everything was because of him. He would capture magical beasts for the thunder-clawed dragon every day and let the thunder-clawed dragon fight against powerful magical beasts. After the fight, he would also spray expensive potions on the thunder-clawed dragon's wounds to increase the dragon's recovery ability. Those potions often cost him a month's salary. In addition to bringing the thunder-clawed dragon to fight against magical beasts, he would also set up a large number of training plans for the dragon every day, including crushing 100,000 stones with its claws, using his teeth to bite through 10,000 meters of steel plates, melting a mountain with flames, and so on. He understood the most important reason for hard work, and so he forced the thunder-clawed dragon to constantly work in the direction he wanted, so that the thunder-clawed dragon became powerful. Some people might ask, why did he work so hard? Was that not obvious? As a dragon knight, his main source of strength was the thunder-clawed dragon. As long as the thunder-clawed dragon became stronger, he would become stronger. The thunder-clawed dragon was one with him, so its hard work was his hard work. The thunder-clawed dragon died because it had not completed the mission he had given it on time. Instead, it flew out of the territory of the Dragon Knights. It was unknown whether it was to find food or to relax. That was why Bashir killed it as a wild giant dragon. The source of that tragedy was not only Watson's fault but also the Thunderclawed dragon's laziness. If the Thunderclawed dragon had listened to his orders properly, would that situation have happened? This time, I must find a dragon that is stronger and harder working than the Thunderclawed dragon, and then ascend to the peak of the Dragon Knights with it. Julius secretly clenched his fists and said it in his heart. The death of the Thunderclawed dragon was not a bad thing for him. With the Thunderclawed dragon's hard work, it was enough to support him to become the Dragon Knight's vice-captain. If he found a dragon who could work harder, he could still advance his status. While Julius was deep in thought, Fafner came to the two of them and waved to the sky. "Julius and Watson, I don't need to set any restrictions on the dragons that you may choose. As long as the dragon agrees to go with you, then I won't ask any questions. Of course, you can only choose one dragon." There was no need to make any concession for Watson. Without the talent of a dragon knight, it would be the same no matter what kind of dragon he chose. Fafner only needed to fulfill her promise. As for Julius, she did not care. Julius could control the dragon fusion. The dragon he chose would be a dragon who could use that move. So, which dragon would you choose? I really can't wait to see that. Fafner could not help but smile. As soon as her voice fell, the roars of thousands of dragons instantly came from the sky. Those dragons circled in the air and looked down at Watson and Julius. They did not descend immediately, as if they were deciding on the differences between the two. It was not just the dragons. Many of the students also whispered to each other as they looked at Watson and Julius. Julius, on the other hand, is a member of the Dragon Knights. Watson does not deserve to be a Dragon Knight, and he can't perform the dragon fusion, so he might as well give the dragons to me instead. Watson was left with a sour taste in his mouth when he heard that. You can't say that. We would not have been able to come here and choose a dragon if Watson had not created a potion that satisfied the dragon clan. Instead, we must express our gratitude to Watson. We can provide him with a dragon. After all, even if Watson doesn't want the dragon, he already has 2 dragons of his own, and I'm envious about that. A nearby man shook his head. Watson already had 2 dragons, as he had stated. If he desired another one, he would have 3 dragons. That was in stark contrast to those who did not have even 1 dragon. I am curious what kind of dragon Watson will get. He will undoubtedly receive one. Lily stood in the crowd, teasing the shrunken dark magic dragon on her shoulder with her hand. No matter what kind of dragon Watson gets, it will not be as good as my dark magic dragon, she said nervously. Lily, don't make light of it. My golden holy dragon can outperform your dragon. Charlotte's voice could be heard next to them, causing Lily to turn her head in displeasure. What do you mean, Charlotte? Do you want to go toe-to-toe with me? If you want to fight, we should fight. You think I'm afraid? Charlotte and Lily's relationship was tense, and even the dragon on their shoulders was hostile to each other. A brawl appeared to be on the horizon. Christina, who was not far away, paid no attention to them. Instead, her gaze was drawn to Watson. A muscular man, the Sword King Mountain Dragon, stood behind her and said, Miss Christina, I can feel your concern. Please do not worry. Watson is a young man with a lot of power in his body. It is an undeniably appealing feature for dragons. I might have chosen him if I had not been so compatible with you, Miss Christina. I believe a large number of dragons will choose him. I hope so, Christina said hurriedly. Julius, who was standing next to Watson, took an unexpected action. He whistled at the sky, lifted his right hand, and removed his golden armor. He threw it to the ground. His muscular body was riddled with scars that revealed his strong and manly muscles. That scarred body was like a man's metal. When combined with Julius's attractive appearance, it caused quite a few girls to scream. Julius appeared pleased with the reaction he had elicited. He spread his legs and lowered his body, pointing to a massive dragon in the sky. A massive earthen yellow dragon with a platinum tier aura immediately flew down toward him. That massive dragon had a triangular head with 3 sharp dragon horns. When it landed, the ground shook. Roar! The giant dragon roared at Julius. The roar became a rolling sound wave that blew Julius' hair and caused his face and muscles to ripple like waves. Julius was unfazed by the scene. Instead, he charged upward, grabbed one of the dragon's claws with both hands, and began a fierce battle with it. A layer of sky blue water elemental combat aura appeared on Julius' body during this process, and lightning shot in all directions. Electric arcs wrapped around the earthen yellow dragon's body, transforming into ropes that bound its wings, immobilizing it completely. Meanwhile, Julius reached out with his hand and grabbed the lightning rope, yanking the earth elemental dragon upward and smashing it to the ground, causing the dragon to wail in pain. He continued to throw the lightning rope before the dragon could react. He repeatedly smashed the dragon to the ground. Everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw that scene. There were no moves or powerful combat aura fluctuations when fighting a dragon with the strength of a human. He was simply fighting the dragon with his strength. The crowd was dumbfounded. Get down! Julius had already pushed the earthen yellow dragon to the ground after only a few minutes of fighting. He stood tall above the dragon's head, like a mighty dragon slayer. He clenched his fist and looked around. There was a commotion among the dragons in the sky. A few of the dragons retracted their wings and landed next to Julius, as if they were smitten with him. Julius was an expert on dragons as he was a dragon knight. Dragons were a power-hungry race, and they were also proud. Only raw, untrained power could move them, just as he had done to the earth elemental dragon beneath him. Dragons would not use magic if he used brute force. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the dragon with the power of a peak gold tier elite. He had attracted a sufficient number of dragons as a result of his outstanding performance. One of them piqued his interest. It was a purple dragon with lightning on its wings. It was a diamond tier purple lightning dragon. It was very compatible with his characteristics. If he could gain the dragon's favor and perform the dragon fusion flawlessly, he would have made a fortune. The Dragon Knight Legion lacked a diamond tier dragon. That was because the dragon race had paid little attention to the Dragon Knight Legion, only awarding them platinum tier dragons. However, it seemed like he could be the first person in the Dragon Knight Legion to match with a diamond tier dragon. With his extensive experience, he could easily become the captain of the Dragon Knight Legion in one fell swoop. Julius approached the purple lightning dragon with flames in his eyes and touched the dragon's body. The purple lightning dragon spread its wings as soon as he touched it, and dense purple lightning appeared on its wings. It wrapped itself around its entire body and blew a layer of fine purple hair between the scales on its neck. Dragon Fusion, activate! Julius' eyes flashed, and he activated the Dragon Fusion after sensing that the dragon only roared but had no intention of resisting him. The purple lightning dragon's massive body instantly transformed into bolts of lightning in response to his voice. Those lightning bolts gathered around Julius in an instant, forming lightning storms that concentrated on his body. Lightning-shaped patterns appeared on his body in an instant. Julius was half naked, but scales sprouted from his upper body at that point. Each scale was wrapped in electric arcs, more than doubling his body size. At the same time, his hair took on the appearance of lightning, twisting and growing upwards. His eyes changed from yellow to that of a luminous color. Julius appeared to be the reincarnation of the god of thunder at the time, slowly floating into the sky. Lightning transformed into a cage, shattering the ground around him. The long tail on his back swung like the god of thunder's whip, carving deep ravines in the ground. The transformation happened in a matter of seconds, but it was shocking. Julius landed on the ground shortly after releasing the Dragon Fusion. Dragon King, I have chosen. He bowed respectfully to Fafner, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. I would like to have that purple lightning dragon as my partner. Are you sure you are not going to change your decision? I am certain. Julius responded without hesitation. The purple lightning dragon was a far superior replacement for the thunder-clawed dragon. The thunder-clawed dragon could only use its claws to cover the invincible lightning, whereas the purple lightning dragon had even more powerful lightning flowing all over its body. They would undoubtedly be able to improve themselves with that dragon's unwavering efforts. Thinking about that, he could not help but notice Watson, who had been watching from the sidelines since the beginning. The corners of his mouth formed a cold arc. Watson, why have you not left yet? Does this imply that they would want to pick you? Perhaps no dragon will choose you after my performance. Standing here is a waste of time. Why don't you give this a pass? What are you saying, you B*****? Who said no dragon would choose father? Am I not a dragon? Are there any powerful dragons? The golden flash was no longer able to listen to that. He waved his fist at Julius while looking up at the sky. Come down and be my father's pet. There are not many chances to be my father's pet. First come, first served. If you don't understand that, you may live to regret it for the rest of your life. The dragons continued to hover as soon as the golden flash's voice faded. None of them were easily defeated. The golden flash had used the word pet to describe them. Most of the dragons were comparable to Julius' chosen dragon. Furthermore, Julius was an elite who could resist a dragon. He deserved their respect. Watson appeared frail. He was only about 12 or 13 years old. There was nothing else worthy of praise besides the powerful strength contained within his body. The golden flash's expression was bleak because no dragon reacted to his words. He rolled his eyes and reached into his arms for a piece of dried meat. The meat released a lot of energy fluctuations. I will ask once more. Is there a dragon who wants to be my father's pet? If there is a willing dragon, this piece of meat will belong to that dragon. The golden flash shook the meat in his hand while Julius, beside him, sneered and almost laughed out loud. Using meat to attract the dragons? That is the first time I have seen a contract with a dragon signed in such a manner. Please forgive my bluntness, the dragons are noble creatures, not dogs. It would be strange if you were able to attract the dragons in this manner. A shadow flashed in front of Julius just as he was about to mock Watson. He saw a feathered dragon with a bird's head appear next to the golden flash. It was a pillow-like dragon. It opened its mouth and bit into the meat. The pillow-shaped dragon ripped the meat into its mouth with a bite. Its body swelled as if it had been inflated. It grew from the size of a pillow to a massive dragon 100 meters wide. The feathers curled inside, revealing the delicate scales beneath. The dragon's head grew in size in tandem with its body. It changed from the shape of a bird to a dragon. Only its stomach was still covered in feathers. There was a large opening on its belly that looked like a pocket. It was made of feathers. The sleeping bag dragons were platinum-tier dragons. They were thought to be a one-of-a-kind existence among the dragon race. That was because their skin was covered in scales on one side and feathers on the other. They were energy storage under normal circumstances. As a result, they would flip out the sleeping bag in the direction of their stomach and wrap their bodies in the feathers on the opposite side. It would only reveal its actual body when it felt excited. The feathers would reappear in the sleeping bag, showing the scales. The sleeping bag dragon got its name from the fact that it slept in a sleeping bag. The sleeping bag dragon roared a few times in excitement after eating the meat in the golden flash's hand. Following that, its body shrank and returned to a fluffy pillow. It floated next to Watson's ear and intimately rubbed against it, making him itchy. Watson, that sleeping bag dragon is a perfect match for me. You can choose another dragon because there are so many of them here. Please don't take my dragon. Casey could not help himself. He rushed out after the sleeping bag dragon flew toward Watson. Even if he were not happy with that sleeping bag dragon, it was still a dragon. Furthermore, when the sleeping bag dragon transformed into its true form, it displayed tremendous power. That greatly improved his opinion of the sleeping bag dragon. Don't worry, I am not going to steal someone else's dragon. Watson extended his hand and touched the sleeping bag dragon. His eyes were fixed on the sky. More than 10 dragons had been circling and refusing to come down, but they immediately flew down when he raised his head. The number of dragons grew steadily. What is going on? What prompted those dragons to descend after Watson's pet threw out a piece of meat? What was that meat? Julius' face was frowning because he could not comprehend the situation. The majority of the students were also perplexed by the situation. At that moment, Fafner slowly opened her mouth and said, "It was platinum tier meat." The meat in the golden flash's hand was platinum tier magical beast meat. Was magical beast meat of the highest quality? Many people had a look of understanding on their faces. It was no surprise that the dragons did not arrive right away, nor did they all arrive at the same time. They were greedy. They had no one to blame but themselves. After all, many of the dragons there were platinum tier, and eating the meat of magical beasts of the same level was an excellent tonic for them. It has the potential to promote them to a higher level effectively. Father, am I powerful? I was able to get so many dragons for you all at once. After many of the dragons were defeated, the golden flash took credit for them. You are extremely powerful. Excellent work. Watson rubbed the golden flash's head. Charcoal, who was standing at the side, became agitated. She gritted her teeth and smashed the space with her fist after giving it some thought. She drew a massive egg from the black void, which was ablaze with white holy flames. The egg was approximately the size of a human head. Aside from the holy flames, it also had a phoenix print on it. Any dragon that wants to be father's pet will get this phoenix egg. As soon as she said that, the dragons circling charcoal stopped and stared at the phoenix egg. They let out a terrifying dragon roar. The dragons rushed toward, twisting into airborne balls. Unfortunately, the sleeping bag dragon closest to charcoal had already flown in front of the phoenix egg and swallowed it in one gulp before those dragons could land in front of it. The sleeping bag dragon, which had eaten the phoenix egg, had reverted to its original form. Suddenly, its back sprouted a pair of phoenix wings. Its aura had progressed from platinum tier to peak platinum tier. The sleeping bag dragon had clearly awakened its phoenix bloodline and evolved into a more powerful dragon after swallowing the phoenix egg. Many dragons that did not manage to eat the egg roared and shrank in mid-air. They transformed into humans and landed around Watson. Sleeping bag dragon, you vile thief! You have already got a master. What are you doing here? It's fine if you ate the platinum tier magical beast meat, spit out the phoenix egg right away. Otherwise, we will kill you for a good meal. The dragons transformed into humans and gave the sleeping bag dragon the middle finger or uttered some venomous words, causing the sleeping bag dragon to revert to the form of a pillow and float toward Watson. The sleeping bag dragon's transformed pillow was golden red at the time, and its feathers were soft. It was giving off a faint warmth. The dragons were not the only ones arguing. The golden flash and charcoal, who were standing next to Watson, were also arguing. What is the matter, charcoal? Why do you have a phoenix egg in your possession? Those eggs were being guarded by Emperor Cluck as if they were treasures. I wanted to take it, but Emperor Cluck refused to give it to me. Why would Emperor Cluck give it to you? Emperor Cluck didn't give me one. I got one when Mount Creation opened a spatial portal and sent resources to the royal city. The phoenix egg is said to have magical properties. It is possible to awaken one's phoenix bloodline by eating it. It is obvious that Father and the people on Mount Creation can eat it, but why can't magical beasts eat it? Isn't that unjust? Charcoal, you stole the phoenix egg. If Emperor Cluck finds out about it, you will be finished. Can't you just keep it a secret? I did it so Father could choose a better dragon. Emperor Cluck won't hold it against me. Father, I helped you attract more dragons, Charcoal said coquettishly as she hugged Watson's hand. Now, you are going to pat my head to reward me. I hope Father will pat me a little longer. Charcoal, you are too cunning. Did you come up with this method to claim the credit? I will not participate in this. Do you think you are the only one who hid something while transporting the supplies? The golden flash snorted. He reached his hand outward, and a magic staff with a diamond luster appeared in his hand. This is the Crystal World Tree Staff. It is a diamond tier weapon. This weapon will be yours if you choose to be father's pet. That weapon had become entangled in his scales while he was transporting the goods. Geraint and Lubin did not notice it because they were transporting a large number of items. It was handy to use it then. I would like to have it. I would gladly be young Master Watson's pet. A platinum tier dragon in human form approached Watson and hurriedly said that. I arrived first. You should go with me. Another platinum tier dragon squeezed through the crowd. No, I am more powerful than they are. Choose me. Many dragons trailed close behind, refusing to be outdone. They spoke one after the other, their eyes twinkling like stars. If they had not chosen Watson because they did not want to be Watson's pet and because of their dignity, they would have changed their minds at that point. They would be able to eat platinum tier magical beast meat and phoenix eggs if they became Watson's pet. They would also have diamond tier weapons. So what if they end up as a pet? They would not have to worry about food and drink if they became the pet of such a wealthy individual. It was far superior to matching with a poor dragon knight. Was dignity worth that? What was it worth? When the golden flash pulled out the diamond tier staff, nearly half of the dragons in the sky transformed into human forms and appeared in front of Watson. No need to fight over it, Golden Flash said, showing off the diamond tier staff in his hand. Father has the right to choose his dragon. I will only give this staff to the chosen one. Oh, I still have a lot of similar weapons. The Golden Flash shook his head. Many diamond tier weapons fell from his sparkling clothes onto the surface of his golden body. There were sabers, swords, shields, and long spears among the weapons. They were all gleaming with a brilliant luster. There had to be 100 of them. It was a spectacular sight. When he slept on Mount Creation, those weapons were usually lodged in his body. After all, dragons were a treasure-hunting species. Furthermore, he enjoyed sleeping on piles of treasure, which resulted in many weapons hidden in his scales. I have 100 diamond tier weapons. This is shocking. If the staff that the Golden Flash had shown did not cause the dragons to go insane, the dragons were finally mad. You have over 100 diamond tier weapons. You are pretty good at hiding, aren't you? Since that is the case, I will no longer conceal it. Charcoal snorted. She opened her mouth and reached for a sharp tooth. A ball of green liquid grew out of the tooth. It had a strong aura of life, making everyone who smelled it shudder. I hid water from the spring of life in the gap between my teeth, and now I want to give it to my father's new pet. Water from the spring of life? Oh, look at the vibrant aura of life that thing emits. That is, without a doubt, water from the spring of life. But isn't that something that can only be found in the Elven Kingdom? The dragons are a powerful species. We would not take it from the Elven Kingdom even if we had the chance. Why would such precious water be on the body of a wild dragon? Why does it matter? We just need to make sure it is water from the spring of life, right? I want to be Watson's pet for the sake of that water. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to take it from me. I am a diamond tier dragon, and I said nothing. Why are you so self-assured when you are only a platinum tier dragon? In any case, there is only one requirement to become Watson's pet. At most, we can get into a fight. Are you afraid? If the diamond tier items that the Golden Flash pulled out had caused half of the dragons to go insane, then all of the dragons had gone mad after seeing the water from the spring of life, including those who already had a master. Please accept my apologies, Master. I feel like I need to be with a better master. My dear Master, you deserve a better dragon. Let's say our goodbyes here. The dragons left their masters and approached Watson. Many students frowned and cursed angrily. Julius, you are a human worthy of the dragon race's respect. I might have become your partner if it had not been for Watson. For the time being, please accept my apologies. You should go find a new partner. The purple lightning dragon's body squirmed and transformed into a young man with long purple hair. He gave Julius an apologetic look before flying toward Watson, leaving Julius, who was fuming with rage, behind. Watson, you cretin! Julius' eyes were filled with flames. He clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. It was not easy for him to get the dragon he wanted, but that dragon had fled thanks to Watson. Nothing was more humiliating than that. He had just made fun of Watson for not having a dragon. He felt a burning pain in his cheek that the situation had been reversed. Everyone, back away from Watson right now. I believe you are a strong-willed dragon, Storm Dragon. Watson will not be able to enchant you. As long as you promise not to become Watson's pet, I will use all of my pocket money to buy you food when I return. If you want to go somewhere to play, I will take you there as well, okay? Fire Dragon, we have been together for more than 10 years and have a strong bond. Our relationship will undoubtedly outlast those material possessions. Am I correct? Even the veteran dragon knights became concerned as the dragons surrounded Watson. Some began to play the emotional card, while others wished they could remove all valuable items from their bodies in order to prevent the dragon from changing their masters. Elena, who was standing next to Fafner, took a step forward, but Rem pulled her back. Ram asked, Elena, what are you doing? She had a dangerous look in her eyes. Be Watson's pet. Do not worry, Rem, I am confident of my victory. After all, I am a diamond-tier dragon who also serves as Lady Fafner's companion. I have a better chance than anyone else here to win it. Rem said, wait, what? Why do you want to be Watson's pet? You are Lady Fafner's companion, not a common dragon. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for the dragons if you also became Watson's pet? What is the big deal? Watson even drew water from the spring of life for us. Rem, that is water from the spring of life. You can gain eternal life if you take it. Can you resist the lure of eternal life? Elena was taken aback. Ram paused, and her face was flushed. She wanted to drink from the spring of life as well, but she could not overcome the obstacle in her heart. In a nutshell, we can't. We are Fafner's subordinates. We are forbidden to do anything beyond Lady Fafner's order. It is an affront to Our Lady. Elena, your willpower is still lacking. Lady Fafner hasn't said anything yet. It is obvious that she has resisted Watson's temptation. Rem noticed Elena's strange expression as she spoke seriously. Her expression changed as a result of this. She shifted her gaze to the side. She noticed that Fafner was staring intently at the water from the spring of life. She did not say anything, but she looked like she was drooling. Looks like Lady Fafner thinks the same way. Has everyone gone mad? Ram's expression was ugly and a little sad. Everyone had become like that because they had been confronted with the temptation, the water from the spring of life. Where was the dragon's sovereignty? Where was the prestige of being a member of the elite? Just as she was about to say something, the golden flash muttered in the distance, and her words drifted into her ears. It is a shame that there is only water from the spring of life here. No dragon should be able to resist the temptation of a platinum-tier potion created by my master with water from the spring of life, like the blessings of the gods and demons. After all, that potion can transform a person into a platinum-tier angel, and they can also remove the curse of inability to improve one's strength after drinking from the spring of life. Even though I lack the blessings of the gods and demons, I can promise to provide one for the dragon that becomes my father's pet. Could a potion that could turn a person into a platinum-tier angel also completely eliminate the spring of life's side effects? Ram's heart was pounding. She took a deep breath and began walking toward Watson. There is no longer any need to make a decision. I will be your pet. As Lady Fafner's companion for many years, I am well acquainted with the position of a pet. No one is more qualified for that position than I am. When confronted with the chaotic voices of thousands of dragons, Watson felt a headache and quickly reached out his hand. Please, everyone, keep your voices down. Lady Fafner has requested that I only choose one dragon. Even though everyone here is very supportive, I must apologize. I will just pick one randomly. Watson pointed casually, his eyes closed. Do not worry, you will be fine. When Watson opened his eyes, he realized his finger was pointing at an old man known as the Long-Armed Dragon, whose hands were dragon heads and whose face was human, and whom he had seen when he first arrived at the dragon lair. I am victorious. Watson had chosen me. Thank you, Dragon God, for this good fortune. The elderly man emerged from the crowd, looking around with delight. D***mn, he had chosen Long-Armed Dragon. Obviously, anyone else is superior to him. Among Platinum-tier dragons, the Long-Armed Dragons are regarded as the weakest. After all, he only has one arm. Furthermore, he is quite old. He will most likely die soon. Allowing such a man to receive benefits is a waste of time. I would not choose him if I were you. He is proud and has no idea how to contribute to the dragon race. He is also very bothersome. Lady Fafner would have let him manage the dragon race if it had not been for his brain. No one here would even look at him. The Long-Armed Dragon's expression changed. The happiness on his face faded, and he became hesitant as he said, "Their words make sense. At my age, it is not appropriate for me to be someone else's pet. Young Master Watson, why don't you go with someone else?" The words of his fellow dragons pricked his heart. He had to go against his will to live within the clan. There is no reason to do that. I can choose whomever I want. Since I chose you, it proves that we are fated. Watson was also aware of the conversations going on around him. Those words only elicited a contemptuous smile from him. Furthermore, strength and age mean nothing to me. Whatever kind of dragon you were in the past, you will be an important companion to me now that you have followed me. I will assist you in becoming stronger. Watson reached out with his hand and took control of the hundreds of diamond-tier weapons that the Golden Flash had dropped to the ground with a wind elemental spell. Fusion system, activate. Congratulations on successfully fusing a large number of diamond-tier weapons, Master. You have obtained a Starlight-tier weapon, the Spear of the Stars. Starlight-tier weapon, the Spear of the Stars. Abilities: this spear is made up of two different colored spears, red and blue. Red spear, pierces the enemy's back and causes bleeding, causing irreparable wounds. Yellow spear, ignores the enemy's defense and causes direct damage to the enemy. Spear of the Stars, releases two spears at the same time, causing a powerful attack that can pierce through the stars. Absolute distance, the spear will not have a distance limit during the throw. Absolute hit, the attack will definitely hit. Additional abilities: Kingdom of Blood, one will bleed to death within the Divine Kingdom. Kingdom of Armor Penetration, any contact within the Divine Kingdom will cause damage to the enemy. Following Watson's actions, over 100 diamond-tier weapons merged to form a red and yellow spear that flashed with the colors of the stars. The spear's tip glowed, and just looking at it made one's heart go numb. They had pierced through the illusion, and there was a swarm of stars surrounding the two spears. This is a Starlight-tier weapon, Long-Armed Dragon. I have never been stingy with my friends. This weapon is yours now that you have become my companion, and it will not be the only gift I will give you. A Starlight-tier weapon? After hearing Watson's words, everyone in the room looked at it in disbelief. They focused their attention on the two spears. Watson had created a Starlight-tier weapon with just a wave of his hands. The Dragon Clan only had some Diamond-tier weapons and not a single Starlight-tier weapon. When they saw the stars revolving around the spears with a terrifying aura that could pierce through everything, they knew that the two spears in front of them were Starlight-tier weapons. That divine artifact contained the power of the gods. Chapter 453, Fusing the Long-Armed Dragon. Thank you, young Master Watson. Thank you, Master. Long-Armed Dragon was overjoyed with Watson's gift. Its gaze was fixed on the two starlight tier spears, and it could not move. It also did not take the initiative to seize the two spears. You don't have to be so courteous to me. I told you, I have never been stingy when it comes to my companions. In my opinion, you are not my servant, but rather someone who will soon become my companion. As he spoke, Watson extended his right hand, and a book with a faint luster appeared in his hand. It seemed to hold everything. The book was sealed with golden chains, and when it was opened, the words were revealed to be glowing with starlight. It was the Book of Wisdom, the highest starlight tier tool Watson had fused in the Great Library. Long-armed dragon, the weapon you obtained will allow you to press forward in the offense. However, simply attacking is insufficient. Now I will give you a second gift to help you with your ability to use the Spear of Stars. This will serve as your shield, protecting you from damage in battle. Watson flipped through the book in his hand as he spoke. Images of dragons emerged from the Book of Wisdom as he flipped it. Those dragons were historical figures whose exploits were either written down or adapted into fairy tales. Many of those present recognized them the moment they appeared. Look at that three-headed black dragon. It resembles the three-headed demonic dragon that the kingdom previously killed. It used to commit evil acts within the kingdom's borders. A Royal Academy student pointed to the top of his head. The massive dragon, which had 3 ferocious heads, cried out in surprise. A dragon that had transformed into a human nearby looked at another dragon made of white bones. That should be the ghostly fire skeleton dragon that caused the calamity of the Tudor dynasty in legends, he said, his eyes burning with ghostly fire. An ancient necromancer was said to have created that dragon. It was a well-known dragon from the Tudor dynasty. I did not expect it to show up here. Is it a magical projection or are we hallucinating? Everyone looked up at the dozen or so dragons that appeared above their heads. They were unsure whether what they saw in front of them was a real dragon or an illusion for a brief moment. Watson had already extended his right hand toward the dragons in the sky, much to everyone's surprise. Fusion system, activate. Congratulations, Master, on successfully fusing so many dragons. You have obtained a Starlight Tier God-armed dragon. Following the sound of the system notification, the dragon phantom above Watson's head dissipated and transformed into a distorted light of various colors, quickly covering the body of the long-armed dragon not far away. The long-armed dragon, which had only 2 arms in the shape of a dragon's head and looked almost identical to the old man before the light covered it, changed. His arms abruptly separated from his original position. His initial human-shaped body melted quickly, and scales sprouted from the light. His old face also transformed into the head of a massive dragon, converting him from a human to a dragon in an instant. The long-armed dragon's body continued to expand after transforming into a dragon, from the size of an ordinary person to a length of several hundred meters. Many of the dragons and students were taken aback by the scene. The transformation process took only a few seconds. The long-armed dragon's shape had already appeared in front of everyone at that point after the transformation. The first was a colossal dragon with a golden body and a beard-like mane around its mouth. The giant golden dragon's wings were 500 meters long, and it had 9 long horns of varying lengths on its head. However, those were not the strangest things. The most unusual feature was a massive black hole on the dragon's left and right sides that connected to an unknown space. There were 100-meter-long blue and red arms outside the black hole. It was unknown what the arms were made of, but they were wrapped in a blue and red phantom image. They resembled the arms of the previous dragon, but they were far more powerful than the dragon heads that were used to make the arms. Those 2 thick arms resembled the hands of a descended god from the divine realm. Perhaps if those 2 arms waved lightly, they could even destroy a small mountain. Peak Diamond Tier Dragon, God Arm Dragon. Abilities: Giant God's Arm. By controlling the God's Arm, it can cause large-scale damage. The arm has a hardness comparable to a starlight tier weapon. It can be divided into two forms, red and blue. Absolute growth, the ability contained in the blue arm can increase its size by countless times. The growth rate is related to one's energy. After the growth, one's strength and defense will be strengthened, and absolute strength, the power contained in the red arm has the strongest force in the world. Additional abilities, Divine Kingdom of Great Strength, release the Divine Kingdom formed by countless arms, the great power will crush enemies within the Divine Kingdom. Giant God Weapon, the combination of red and blue arms can create an unlimited power weapon. Watson nodded in satisfaction as the information appeared in his eyes after the long-armed dragon evolved. It is a little better than I expected to be able to advance to the peak of the diamond level. It should be called the long-armed dragon god, not only the god-armed dragon. It already has the strength to compete with the Dragon King. Due to the characteristics of its race, the dragon race had strength comparable to the starlight tier of other races at the peak of the diamond tier. In other words, even though the god-armed dragon had reached the peak of diamond tier, it was not inferior to a true god. God-armed dragon, this is the last of my gifts. Are you pleased with it? I am very pleased, Master. When confronted with Watson's question, the god-armed dragon's massive body shrank quickly and returned to its human form. The god-armed dragon's human appearance had changed dramatically from its previous appearance at that point. Even though he still had an old man's face, he had aged significantly. His hair had also turned a gleaming silver-gray color. Most notably, he had human arms. Above his human arms, on the other hand, were two illusory little hands made of energy, one red and one blue. They appeared to be very magical. It is great that you are happy. Oh, I see. I have not asked your name, God-armed dragon, Watson said. Dragons, in addition to the name of their species, had their own names. Generally speaking, dragons used to call each other by their species. They would only use their names when they were close or had more than one dragon species that were the same. Watson's previous dragons had all been fused with wild magical beasts, so he needed to name them. He could skip the naming process because the dragon in front of him had belonged to the dragon race. My name is Sebastian, Master, the god-armed dragon bowed and replied respectfully to Watson. Sebastian sounds like a butler's name. You will be my butler from now on. You are responsible for looking after my daily needs and completing the tasks I assign to you. Of course, Master. The expressions of the surrounding dragons and students became increasingly shocked as Watson spoke to Sebastian. What did Watson do? Not only did he create the two starlight tier spears, but he also summoned a swarm of dragons and allowed them to transform into light to cover the armed dragon's body. The long-armed dragon changed after being covered by the light. I recall that the long-armed dragon was originally only platinum tier, but it now gives me a sense of oppression that I only feel when confronted by dragon kings like Fafner. Can Watson help the dragons evolve? The dragons were even more surprised than the students. If seeing Watson choose the long-armed dragon had made them envious, they were clearly regretting it after that. They would not have rejected the rewards mentioned by the golden flash and charcoal if they had known Watson could help them evolve. The fact that they could evolve was enough to convince them to be Watson's pet. They could not say anything then because it was too late. Lady Fafner, the dragon selection process is done. May I leave now? There was complete silence at the scene. There were not many people who spoke, but there were massive waves of emotion coursing through everyone's hearts. Watson was the first to break the silence. Fafner, clearly taken aback by his words, regained her composure and looked him in the eyes. Indeed, the Dragon Knight's recruitment process is now completed. King Landar III requires the services of 90 recruits. Now, I can't keep you in the dragon lair indefinitely. It is time to say goodbye. Fafner waved her hand as she spoke. Bring your human masters as well as other Royal Academy students back to the Royal City. Is it too late, Dragon King, for me to retract my words? I do not want to be led by my master any longer. I would like to be Watson's pet. Me too. Watson is not a dragon knight, despite the dragon clan's rule that a dragon can only be paired with a dragon knight. Is being his pet a violation of the rule? I wouldn't have been in such a rush to choose a master if I had known that a human named Watson was so monstrous. Who would have known that I'd overlooked? I wish I could go back in time. When the dragons heard Fafner's words, many dragons in human form sighed and looked up at the sky. Some even pounded their chests, their eyes bloodshot. The Golden Flash and Charcoal exchanged glances and saw pride in each other's eyes. As one would expect from Father, his methods are still as effective as before, if not more so. Previously, if Father wanted to fuse magical beasts, he had to capture a large number of low-tier magical beasts from the surrounding area and fuse them. Now, he only needs to take out a book to summon whatever he desires from it. That book is extremely useful. When I get the chance, I will also ask Father to summon a few dragons so that I can fuse with them and gain more strength, the Golden Flash muttered to herself. Charcoal was thinking the same thing. She was preoccupied with something else. Father's new pet appears to be very old and dependable. It is unlikely to compete for Father's favor with the Golden Flash or me. I will be at ease as long as I can ensure that I am the first in Father's heart among all the magical beasts that have been fused. Do not even think about it. A group of dragons wanted to be Watson's pets? Have you no shame? Even though Watson can't use the dragon fusion, he is still a dragon knight in name. He can't control more than one dragon, Rem said. That was similar to the kingdom's rule stating that non-nobles could only have one wife. Otherwise, they would be committing the heinous crime of bigamy. Each person had their own dragon. That was crucial to the dragons. Why don't we talk to King Landar III about stripping Watson of his dragon knight status? Watson will not break the rules if he is not a dragon knight. Fafner interrupted Rem's conversation at a leisurely pace, causing Rem to turn her head in rage. Lady Fafner. Even in these dire circumstances, she considered defending the dragon clan's honor. Fafner, on the other hand, was looking for loopholes in the rules. Was she still a dragon king? Fafner coughed in response to her angry stare, and her expression became solemn. Rem is correct. The dragon clan and the kingdom have had an agreement since ancient times. You will not have a chance because Watson has chosen Long-Arm Dragon as his companion. Fafner's words shattered the dragon's last shred of hope, causing them to sigh one after the other. Thank you for your assistance in the Dragon Knight's recruitment, Lady Fafner. We shall leave now because we have classes later. Unlike the dragons, the students' lips twitched after Fafner finished speaking. They approached their dragons, either with incentives or with harsh attitudes, ready to take those dragons away. What a farce! They just witnessed Watson's ability to upgrade his weapon and dragon's capabilities. It was already a harsh surprise. No dragons would be willing to accompany them if they did not leave then. The dragons reluctantly lifted them and began to fly away, much to the chagrin of many Royal Academy students. Have you heard what the Dragon King said, Purple Lightning Dragon? Even if you don't want me to be your master, you can't be Watson's pet now. Come with me. I can assure you that in my hands, you will achieve results comparable to Watson's. Julius walked over to the Purple Lightning Dragon's side and extended his right hand. The Purple Lightning Dragon paused for a moment before turning his head to face Watson. Finally, he sighed, and his body expanded gradually. He transformed from a purple-haired adolescent to a dragon and said, "That appears to be the only option. Although I am now deeply regretful, there is no better way. Regarding what you said about being able to obtain achievements comparable to Watson's, don't make such a joke in the future. Even if the things you can give me are 1% better than what Watson could give me, I will still feel a little better." The dragon's words pierced Julius' heart like a sharp arrow. He noticed a gloomy glint in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved downward. He was supposed to demonstrate his strength as a senior to the rest of the new students. It was also an excellent opportunity for him to get a new dragon and crush Watson's pride. However, he had become a laughingstock. His dragon was more likely to recognize Watson as its master. They even admitted that they had regretted following him. That was like slapping him in the face. Unlike the other students, he had been mocking Watson since he entered the dragon lair. He had stated that it was impossible for Watson to gain the favor of a dragon and that Watson's appearance was a disgrace. However, reality revealed that Watson was the dragon clan's favorite over all others. He had sunk into an abyss of shame and anger because of what he had said in the past. One day, Purple Lightning Dragon, I will make you realize the foolishness of your words. And Watson? Just wait. You embarrassed me in front of so many people. This humiliation will be returned to you tenfold, or 100-fold. Julius' eyes were filled with flames. Watson had not only killed his thunder-clawed dragon, but he had also dishonored his position as a dragon knight. The hatred between him and Watson had grown to the point where he would not rest until one of them was dead. When they saw Julius' expression, the dragon knights around them shook their heads and sighed. They remained silent. They were also embarrassed after being slapped in the face for mocking Watson. They could only hope that Julius would be able to heal his heartache with time. While everyone was thinking about their own things, the dragons had already lifted their masters into the air and flew away. Watson also came to Sebastian's side and signaled for him to transform. Fafner's eyes flickered at that precise moment. She took the initiative to approach him, pulling his hand. I need you to wait, Watson, because I have something to tell you. The 10 dragon knights in the sky lowered their heads and stared at the scene, perplexed. They noticed Fafner raise her head and smile as she waved to the sky. Everyone, I need to talk to Watson, so please take a step back for a moment. Plus, I have a feeling it will be a lengthy conversation. You should return to the royal city first. After I have finished speaking with Watson, I will dispatch a dragon to return him. That doesn't sound like a good idea. A dragon knight frowned. They had arrived together, but it seemed like they would not leave together. They had to leave Watson behind. It seemed like it was unfair for Watson. Who knew if the dragon clan really wanted to speak to him? Did they have any bad intentions? If they were to lose the kingdom's strongest genius, King Landar III would punish those who agreed to let Watson stay behind. There is nothing wrong with that. Just leave Watson here. Watson had just demonstrated such a powerful ability, after all. Perhaps he's staying because the Dragon Clan wanted to talk to him about something good. Let's not bother him. I promise, if anything goes wrong, I will be the one to talk to His Majesty. Everyone was still unsure as Julius spoke with a cold gaze while standing on the purple lightning dragon. He wished the Dragon Clan had some ill will toward Watson. Watson would be better off dying there. While he was filled with rage toward Watson, he was also terrified of Watson's abilities. The man had created a starlight tier weapon with a wave of his hand. It might even enable the dragons to evolve. How could he possibly defeat such a beast? Let's go because Vice Captain Julius has said so. It is a good time to inform His Majesty of what had happened here. His Majesty will be overjoyed when he learns that the Dragon Knight Legion has successfully expanded to 100 people. The remaining Dragon Knights did not hesitate when they saw that someone would take the blame. After that, they flew behind Julius, and they made their way toward the capital. In a matter of minutes, the group of people and the dragons had devolved into a smattering of tiny black dots. They were no longer visible. Watson looked at Fafner, who was holding his arm, after everyone had left the dragon lair. What do you want to tell me, Lady Fafner? Watson, please grant me the ability to evolve the dragons and create starlight tier weapons. Please explain how it works. Watson frowned as Fafner stated the obvious. I am the only one who can cast that spell, Lady Fafner. Even if you want it, I can't give it to you. I am afraid I will have to leave if that's all you want to tell me. He had some ideas when Fafner dismissed everyone but him. After all, he had not only displayed numerous treasures in front of Fafner, but he had also used the fusion system to fuse those treasures to a higher level. He believed Fafner saw the value in it and was unwilling to let him go, just as King Landar III had been when he first saw him use the fusion system. "Watson, you are alone in the dragon lair now that your companions have left. You should comply with Lady Fafner's request. Otherwise, even if you have a lot of magical abilities, you will end well if 1,000 dragons attack you," Rem said coldly. "Don't worry, Watson. Who said father doesn't have any helpers?" Golden Flash and Charcoal said in response to her words. "Aren't we here? After all, a few thousand dragons is nothing. The Black Moon Knights will be enough to flatten you if father opens the entrance to the Mount Creation and summons the army. The Black Moon Knights are not even required. You will all be gone in an instant if father activates the fusion system and moves his finger." There were only a few thousand dragons. They did not panic when they faced the millions of magical beasts in the misty forest on Mount Creation. Watson would be able to fuse with any number of enemies they encountered. The Golden Flash and Charcoal were both eager for the dragons to clash. That way, they could fuse with the dragons to become stronger, thanks to Watson's system. They were not the only ones. Sebastian, the God-armed dragon, also stepped forward. "Lady Fafner, please forgive me for not standing by and watching if you want to make a move against my master and take his things by force." Sebastian's red and blue arms, which were floating on his shoulders, grew larger and longer enough to wrap around his body as he spoke. Those two arms grabbed the spear of the stars that Watson had fused. Sebastian looked like the god of war, full of dignity, thanks to his godlike palms and the spear that emitted the star phantoms. "Sebastian, have you forgotten your own race or the kindness shown to you by Lady Fafner? Just because Watson made you a weapon and helped you improve your strength does not mean you have turned into one. You are a truly ungrateful man." Rem gave him a cold smirk. She continued to chastise Sebastian. Sebastian's face was serene in the face of her reprimand. "I am well aware that I would not be where I am today without the assistance of Lady Fafner. So, I will not hurt Lady Fafner, I will just keep her under control. However, if other dragons dare to harm my master, I will not let them off lightly. Won't hurt me, but keep me under control?" "Sebastian, your tone has changed to one of arrogance. You were only a platinum tier dragon not long ago, but now you can order me around? Who gave you that courage? Did Watson give you the weapon, or are you him?" Fafner sneered and stretched her arms after hearing Sebastian's words. "It has been a long time since I have exercised my body. It appears that it is time to get some exercise. Dragons always speak with vigor. Let's see if you have the strength to match your arrogant demeanor, Sebastian." "I apologize, Lady Fafner. Then I am not going to be polite." After a brief moment of silence, Sebastian raised his head and looked at Fafner with a steady but sharp gaze. Then he took a quick step forward. Boom! The two massive arms beside Sebastian did not take the spear as he took a step forward. Instead, they gripped the spear and punched Fafner in the face. Giant God's arm. Absolute strength. The powerful force shattered the ground between Sebastian and Fafner with a loud bang. Cracks spread along the ring-shaped mountain range and reached the lowest point. That punch appeared to be capable of tearing a hole through the entire dragon lair. Huge boulders whizzed around Sebastian. He noticed Fafner did not flee in the midst of the dust and rocks. She was still close to his body. His pure golden pupils reflected his appearance, causing her to become dazed for a brief moment. He had yet to see his appearance after being upgraded to the god-armed dragon via Watson's fusion. If he was once an 80 to 90-year-old man, he was much younger then. He appeared to be between the ages of 50 and 60. That youthful appearance brought back memories for him. Sebastian was not born in the dragon lair but rather in the wild. His parents were a platinum tier frost dragon and a platinum tier fire dragon. He remembered his parents looking at him with scorn when he was a baby. This child has 2 dragon heads and inherited our bloodline, but he has no body at all. He is a weirdo. This child will not live long. It is better to get rid of him. We still have a lot of time. We can still raise a new dual attribute dragon that will inherit all of our strengths. Sebastian was abandoned in the wilderness during such a conversation. He thought he was going to die because he did not have a body. It was more accurate to say that his body was born before it fully developed. That gave him the appearance of 2 long dragon heads connected by a chain around his neck. His small body was insufficient to support the nutrition required by his large dragon head, and if he wanted to eat, he lacked sharp claws with which to hunt. Thankfully, there was always a way. Soon after, he was picked up by a kind-hearted human farmer who went hunting in the mountains. He fed him every day until he became an adult. When he grew up, he could transform into a dozens-meter-long dragon to assist the farmer in his hunt. More than 10 years passed in that manner. He learned many human life skills and knowledge, and he considered the farmer to be his father. Finally, a group of people calling themselves the Knights of the Third Prince arrived in the village where the farmer lived one day. They promised to exterminate the evil dragons. The reason for that was the recent livestock thefts in the village, and everyone assumed it was the monster's fault. The farmer was tragically killed by that group. Sebastian managed to flee with all his might. After escaping, he ran into Fafner while wandering around. Fafner took him to the dragon lair. The other dragons were unwelcoming because of his weak ability and deformed body. Only Fafner was unconcerned about it. Instead, he managed with the help of his sharp mind, which he honed in human society. He remembered what Fafner had said to him when he had just brought him to the dragon laid. Many dragons left the safety of discipline to look for a relationship outside the lair, which resulted in many deformed younglings. You pity yourself because you are deformed. However, you're mistaken. Those who are pitiful in the world are those who feel sorry for themselves. Come with me if you want to prove your worth. Fafner's words had given him a ray of hope, allowing him to persevere until he was bored. As a result, he was eternally grateful to Fafner. That was also why he had to fight Fafner. It was not because he would instinctively listen to Watson after the young man used the system to fuse him, nor was it because he had gone insane as a result of the benefits Watson had given him. He did it because he wanted Fafner to understand. Even if a poor person did not feel sorry for himself, the environment in which he lived had not improved. It was not enough for him to change his mind and become stronger. Others would continue to mock him. It was more important to change others and the world than to change oneself. This is what I have learned all these years in the dragon lair. You have taught me not to be afraid of other people's gazes, but my young master Watson has eliminated other people's gazes. That was the primary reason Sebastian wished to fight for Watson. If Fafner's words had prolonged his life, Watson's actions had given him a new life. Sebastian was no longer the dragon that his parents had abandoned and that his fellow dragons despised. He was strong enough to stand up to the Dragon King. Is that right? That is your realization, Sebastian. I can sense it. Fafner, who was close to Sebastian, suddenly narrowed her golden pupils. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, forming a smile. Then, on her smooth brow, a crack appeared, revealing a round, spinning eye. The eye was made entirely of flames. In the name of Fafner, the sun's flame has descended. The third spinning eye floated out from between Fafner's brows, enlarging and quickly transforming into a massive sun above Fafner's head. The sun covered the entire sky above the dragon lair in an instant. A sun that had been magnified thousands of times was descending at breakneck speed. Without a doubt, the entire lair would be destroyed if the sun went down. Many of the dragons were terrified as they looked up at the sky. Even the golden flashes and charcoal's faces were flushed. They were taken aback by Fafner's release of the Dragon King's power and hid behind Watson. Only Watson remained calm in the face of the sun above his head. Giant God Weapon. An old voice rang out just as the sun was about to set into the dragon lair. Immediately after that, a massive spiral-shaped spear intertwined with red and blue stretched across the ground and sky in front of the giant sun. The enormous pillar that seemed to support the sky and the ground collapsed violently, severing the sun in two. In front of the giant spear, Fafner's summoned giant sun was not even half its size. Not only was the sun gone, but the collapse of the giant pillar split the dragon lair in half. The two semicircular peaks on the left and right shook and pulled away from each other. Sebastian's red and blue arms were dim amid the incredible shaking. They were still clutching the spear that had pierced the stars. The two long spears were against Fafner's smooth neck. Meanwhile, the eyeball between Fafner's brows had been retracted, and the flames had vanished. He extended his hands. "Sebastian, I give up. You appear to have earned the right to be proud now. Your strength is already at the Dragon King's level. It is especially powerful, even among the Dragon Kings. But I would like to ask you a question. Why didn't you use the weapon Watson gave you? If you had used it, there was a good chance I would have been injured. I want Lady Fafner to understand my true strength. Stop this pointless battle. It will be useless if I use my weapon," Sebastian said while staring at Fafner. "Lady Fafner, please swear not to attack my master. Then I will let you go." "Very well, I swear I am not going to attack Watson. I have no intention of attacking Watson. I just want to put your strength to the test and see what Watson did to you. I realized, based on your current performance, that Watson's improvement is far beyond my wildest dreams. In that case, I only have one option." Fafner spoke under Sebastian's threat. Cracks appeared on her body, and she became fragmented. She transformed into a swarm of scattered flames and flew from Sebastian's clutches. She regrouped nearby, under Sebastian's surprised gaze, and reverted to her original appearance. "Watson, I would like you to join the Dragon Clan." "What do you mean, Lady Fafner? I don't get it." Watson shook his head. "What I mean is quite simple. I hope you can abandon your human identity in the Holy Dragon Kingdom and join the Dragon Lair, becoming a member of the Dragon Clan. Except for the Dragon King, all the other dragons will obey your orders, your reward for joining the Dragon Clan. I can ask the other Dragon Kings to make you the Dragon Clan's 9th Dragon King. What do you think?" At the time, the Dragon Clan had only 8 Dragon Kings. Watson would become the 9th Dragon King, or the Human Dragon King, for the first time in history. "How can you make Watson the Dragon King, Lady Fafner? You are kidding, right?" Rem had only recovered from the fight between Sebastian and Fafner. When she heard Fafner's words, she could not help but exclaim. "Do you think I erred in my judgment, Rem? You saw the fight, right? Aside from being technically inferior to me, his strength and speed have already surpassed the average Dragon King. He was able to transform a Platinum-tier dragon into a dragon that could compete with me. Would you still object to Watson becoming Dragon King if that power was applied to other dragons, such as you?" Rem wanted to refuse right away, but she hesitated. Would she refuse to let Watson become a Dragon King if she had the power of a Dragon King? She was not sure if she would contradict that. The Dragon Clan only had 8 Dragon Kings because the requirements for becoming a Dragon King were highly stringent. They had to be from an exceptionally talented family and also needed to work extremely hard and have a bit of luck. However, based on Watson's actions, it appeared that the long-armed dragon had evolved quite easily. In other words, if Watson was willing, he could raise any dragon to the level of a Dragon King. If he could turn the entire Dragon Clan into Dragon Kings, the Dragon Clan's power would be unfathomable. What do you think, Watson? Do you accept my request? The dragons are the world's most powerful creatures. As long as you work with the Dragon Clan and use your magical abilities to transform all the dragons into Dragon Kings, you will have access to whatever you desire. The kingdom, and possibly the entire world, will be yours. Fafner extended her arms, and her words were enchanting. Being the so-called most powerful genius in the human kingdom is a terrible waste of your talent. Join the Dragon Clan. I can make you the most powerful Dragon King. I am surprised to learn that the Dragon King, who has mastered fire and metal, also possesses a spiritual hypnosis spell. You used that trick to escape when Sebastian sealed your body, didn't you? Watson spoke slowly, and what he said made Fafner's face change. The corners of Watson's mouth curled into a playful smile. It is not impossible for me to help the Dragon Clan become stronger if you want me to become the Dragon King, but I have a condition. Chapter 454, The Rise of the Dragon Clan. What are the conditions? Fafner's eyes twinkled as she heard Watson's words. She had mastered spiritual enchantment, just as Watson had said, in addition to fire and metal magic. She had used that to make Sebastian recall the past for a short period, causing him to be temporarily distracted so that she could flee. My request is simple. The dragons must accept my orders if I were to become the Dragon King. Watson, I can accommodate your request. Once you become the Dragon King, you will be able to dispatch the dragons on your own. No, I mean all dragons must obey my orders, including all Dragon Kings. Not only that, but you must believe in me as fervently as you believe in your dragon god. Once the above two conditions are met, I will be able to help your dragons evolve. Watson extended 2 fingers in front of Fafner and waved them. Fafner, relieved by Watson's words, became solemn again when Watson added the conditions. I must follow your orders, and I also must believe in you. Watson, do you really believe that you are God? Rem could not help but grumble. Despite his great power, King Landar III signed an unequal contract with the Dragon Clan, increasing the number of Dragon Knights from 10 to 100. Watson's power was not even comparable to King Landar III. How could he, a mere genius, persuade the Dragon Clan to believe in him? Did he want to enslave the Dragon Clan? I do not consider myself to be a god. I am not that proud of myself. After all, the gods might not be able to accomplish what I have accomplished. Watson's tone was calm, but his words instilled confidence in all the dragons. How arrogant was he! If Watson had said those words earlier, the dragons would have burst out laughing. However, they had seen Watson's various abilities. That is all I ask, Lady Fafner. If you are unable to make a decision on your own, you may invite the other Dragon Kings. We can talk about it together. Of course, if you reject my proposal, just pretend I never said anything. Watson, before I answer your question, please allow me to ask one of my own. Do the conditions you mentioned apply to you or the Holy Dragon Kingdom? Watson's words were proud, but Fafner did not dismiss them outright. Instead, she went into deep thought. Lady Fafner, that is an excellent question. This treaty only serves me. In other words, your relationship with the Holy Dragon Kingdom will remain the same after signing the contract. I even hope you will not tell the king about this. Watson, have you considered signing a treaty with the Dragon Clan? It appears that the Holy Dragon Kingdom has a cunning human king like King Landar III, and a genius like you, who are not inferior to him in terms of cunningness. In fact, you are better than him. Fafner paused for a moment with a strange expression before sighing. All right, Watson, I can agree to the 2 conditions you mentioned, signing a contract with the Dragon Clan and obtaining the Dragon Clan's faith. However, I can only guarantee that you will be accepted by my own clan. You will have to persuade the other Dragon Kings and their clans yourself. You do not have to be concerned about that, Lady Fafner. I am confident in my ability to persuade the other Dragon Kings. It is fine as long as you can summon them. Watson exuded confidence. He had considered signing a contract with the other Dragon clans, just as Fafner had stated. His visit to the Dragon Lair was intended to forge a relationship with the Dragon clans. He would also want to jeopardize the peace between the Dragon Clan and the Holy Dragon Kingdom if he could. Fafner appeared to be greedy for his ability, and she had forced him to stay. He was purposefully displaying such power in front of Fafner and the dragons. He deliberately allowed Fafner to remain. If Fafner did not take the bait, he would make excuses or do more to force Fafner to take the bait. Fortunately, Fafner did not let him down. She even dispatched the dragon knights, giving him more room to show off his skills. The biggest problem for dragons is reproduction rate, followed by strength. Since ancient times, no matter what race, there has been a distinction between statuses when strength is not perfectly balanced. Even the dragons are not immune. Strong dragons have complete control over everything, whereas others can only slaughter weaker dragons. All I have to do is change the environment. He could make the weaker dragons stronger by using the fusion system and make the strong dragons even stronger. As a result, many dragons would come to him privately, exchanging treasures for the chance to increase their strength. If those dragons went to Fafner, they would most certainly not report to him. After a while, if Fafner's status were jeopardized because there were many dragon kings similar to Sebastian, she would not be able to stop such a situation, even if she wanted to. At the very least, the 90 dragons she had released into the kingdom had witnessed Watson's magical prowess. It would be difficult for Watson to stop them if they wanted to look for Watson to help them become stronger. She could not send help to the kingdom every day to guard them. As a result, Watson's request seemed impolite. On the other hand, Fafner had to pinch her nose and endure it to maintain her position and the dragon's progression. There was no other option. After all, if she refused Watson's request, some dragons would still go to Watson, causing the entire clan to fall into chaos. She could have agreed to it. She would still be able to receive benefits from Watson. No one knew if she would continue to obey Watson's orders once she had grown stronger. Fafner did not realize how much Watson would have to pay to use the fusion system if they believed in him. She would not be so upbeat if she knew. However, she had no objections to Watson's proposal for the time being. "Watson, you mean the dragons must obey your commands and have faith in you?" "I understand the former but am unsure about the latter," Fafner asked Watson after she had made up her mind. "It is simple. You only need to read the prayer that I will teach you and pray with the same pious attitude as you do when you pray to the dragon god." Watson cracked a grin. He taught Fafner a platinum-tier priest's prayer that came from the Einherjar's body. He was afraid that Fafner would not be able to do it after he told her, so he said, "Remember, you must pray devoutly. Then and only then will it be effective. The more fervently you pray, the more resources I can give you. You will not be able to get anything from me if you cheat." "Lady Fafner, something is clearly wrong with that prayer. Let me give it a shot first." Elena, who had been standing silently by Rem's side, suddenly walked past Fafner and came before Watson, revealing a fearless spirit, just as Fafner was debating whether she should try it or not. "Come on, Watson, whatever the benefits or whatever the problems, I will help Lady Fafner bear them." "Elena, that moron. She is not helping Lady Fafner, she is trying to take advantage," Rem grumbled to herself. "Since Miss Elena wanted to try it, let's get started." Watson had a strange expression as well. He said that after looking at Fafner as if asking for her opinion. Elena began chanting the incantation according to what Watson had taught her without hesitation. She finished the entire prayer in record time. Then she closed her eyes and half knelt in front of Watson and said, "I, Elena, am willing to believe in Watson, just as I believe in a god." A bright light flashed across Elena's body as the sound of the prayer faded. At the same time, Watson felt as if a blue body had appeared in the sky above his soul's chaos elemental magic source. It had transparent wings that rippled like water. It was a long-tailed dragon soul phantom. A large wave of pure faith power was transmitted into Watson's soul, imbuing his body with a tinge of divinity. "That is the faith of the dragons. It is not like the faith I grew up with." Watson could not help but mutter in his heart as the sensation of absorbing faith became too comfortable. The dragons were the most powerful of the races he had conquered. Compared to other races, the dragons were born with great strength, and they could also live for a long time. Their faith was so strong that even when they received the blessing of the gods or demons, the Black Moon Knights who had transformed into angels could never compare to them. That was the confidence of a diamond-tier dragon. Watson's faith would be even stronger if he fused replicas of the ancient dragon race that existed in the Book of Wisdom into those dragons, allowing them to transform into dragon kings. It was estimated that the power of his abundant faith would be sufficient to build 10 more divine kingdoms and raise his tier to the peak of diamond tier. Watson used his soul to reach the chaos elemental magic source. His soul transferred a large number of memories to Elena's soul projection. Whoosh! Elena opened her eyes suddenly, an array of light flashed in her blue eyes. Her body exuded a powerful aura, prompting her to extend her right hand subconsciously. A divine kingdom flashing with 7-colored light appeared in the shape of a giant sword in her hand. The divine kingdom dashed into the darkness. It looked a lot like the giant weapon Sebastian had just used. That is a move known as the divine kingdom of the sword. This should be Sword Saint Reed's ultimate skill. Did I really master it? Not only do I know about the divine kingdom of the sword, but I also know a lot about potions. Elena stretched out her other hand as she spoke, and a pitch-black sword appeared in her other hand. A pitch-black viscous liquid flowed outside the divine kingdom of the sword, clinging to it like a spider web. When the pitch-black liquid came into contact with the ground, it immediately corroded it into pits, causing green smoke to rise. There are still many things I can't put into words. It appears to be archers and priests' abilities, including many spells. 1,000 different kinds of spells. Aside from the fire elemental spells that I am proficient in, I can now cast another 5 elements. It turns out that faith in Watson can grow stronger over time. This is a feeling I never had when I believed in the dragon god. Elena was taken aback and could not help but exclaim. Behind her, the earth, fire, water, and dark elements all lit up, transforming into glowing balls of light with diamond-tier power. Fafner and Rem were taken aback by the scene. Fafner was the first to notice what was going on. It appears that believing in Watson can get me more power. Please allow me to put it to the test. The dragons worshipped the dragon god. They would never hold any other beliefs. That was not due to the dragon's firm opinion but rather to the dragon's noble and powerful nature. Other gods found it difficult to persuade them, except for the dragon god, also a dragon. That point, however, was broken in front of Watson. There was no doubt that they were noble dragons, but Watson had overburdened them. Wait a minute, Lady Fafner. It could very well be a trap to entice you to take the bait. I will do it on your behalf, as your considerate subordinate. Let's see if Watson's ability is genuine. Rem had already spoken before Fafner walked in front of Watson. Her words made Fafner feel odd. Elena had said the same thing, but Rem still repeated them, implying that she also wanted to reap the benefits. After all, they were her family members who had followed her for a long time. Fafner nodded and said nothing else. All right, Rem, you can assist me. Watson, I am not like Arena, who might not have noticed it if you used some tricks to deceive us. However, I will definitely see it. So, I advise you not to play tricks. Utilize all of your skills and let me know what tier you can raise me to. Rem spoke righteously as if she did not have selfish reasons for doing that. It was all for Fafner's sake. Watson nodded in response to those words. All right, then, let us do as Miss Rem wishes. The words flashed on the Book of Wisdom as he summoned it. Since he had seen something similar before, the words formed a huge dragon phantom in the air. Rem knew what Watson was going to do, so she kept her excitement in check and knelt on one knee, praying as Watson had taught her. Watson activated the fusion system at that moment, and more than 10 dragon phantoms transformed into light, covering Rem's body. Congratulations, Master, on fusing with so many dragons. You have obtained a Peak Diamond Tier Divine Flower Dragon. Peak Diamond Tier Dragon, Divine Flower Dragon. Abilities: absolute parasitism, the ability to release spores with life force, parasitize into other people's bodies, absorbing energy and controlling enemies. Divine flower cannon, the ability to use energy from the burning pollen to release a large-scale impact. Those hit by the cannonball will be poisoned by the pollen. Absolute growth, as long as energy is sufficient, you can freely control the growth of trees and allow any plant to grow on your body. Absolute charm, able to make enemies obey your commands. Hallucinatory dreams, able to create a reality-like illusion that can trap enemies. Additional abilities: Kingdom of Flowers, creates a kingdom of flowers. Each flower has the ability to create illusions and explosions. 4 Seasons Mastery, has the ability to control the seasonal changes of certain areas. Watson's face paled after the fusion as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Not bad, another peak diamond tier dragon on par with a Dragon King. I have also gained Miss Rem's trust. Rem was born a flower fairy dragon, a diamond tier dragon clan. When Rem evolved into a divine flower dragon, it appeared that she had only gone from the diamond tier to peak diamond tier. However, there was a significant difference in the quality. Originally, the flower fairy dragon could only evolve into a diamond tier dragon. On the other hand, Rem had the chance to become a starlight tier dragon or even higher. Rem, how are you feeling? Do you feel uneasy? Fafner asked after Watson fused Rem. She could tell Rem was different than before. Even though the previous Rem was also lovely and had long pink wavy hair, she was adorable. However, a petal-shaped mark appeared between Rem's brows at that precise moment. Her entire body emitted a bright divine radiance, which made her not dare to look at her for an extended period. Lady Fafner, I have a feeling Elena is not lying. I am feeling fantastic right now. Not only did I gain a lot of knowledge, but my level has also increased. Rem kept his excitement at bay as she spoke. Colorful pollen appeared on her skin, revolving around her and transforming into a layer of gauze. A decadent fragrance emitted from her body. The dragons that smelled it could not help but raise their heads. Their expressions became ecstatic. Even the dragon lair's trees and flowers began to flourish. Since the verification went smoothly, it is my turn now. Fafner could not help but be moved by Rem's physical changes. She walked toward Watson, reaching out her hand to tidy her clothes. Elena, who had just prayed to Watson, stood up from the ground at that precise moment. Watson, you passed your knowledge to me, but you did not help me raise my level, she said as she approached Watson and grabbed his arm. Don't tell me I'm no better than Rem. I was the first to put my faith in you, and I chose to let you build your strength. Isn't it unfair that you only did it for Rem? Very well, Miss Elena. I will also help you in increasing your strength. Elena's constant advances were too much for Watson to bear. He summoned a dragon clone and activated the Book of Wisdom to increase Elena's level. Congratulations, Master, for fusing so many dragons and obtaining a peak diamond tier Sea Heart Flame Divine Dragon. Peak diamond tier dragon, Sea Heart Flame Divine Dragon. Abilities: Heart of the Sea, able to control sea water to seal and crush humans. Absolute combustion, able to burn in water. Once it burns, it will not be extinguished. Absolute humidity, able to summon waves to cause large-scale damage. Ice and fire dual storms, able to release both water and fire storms at the same time, causing explosive damage. Sea chains, able to summon sea water to form chains to control enemies. Glass body, able to liquefy one's body and be immune to all physical damage. Additional abilities: the Burning Sea Kingdom, made up of fire and sea water. Enemies who enter the kingdom will suffer double torture. The Stream of Consciousness, able to store one's memories and thoughts in the cells of the body. As long as one survives, none of the cells will die. Elena's body changed as a result of the fusion. Her long blue hair, for starters, gave the impression of swaying waves. Her skin became much more translucent than before. Bubbles could be seen gradually rising beneath her skin as if there was an ocean beneath her skin. Phew! I am finally done. Watson appeared even more tired after fusing with Elena. His lips were cracked and dry. Fafner could no longer keep it together at that point. Watson, my family members have all tested, and there are no problems, she said as she approached Watson. Now it's my turn. Fafner could not help but fantasize because her family members had all risen to the level of a peak diamond tier dragon king like her with Watson's help. What level would she reach with Watson's assistance? Will she reach the starlight tier and become a being comparable to the dragon god? I'm sorry, Lady Fafner. Just now, I was about to use up all the energy in my body because of Miss Elena and the others. I can't help you increase your strength today, I can only do it the next time. Watson, what did you say? Fafner widened her eyes as if she could not believe it. Watson could only repeat what he had just said. He did not need to use energy to use the fusion system, but he would need to expend a large amount of his energy to get the dragon clones. Upgrading the three-headed dragon to a dragon king would expend all the energy in his body. If he wanted to upgrade Fafner, who was originally the dragon king, he would need to use even more energy. Watson, there is a limit to how much strength you can give the dragons? Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing how easily you turned Sebastian into a dragon comparable to a dragon king, I thought there was no limit to how much strength you can give us. Rem snorted. Watson could only smile wryly. Miss Rem, do you think such a thing is possible? Anyone who wants power has to pay the price. There's no free lunch in this world. Don't you think it would be too wonderful if we could turn all the dragons into dragon kings so easily? Watson, that's what you meant when you wanted to sign the contract with us in the beginning. But since you helped me to become a dragon king, I won't pursue the matter anymore. I did not expect that you would lose your power after helping me and Elena to become stronger. If I had known earlier, I would not have let you help Elena. Instead, I would have let Lady Fafner become stronger. Rem, what are you talking about? Watson helped me first. If someone has to give up their place, then it must be you. You took Lady Fafner's chance to become stronger today. Elena retorted without showing any weakness. Both of you, stop arguing. You are both responsible for this situation. If I didn't allow you to try it first, how would I lose my turn? I want to strangle you two to your deaths. Lady Fafner, don't. Help. It's my fault. Fafner's face was full of resentment as she spoke fiercely. She went behind Rem and Elena and grabbed the two girls with each hand, causing them to beg for mercy in panic. Lady Fafner, I can't increase your strength because I am exhausted. However, if you can provide me with a potion to recover my strength, I can continue to help you increase your strength. Watson was afraid that Fafner would use too much strength and break the necks of the two dragons that he had fused. It would have been a terrible loss. Why didn't you say so earlier? There aren't many other things in the dragon lair, but we have many treasures. I'll go and find them for you now. Fafner threw Rem and Elena onto the ground, turned around, and disappeared. In a short while, Fafner returned with a large number of medicinal herbs in her hands. These herbs are treasures that grow in the lair. Some of them were collected by the dragons. Most of them are gold tier herbs, and a small number of them are platinum tier. Do you think they are enough? Watson at the herbs, there were at least hundreds of herbs on the ground. He was familiar with some of them, such as the 7 treasures glazed ginseng, and some of them he had never seen before. However, the Einherjar's body contained a large amount of knowledge regarding herbs. In addition to the memories left behind by the god of poison, he understood what those herbs were for. Lady Fafner, that herb is the heart of the demonic deep-sea dragon that I painstakingly collected. That is a platinum tier herb. Why did you bring it here? Elena glanced at the herb and suddenly saw a heart the size of a house. There were pitch-black blood vessels wrapped around it. The heart, which had been dug out from a dragon's body, was still beating. It began to wail in pain. That medicinal herb is the divine blood sunflower that I collected. It is also a platinum tier medicinal herb. It is said that the sunflower grew 10,000 years ago and has been tainted with the blood of mythical creatures. Therefore, it can bloom indefinitely. It is the main ingredient that I use to make beauty potions. I am usually reluctant to use it. Rem also recognized some of her medicinal herbs, causing her to show a pained expression. You just became stronger with Watson's help. Now that Watson needs to recover, you should not be stingy. This is how we should treat our guests, right? Fafner said with a fake smile. At least remove the divine blood sunflower. That flower is only useful for beauty. It won't have any effect on Watson's recovery, Rem muttered softly. After noticing Fafner's cold glare, she decided to keep quiet. Thank you, Lady Fafner. These medicinal herbs are enough for me to recover my strength. I can also develop a potion that can help the dragon clan improve their reproduction rate. Watson nodded at Fafner and reached to activate the fusion system on the medicinal herbs in front of him. Congratulations, Master, for fusing a large number of medicinal herbs. You have obtained a diamond tier potion, super reproductive potion. Congratulations, Master, for fusing a large number of medicinal herbs. You have obtained a diamond tier potion, super vitality recovery potion. Diamond tier potion, super reproductive potion. Effect: upon consumption, the reproductive ability will increase by 1,000 times. At the same time, the offspring will inherit part of their parents' abilities and possess diamond tier strength. Additional effect: it can also be used when mixed with water. The effect will be reduced by 100 times. Diamond tier potion, super vitality recovery potion. Effect: after consumption, the energy in the body will be fully recovered and maintained in a full state for an entire day. It is effective against elites below the starlight tier. Following the fusion, two types of potions appeared in Watson's hands. One was a dark green potion that was filled with the aura of life. Balls of light in the shape of tadpoles moved in the potion, like little elves that symbolized life. The other potion was also dark green, but it was slightly different. The potion was full of bubbles and looked like a volcano erupting. It looked powerful, and one could see the color of blood in it. Watson, what are those in your hands? As Watson waved his hand, the potion on the ground disappeared and turned into two similar but completely different potions. That is the reproduction potion that I promised you. It can be mixed into water, allowing the dragons to increase their reproductive ability by 10 times after taking it. It also allows the offspring to have more powerful strength. If you drink the potion as is, it can increase your reproductive ability by 1,000 times. At the same time, your offspring will be diamond tier. Watson handed the first potion to Fafner as he looked at her. As for how to use that potion, that will depend on you. As for the second potion, it's a recovery potion. As long as I drink, my strength will remain in a full state. In other words, my strength will remain full for an entire day. As long as I'm fast enough, it's not impossible for me to raise the strength of all the dragons here. What? Watson, aren't the effects of the potions you created too strong? What level are these potions? They're both diamond tier potions. Diamond tier. Fafner gasped. She thought she had forced Watson into signing a treaty with her. However, after seeing Elena and Rem become stronger, she was shaken, especially when she saw the potions. The medicinal herbs that she had brought were only a fraction of her collection, and there were thousands of dragons there. Usually, those medicinal herbs could only be used by dragons like Rem to make cosmetic potions and other trash, but those medicinal herbs could play a real role in Watson's hands. A potion that could allow a diamond tier elite to maintain their energy all day long, allowing them to release attacks for a day continuously. What kind of concept was that? Watson's reproductive potion was already very heaven-defying. It could increase their reproduction rate by 1,000 times. If a dragon could only give birth to a youngling in 100 years, there would be 1,000 dragon younglings after consuming that potion. Furthermore, those younglings would have diamond tier abilities. What kind of concept was that? The two potions that Watson had developed were even more attractive to Fafner than directly increasing the strength of her fellow dragons. They could ensure the dragon clan's future with those two potions. They would be even more powerful if Watson had access to more medicinal herbs. It was simply unimaginable. After visiting the Holy Dragon Kingdom, Fafner had always been shocked by the powerful strength displayed by the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The sudden rise of the human kingdom had worried her. However, she realized that she did not need to worry at all. The reason the Holy Dragon Kingdom could become so powerful was not because of King Landar III but because of Watson. Watson was a genius who could change a kingdom, or even the entire world, by himself. At that moment, Fafner firmly believed that. She took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. Fafner said, "Watson, that fertility potion, I'll try it on the dragons later. Right now, there are pregnant dragons in the lair. As for the other potion that you've developed, you can use it. Then, you can raise the strength of all the dragons in the lair." "No problem." So, Watson took the potion and quickly recovered all his strength. He began to fuse and transform every dragon in the dragon lair. After a short while, the entire dragon lair was in an uproar. "I've advanced to the peak of the diamond tier. Originally, I was only a platinum tier dragon, but now, I have the strength of a dragon king." "Don't shout. Who here doesn't have the strength of a dragon king? It's a pity some of us had left with the dragon knights. If they knew that we had advanced to a level comparable to the dragon kings, they would probably bang their heads against the wall in regret. Well, it's their fault for not having a vision. Dragon Knight of the Holy Dragon Kingdom? They are nothing compared to young Master Watson." When young Master Watson arrived, I noticed that he was different from the others. Although he looks like a human, he is clearly a higher tier life form completely different from humans. It is not too bad that we didn't believe in him. Keep bragging. If you could tell that young Master Watson is extraordinary the first time you met him, you would have already gone up and fussed over him. However, I do agree with one of your points. Young Master Watson is different from other ordinary humans, indeed. How could ordinary humans have the ability to turn a platinum tier dragon into a dragon king? The lair was filled with compliments and praises for Watson. Regardless of whether it was because they instinctively treated Watson as their master after the fusion or because they wanted to protect the dignity of the dragon race, Watson had become an existence comparable to a god in the eyes of the dragons at that moment. While the dragons praised Watson, he was standing on the rock wall at the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was a dragon, its entire body was red. The dragon's belly looked a little swollen, and it was lying lazily on the ground. It looked like it had been pregnant for a long time. Besides the golden flash and charcoal, Fafner was also standing with Watson. At that moment, Fafner, the golden flash, and charcoal were all fused by Watson with the ancient dragon life forms copied from the Book of Wisdom. The golden flash and charcoal had evolved into the Diamond Star Dragon and the Death Omen Star Dragon, respectively. They had become peak diamond tier dragons with strength comparable to a dragon king. Meanwhile, Fafner had also completed her evolution. Originally, Fafner was a peak diamond tier fire dragon. After the fusion, her strength had evolved to starlight tier, becoming the Sun Divine Dragon. At that moment, Fafner was already almost a dragon god. After the fusion, the light emitted from Fafner's body had even suppressed the sun in the sky, turning the entire dragon lair into ashes. Fortunately, Fafner had quickly suppressed the power in her body, containing it to the peak of the diamond tier. That was why the lair was not destroyed in an instant. At the same time, after Fafner had upgraded to starlight tier, a repulsive force suddenly emerged as if it wanted to expel Fafner out of the world. Fortunately, Watson had managed to react in time. He separated a poison that could weaken his strength and injected it into Fafner's body. Only then did the repulsive feeling disappear. However, according to Fafner, that was only temporary. She knew that she did not have much time left in the world. It would not have been more than 10 years or even shorter. 10 years. That was a very short time for a dragon like Fafner. After witnessing the Fafner's evolution to Starlight Tier, Watson finally understood why ancient Starlight Tier elites would tear the world apart in battle. At the same time, he also understood why the world would reject Starlight Tier elites. They were too powerful. With a single move, they could break through the world's barrier. The world only wanted to protect itself out of instinct. Unless they were like Seti, who had taken over someone else's body, or Nia, who was the reincarnation of the child of God with a lower-level body, they would not be able to stand in that world. Watson had always upgraded buildings or items to Starlight Tier. That was the first time he had upgraded a person to Starlight Tier. He realized that the two were completely different. Whether it was items at the peak of the Starlight Tier or just the Starlight Tier, they would not be rejected by the world. After all, no matter how powerful an item was, if no one used it, it would not cause damage. However, living beings were different. Even though it was a pity that Fafner would have to leave that world in 10 years, it was enough for her. Understanding the situation with Fafner's upgrade to Starlight Tier will be of great help to me when I upgrade to Starlight Tier in the future, Watson muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the pregnant dragon on the ground in the cave. However, I will need at least a few years to advance to Starlight Tier. The most important thing now is to give that dragon a potion that can increase her reproductive ability and see the effect. Chapter 455, The Dragon King's Meeting. Watson, let me introduce you. That dragon's name is Rosalia. She is one of the pregnant dragons in our lair. She has been pregnant for 9 years and 6 months. In a few more months, she will be in labor. A typical dragon's gestation period lasts about 10 years. It was distinct from humans. Fafner introduced Watson to the red female dragon lying in the cave's mouth, pointing to her. Watson had helped her to achieve Starlight Tier, even though her strength had been forced to drop to peak Diamond Tier due to the poison Watson used, but her life form was already very different from the usual dragon. She had become a god. Even as a dragon king, she had never considered becoming a god because the entire dragon race had only one dragon god in its thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. However, with Watson's assistance, she had easily done so, for which she was extremely grateful. Lady Fafner, Rosalia said. When Fafner introduced Rosalia, she was not sitting idle in the cave's interior. She struggled to her feet and lowered her massive dragon head as if she wanted to bow to Fafner. However, Fafner had already reached out to stop her before she could finish her actions. Rosalia, you are currently expecting a child. There is no need for you to bow. Fafner looked at Watson as she spoke. The rest is up to you, Watson. Watson nodded. He approached Rosalia, holding the super reproductive potion that could increase fertility. Rosalia was unafraid as she sensed Watson's approach. Instead, she appeared nervous. Watson's performance in the Dragon Knight's election, combined with the heroic feat of assisting the Dragon clan in the lair to advance to Sovereign Tier, had caused quite a commotion in the lair. Despite the fact that Rosalia did not go out, she was confident that Watson would not harm her. This potion, Miss Rosalia, has the ability to increase your fertility. After taking it, your pregnancy will improve. Give it a shot. Rosalia was silent for a moment after she took the potion with her massive dragon claw. She stuffed the potion into her mouth while Fafner and the others looked on. How is it, Rosalia? Do you feel anything? Fafner's eyes flitted nervously as she inquired. Despite Watson's extraordinary abilities, Fafner was still concerned. That was also why she did not just drop the potion into the water. Instead, she let Rosalia have a go first. If there were any issues with putting it in the water, they would be difficult to resolve. It would be preferable first to find someone to test it. Furthermore, that potion had the potential to increase a dragon's fertility by 1,000-fold. The effect would be significantly reduced if it was diluted. It would have been better to give it to a single dragon. In response to Fafner's inquiry, Rosalia's massive dragon head swayed left and right, mumbling, "I feel great. My body has been bothering me for several years, and I get tired easily. It has been a long time since I have felt this relaxed. My body weighs as little as a feather." A muffled sound came from under Rosalia's body as she spoke. A massive dragon egg appeared out of nowhere beneath her slender dragon tail. The dragon egg had golden scales and appeared to be very hard. The dragon egg shook violently after landing on the ground. Cracks appeared on its surface soon after. A dragon, the size of a mucus-covered human, crawled out of the eggshell and quickly ate it. On the body of that little dragon, a diamond tear aura appeared. Its body grew slightly larger, and red appeared on its golden scales. Flames erupted from the cracks. Rosalia had been expecting for a long time. When the dragons were on the verge of giving birth, Watson's potion stimulated them, causing them to begin giving birth early. That little dragon has the appearance of a diamond tier sacred fire razorback. An adult sacred fire razorback can summon flames that can burn through anything. At the same time, the barb-tipped scales on its back can withstand most attacks. I was not expecting Watson's potion to have such an immediate effect. That little dragon is also at diamond tier. As Watson stated, the potion he created can not only increase fertility but also strengthen the dragons. When she saw the dragon appear in front of her, Elena could not help but exclaim in surprise. Rem was a little more cautious. "We only saw one dragon," she said. Rosalia had been pregnant for quite some time, so it is not surprising that she gave birth to a dragon egg. Furthermore, Rosalia's partner is a powerful diamond tier dragon, so giving birth to a diamond tier little dragon is natural. That appears to be unrelated to Watson's potion, which is at its normal level of production. "Watson, it appears that the potion is not as potent as you claimed." Fafner could not help but turn her head and look at Watson with dismay. "Do not worry, wait a second. The show has only just begun." Watson smiled confidently. Another popping sound came from beneath Rosalia's body as he spoke. Golden dragon eggs appeared one after another. Each of those golden dragon eggs was the size of a full-grown dragon. When they hit the ground, they shattered, and the sacred fire razorbacks crawled out one by one. Several dozens of sacred fire razorbacks appeared on the ground soon after, and the number was still growing. "What is going on?" Rosalia stared blankly at the little dragons. She was utterly unconcerned. Her body felt warm, as if she wanted to close her eyes and sleep. Typically, a dragon's birth was difficult and painful, and it was usually good enough to give birth to one dragon egg. However, she continued to lay eggs. It was as if she had been consuming food. Not only was she stunned, but everyone else in the room was as well. "Is that a birth? I have a feeling that even if we used magic to replicate those dragons, the speed would not be as fast," Elena muttered. "That is Father's power. What is the point of being surprised?" The golden flash and charcoal appeared calm, but the surprise in their eyes betrayed them. Hundreds of little dragons crawled out from under Rosalia while everyone was stunned. After eating the eggshells, the little dragon grew quickly, expanding from 1 meter to 10 meters in length. Hundreds of little dragons measuring more than 10 meters long occupied the nest, which quickly became overcrowded. "Quick, Elena, Rem, get those dragons out of there." Fafner made a quick decision to relocate the newborn dragons. That would keep too many dragons from occupying the cave and causing it to collapse. Rosalia's labor was done in about 10 minutes. 1,000 diamond tier dragons had appeared. Some of the diamond tier dragons were prostrating themselves beside Rosalia in the cave. They rubbed against her body. Elena and Rem brought some of them out. They practiced flying in circles above the dragon's lair. Rosalia exuded a motherly glow. She spread her wings and flew over the children, stopping to thank Watson. "Thank you so much, Watson. The medicine you gave me was truly miraculous." I was able to give birth to so many healthy dragon babies. Nothing made a mother happier than seeing her children grow up healthily. You flatter me, Miss Rosalia. I only did something insignificant, Watson said. Lady Fafner, something terrible has happened. Elena, who had just left the cave, said at that moment. All the dragons in the lair went insane after learning that Watson's super reproductive potion had caused Rosalia to give birth to 1,000 dragons. They are rushing over here now, hoping Watson can concoct the same potion for them. The lair is home to nearly 100 pregnant dragons. If they gave birth to 1,000 dragons each, the total number of little dragons would be 100,000. They will not be able to fit in the lair. If we can't fit them, we will have to expand the nesting area. It will not be a big deal. We will let those pregnant dragons give birth for as long as they can. Fafner's eyes glowed. Originally, there were only a few thousand dragons. In comparison to human kingdoms with tens of millions of people, the number was small. However, with Watson's assistance, the number of dragons could grow by 100,000 in a single day. It was still tiny in comparison to the number of humans. However, that was already an unfathomable number. Watson, can you keep making the potion you just made to boost our reproductive ability? Fafner turned her head and asked Watson as if she was thinking of something. Increasing the number of dragons by 100,000 every day was a good idea. Watson had to be able to make potions in a continuous stream. I can keep making potions as long as I have enough raw materials. Excellent. Tell those pregnant dragons, Elena, to take out all the herbs and give them to Watson. Only those who have provided enough herbs will be able to obtain potions. The more herbs they provide, the more likely it is that they will get potions first. After Fafner issued the order, the entire dragon lair welcomed an even more significant change after everyone transformed into a dragon king. Roar! Roar! The little dragons that filled the sky danced in the air. There were a large number of sacred fire razorbacks among those little dragons and many other types of dragons. No matter what kind of dragon they were, they all had a unique characteristic. They emitted a diamond-tier aura. I can't believe that the dragon race can break through to the number of 100,000 in one day, and I was able to witness that scene. It's really an honor. An elderly dragon looked up at the dense crowd of dragons in the sky and could not help but be so excited that tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, the number of dragons seemed to be even more significant than the number of birds that flocked together. In the past, the dragon's wish was to break through to 10,000. For that purpose, the dragon race tried all kinds of methods to increase their fertility, but unfortunately, they did not have any luck. However, all of that was easily resolved in front of Watson. In just a short day, the dragon clan had increased their population by 100,000. If that continued, the dragon clan would become just like humans. It would not be difficult for them to become the biggest race on the continent. With their numbers and powerful strength, they would definitely be able to dominate the world. Thank you, young Master Watson. You are truly the dragon clan's lucky star. Other than the dragon god, young Master Watson has made the greatest contribution to the dragon clan. Even the dragon kings can't compare to him. Just now, I heard Lady Fafner say that he wants to nominate Watson to become the 9th Dragon King. I am the first to agree. I also agree. Even though Watson is a human, he has made a significant contribution to our dragon clan. Even if we treat him as a dragon clan member, there's nothing wrong with that. While the many dragons were chattering, Watson walked out from a cave where a pregnant dragon was located on the rock wall. Looking at the dragon clan, he narrowed his eyes. Well, 100,000 dragons are indeed too crowded. There isn't even a place for the young dragons to stay. Furthermore, it's too noisy to let those dragons fly all over the place. Since I've been chosen to be the leader of the dragon clan, I'll be good to them. Fusion system, activate. Watson extended his right hand toward the dragon lair and the countless barren mountains around it. Congratulations, Master, for successfully fusing the starlight tier building, Divine Dragon Star. The countless barren mountains turned into rays of light and coiled around the dragon lair, causing the entire dragon lair to rise from the ground. It folded and curled in midair, transforming into a shining star that gradually floated into midair. The place where the dragon lair was initially located, there was only a flat land with countless trees. The magical beasts had disappeared in all directions, they were at a loss. The dragon lair was built in a continuous mountain range a few hundred kilometers east of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. That mountain range was known as the Dragon Mountain Range because the shape of the mountain range was like a dragon circling it. In addition to the presence of the dragon clan and many magical beasts in it, that mountain range had always been a famous adventurer's exploration place in the kingdom that was not inferior to the underground maze outside the City of Steel. However, the mountain range that stretched for dozens of kilometers had utterly disappeared, and a shining star had appeared in the sky instead. Starlight Tier Building, Divine Dragon Star. Abilities: Barrier of the Dragon Clan. The main body is made up of stars and separated from the original world. It is a long way from the real world. Only the dragons can go back and forth freely. Boundary removal: the power of the dragons will be liberated. Even if they use the power of the Divine Dragon Star, they will not be expelled from the original world. Summon of the Dragon God: it can consume the power of Divine Dragon Star and summon a Dragon God. The Dragon God can satisfy people's wishes and at the same time contain the power of the Divine Dragon Star. Blessing of the Dragon God: any dragon living on the Divine Dragon Star will receive 3 times the attributes of the previous dragon clan. It will lose the effect after leaving the star. Additional abilities: Planetary Collision, can cause the Divine Dragon Star to fall and cause large-scale damage to the ground, can only be used once per day. Ocean of Gravity, has the ability to control gravity and distort the magical field surrounding the star. Following the successful fusion, Watson looked up toward the sky. There was a shining star above his head. It was hidden behind the blue sky. Countless dragons were floating in the air in a daze, realizing that the dragon lair had disappeared. They were at a loss. At that moment, Watson stomped his feet. Swoosh! With a muffled sound, the stars in the sky were pulled infinitely closer. The dragons instantly felt the changes in their surroundings. They appeared in an endless world with ancient forests that reached the sky. There were also many tall mountains. Most importantly, a transparent barrier could be faintly seen at the top of the world. Behind the barrier was an endless pitch-black starry sky. In the starry sky, clusters of light spots that would light up and then extinguish could be seen everywhere. The eyes of a god were watching everything in the world. It was as if the star was located at the boundary of the original world. Where is this place? Why did we suddenly change our position? It feels like that place is so big, and besides the dragons, we did not sense the aura of any other creatures. Such a big place, 10 million dragons could fit in it, let alone 100,000. Did young Master Watson create this place? After the dragons appeared on the Divine Dragon Star, they looked around in surprise, exclaiming in amazement. Dragons, that is the new home I prepared for you. In the past, dragon lairs were built in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Not only were they monitored by the army of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, but they were also constantly harassed by adventurers. But now, the situation is different. The Divine Dragon Star I created is essentially a star. Right now, we are in the gap between the original world and the world where the gods live. In other words, no matter what you do, no one will disturb you anymore. This is a genuinely free land. Watson opened his arms as he hovered in the sky, speaking with confidence. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the hearts of every dragon. Thank you, young Master Watson, for creating such a place for us. We will never forget your kindness. After the dragons heard Watson's words, they transformed into their human forms and knelt on one knee toward Watson. In the past, due to the scarcity of dragons, they could only occupy places within the human kingdom and sign a non-aggression pact with the humans. The 8 dragon kings ruled over lairs in different places. They were scattered in 5 kingdoms on the continent, including the Holy Dragon Kingdom. They finally had their own territory. That place completely belonged to them, and no one could disturb them. Long live, young Master Watson! More dragons transformed into human forms and knelt toward Watson, expressing the excitement in their hearts. At first, Fafner had invited Watson to the dragon lair because they were greedy for the magical things that Watson had displayed. Then, they had more respect for Watson. At the same time, they were glad that Fafner had invited Watson to the dragon clan. If not for Watson, how could they have seen that scene that they might not even have seen in their dreams? Everyone, don't get excited. Let me show you the specific usage of the Divine Dragon Star. Watson nodded in satisfaction at the grateful words of the dragons. He had created that star to give the dragons enough space to live and make the place where the dragons lived a secret. He wanted to avoid being discovered, just like how he had built Mount Creation at the border, the tower in the City of Steel, and the golden palaces in the ocean. He was preparing to transform that world into his perfect idea. As he spoke, Watson raised a finger toward the dark sky. Divine Dragon Summon. As his voice fell, the night sky that was initially shining with stars suddenly lit up. The stars suddenly shone brightly and outlined in the endless universe, turning into the outline of a giant dragon. The shape of that divine dragon occupied the vision of all the dragons below. Its size was so huge that it exceeded the combined length of several stars. After the unimaginably huge illusion of the dragon race appeared, a vast heavenly voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. I am the Divine Dragon, the guardian of the Divine Dragon Star. I can fulfill your wish. I want a building suitable for the dragons to live in. As you wish, Master. After the Divine Dragon respectfully responded to Watson's words, its body gradually collapsed from the massive starlight. Strands of starlight fell from the night sky and landed on the ground, instantly turning into numerous dazzling temples that shone with the luster of diamonds. Those temples looked golden and radiant from the outside as if they were the residences of gods. They were much better than the caves in the dragon lair. Many dragons were stunned by that. They breathed heavily. After all, if it was not for the lack of space, who would want to live in a small cave? If there were luxurious and spacious houses to live in, who would like to live in a simple home? This is the first ability of the Divine Dragon Star, and that is to summon the Dragon God. The Dragon God can fulfill your wishes and help you resist the enemy. The premise is that you must provide the Dragon God with enough abilities. Next, I want to show you the Divine Dragon Star's second ability, the Ocean of Gravity. You can freely control the gravitational force around you, making the earth rise or fall. You can even distort the gravitational force to hide the ground you are on, just like that. Watson clapped his hands, and the entire Divine Dragon Star immediately erupted with a strong gravitational force. All the dragons felt their bodies sink, and then all the light around them disappeared, turning into darkness. That was because the gravitational force had distorted all the light. In the dark, only the buildings that had just appeared on the star of the Dragon God were emitting light, making it seem completely silent. The feeling of the gravitational distortion only lasted for a few seconds before Watson dispelled it. Those are the two main abilities of the star of the Dragon God. I believe that you have also felt the remaining functions. That is, living here can increase your strength. The strength of each of your dragons is 3 times that of the previous ones. Furthermore, you can freely release your abilities in that area. Even if you temporarily raise your abilities to the Starlight tier, there won't be any problems. Young Master Watson is telling the truth. I feel that my body is filled with power. A single punch can crush a mountain. A muscular dragon held a dragon claw upward. They carried a terrifying power that could crush anything. Fafner's eyes lit up. It's okay to display the power of the Starlight tier here? Let me try. As she spoke, her body suddenly expanded from the human form of a young girl to become a divine dragon made of flames. Countless flames appeared in the pitch-black night sky. In those flames were the same as the starlight that had just formed the divine dragon in the endless night sky. They were connected and occupied the entire universe. A huge dragon that was burning with flames of unimaginable size appeared. To the naked eye, the huge dragon had 3 eyes and a sun disk on its back. To the naked eye, the sun disk was no different from the real sun. When the fire dragon that covered the starry sky appeared, the temperature of the entire dragon star rose rapidly. The trees in the forest began to burn. Even the hard ground and the palace that had just been built were showing signs of melting. The starlight tier was named so because the elites who had reached that level would be like stars illuminating the world. It was also because, after entering the starlight tier, the power in their bodies would undergo a qualitative change and become comparable to the number of stars. At that moment, because of the advancement to the starlight tier, Fafner had transformed into the divine sun dragon. If she attacked with all her strength, her emitted power would be no different from the actual sun. Obtaining the power of the stars was the difference between gods and humans. Lady Fafner, it's so hot. My body is about to burn. Please don't reveal your true form again. As Fafner revealed the appearance of the divine sun dragon, many dragons' scalps were on fire. The chaotic cries caused Fafner to retract her true form in the sky and return to the appearance of a human girl. The dragons were all peak diamond tier dragons because of Watson's help. However, in front of Fafner, they were like ants. There was an insurmountable gap between the gods and the dragons. Watson, you have done so much for the dragons. How can I thank you? After transforming, Fafner wrapped her arms around the back of her head and came to Watson's side with a relaxed expression. She had been suppressing her power to avoid being excluded from the world after entering the divine tier. However, there was no such restriction on the divine dragon star. She had just revealed a little bit of her power. Seeing the awe-inspiring eyes of many of her fellow dragons, she felt very pleased. Lady Fafner, you only need to fulfill your promise and summon the Dragon Kings over. Then, you can recommend me to become a Dragon King, Watson responded with a smile. Just that request? Fafner was a little surprised. After a moment, she nodded. All right, I promise you. I'll contact the Dragon Kings right now and ask them to hurry over. But Watson, with my current strength and the strength of the other dragons, I think I can already defeat the world. Why do you need other Dragon Kings? For me, it's not enough to do just that. Watson shook his head and recalled what his future self had said when he fought Nia. His real enemy was the Thorn Empire, and he only had 3 years left. Therefore, he had to maximize the power he could control. Since he could create 8 starlight tier dragon gods, it would be too much of a loss if he could only create 1. That was not only for the challenges in the future but also to defeat King Landar III. Fafner did not quite understand Watson's answer, but she still followed Watson's idea and passed the information to the other Dragon Kings. There was a unique way for dragons to receive news from the dragon language magic passed down from generation to generation. No matter how far away a dragon was, they would be able to receive it. At that moment, in the Winter Nation, many kilometers away from the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The capital of the Winter Nation was known as the location of the Holy Land of Ice and Snow. Your Majesty, after the tireless efforts of the various healers in the capital, the symptoms of the citizens killing people in a frenzy have been alleviated. In a palace made of ice in the Holy Land of Ice and Snow, the Queen of the Winter Nation, Gustav IV, was wearing a pure white, transparent dress. She cast her gaze on the minister kneeling on the ground. Gustav was the name of the Winter Nation's royal family, so the Winter Nation was also known as the Kingdom of Saint Gustav. However, most of the world knew them as Winter Nation. Empress Gustav IV was a gorgeous woman. Her silver white hair was tied up high, and she wore a crystal crown on her head. Her sky blue eyes were like an ice lake that would not melt. Even though she was almost 50 years old, there was not a single wrinkle on her face. I understand now. Some time ago, countless blood swords suddenly appeared in the kingdom. Those blood-colored blades are obviously from foreign attacks. According to my understanding, out of the 5 kingdoms on the continent, the only ones that can do that are the Holy Dragon Kingdom. They worship the 7 gods and the war-loving Thorn Empire. First of all, excluding the empires that do not have any conflicts with us, the only suspect left would be the Holy Dragon Kingdom. There is a god, Ares, who rules over wars and bloodshed among their 7 gods. Empress Gustav spoke slowly, her voice was clear. We thought so too, Your Majesty. The Holy Dragon Kingdom should have been in danger from us after the collapse of the Dragonspine Snow Mountain. It's fine if they aren't worried, but they even dare to take the initiative to attack, which gives us an excuse to attack them in return. I suggest that we send troops to the Holy Dragon Kingdom's northern border and take the border first. We don't have to take the border. I heard that the border count doesn't have a good relationship with the king of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Maybe we can rope in the border count and deal with the royal family together. The border count does have a conflict with the king of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, but that is a matter of their kingdom. It doesn't mean that he will help us. It's better to send troops to occupy the border first. The envoys and Her Royal Highness have yet to return, and we have had no news from them. Either they have met with an accident, or the Holy Dragon Kingdom has discovered them. Perhaps the Holy Dragon Kingdom will launch a strike against us because of that. No matter what, we have to send troops to bring Her Royal Highness back and ensure her safety. Looking at the ministers' discussions below the stage, Empress Gustav IV tapped her chair with her fingers with a calm expression. When the ministers were almost done discussing, she sat up straight and said, I have already understood everyone's thoughts. Sending troops to the Holy Dragon Kingdom is inevitable, but we don't have to rush to attack them. Just this morning, I received a letter from the Elven Kingdom. The Elven King has already left the Forest of Eternity with his army. He will probably arrive at the southern border in a few days. Why don't we take advantage of the time when the Elven Kingdom and the Holy Dragon Kingdom are at war to invade the border and make the Holy Dragon Kingdom suffer from enemies on both sides? Your Majesty is wise, indeed. After Empress Gustav IV voiced out her thoughts, the ministers immediately complimented her. Is there anything else you wish to report? There's one more thing, Your Majesty. Just now, someone saw many giant dragons soaring into the sky in the northern ice field. They were heading toward the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The dragons went to the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Empress Gustav frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. Every kingdom had a dragon lair. That was where the dragons lived, but not all lairs would sign contracts with humans. The only dragon lair in the world that signed a contract was the lair controlled by Fafner, located in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The dragons were divided into pro-human and anti-human factions. Fafner was the representative of the pro-human faction. Generally speaking, anti-human dragons lived in places with terrible conditions to avoid being disturbed. Only pro-human dragons would live in the kingdom. That was also why Empress Gustav had been willing to negotiate with Fafner in the early years, even though there were dragons in the northern ice field. The Dragon King that controlled the dragon lair in the northern ice field was known as the Ice River Dragon King. Any existence that tried to enter his territory would be mercilessly frozen into ice cubes. The dragons in the ice field are moving out collectively toward the Holy Dragon Kingdom. What does that mean? Too many things have happened in the Holy Dragon Kingdom recently. There seems to be a pair of invisible hands controlling everything. It gives me a bad sign. Tapping her fingers on the chair, Empress Gustav IV raised her head. Her sky-blue eyes looked at an unknown place with deep emotions rolling within. On the other side, in the direction of the Forest of Eternity in the south, an elven army of more than 100,000 elves was quietly crossing mountains and ridges, arriving at the southern border of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Everyone, put in more effort. As long as we cross that southern forest that blocks us, we will arrive at the Holy Dragon Kingdom. An elf general took the bow and arrow from his back and wiped it, cheering the soldiers on. Previously, our elf race has been harmed by the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Even our precious Lady Avril died tragically because of their king. Now, it's finally time for revenge. Take down the Holy Dragon Kingdom and kill all the people in the kingdom. From now on, the world will belong to the elven race. The elves raised the longbows on their backs and shouted. Among the elves, the elf king stood in the central area. Beside the king was a beautiful woman wearing a green robe with 2 curved dragon horns on her head. That woman was wearing a robe made of leaves. Her long green hair gave off a natural aura. At that moment, the woman was looking around and said, with some emotion, "Elf King, in order to ask me to help, you are willing to spend the water from the spring of life. You even gave the water to your soldiers. For an immortal army of 100,000 elves, you almost dried the spring of life. Is it worth it?" The Elf King's face was a little twisted at those words. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "It's worth it. As long as we can kill the king of the Holy Dragon Kingdom and destroy the Holy Dragon Kingdom, everything is worth it." The elves had always guarded the spring of life, which did not bring us wealth. It's better for me to use water from the spring of life on the soldiers and risk my life, even if that is a decision that goes against our ancestors. "As you wish," the beautiful woman replied perfunctorily. "As one of the 8 dragon kings, I am the one who controls the forest. With the amount of water from spring of life that you gave me, I will give you the support of 100 dragons. That should be enough to wipe out a human kingdom, right?" "Thank you, Forest Dragon King. That amount is enough." The Elf King spoke confidently. He had already sent a message to the Winter Nation a few days ago. Calculating the time, the Winter Nation should have received it. The Winter Nation was closer to the north of the kingdom. If he attacked then, it should be around the same time as the Elven Kingdom. If the Winter Nation were to play tricks and attack slowly, he would not be afraid. With the dragons and the immortal Elven army, he would be able to occupy most of the Holy Dragon Kingdom's territory. By then, it would be too late for the Winter Nation to react. "No matter what, I won't lose out because my plan is perfect." A smile appeared on the Elf King's lips. He was already fantasizing about taking down the Holy Dragon Kingdom and seeing King Landar III begging for forgiveness in front of him, the scene of the elves becoming the rulers of the world. At that moment, the Forest Dragon King standing beside him suddenly changed her expression and interrupted his thoughts. "Elf King, I'm sorry. I just suddenly received a message from Dragon King Fafner from the Holy Dragon Kingdom. She has something very important to discuss with me. It seems that I have to leave." "What's the important thing?" "I won't let you miss our battle with the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Forest Dragon King, I've given you the water of the spring of life." The Elf King looked nervous as he saw the Forest Dragon King wave her hand carelessly. "Don't worry. With the speed of your soldiers, it will take at least 3 days, or even longer, even if they want to cross the forest that is full of magical beasts. That's enough for the dragons to fly back and forth to the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry. Since I've promised you, I won't go back on my word. The dragons are creatures that keep their promises. I'll rush back before the battle begins." After saying that, the Forest Dragon King spread 2 wings made of leaves on her back and flew into the air. Hundreds of dragons disguised as human figures followed her into the air and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 456, Transforming into a Chaos Dragon. "Watson, the news has been spread. According to the speed, it will take about a day for all the Dragon Kings to reach the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Are you waiting here or returning to the capital?" "If you want to return to the capital, I can send you back now," Fafner said. Watson said, "I'll stay here for a day. After all, I have nothing to do now that I've returned to the capital. Furthermore, I can help to build this place better if I stay." "It's great that you can stay. Actually, I think so too. In that case, let's begin." Fafner heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Watson would want to return to the capital. After seeing Watson's ability, she was a little worried that letting Watson return to the kingdom would make the Holy Dragon Kingdom stronger. In her opinion, as long as she had Watson, they would have the ability to dominate the world. It was better to leave such mighty power in the hands of the dragons than to hand it over to others. As for the treaty she had signed with the Holy Dragon Kingdom, that treaty had initially made her feel very uncomfortable. However, she no longer cared about the contents of the treaty. A mere treaty was nothing compared to Watson. As long as they used Watson to obtain enough resources, would they be afraid of a mere human kingdom? The last time I went to the Holy Dragon Kingdom, I was intimidated by the human king. This time, I won't go again. It should have been my turn. If the human king knew that I had advanced to the starlight tier, I wonder what his expression would be like. Fafner narrowed her eyes as a smile formed on her lips. She could already imagine the scene where King Landar III was shocked by the change in her strength. Perhaps he would pee in his pants. Master Watson, let's go. I'll introduce you to everyone in our dragon clan and ask them to hand over all the treasures and medicinal herbs they have. You can take a look at what you can fuse and create. Having made up her mind to get Watson to do a little more work for her before the other dragon kings arrive, Fafner left with Watson. At the same time, at the Royal Academy in the Holy Dragon Kingdom's capital. Phew, I've finally returned to the academy. I'm so tired. I've been on the dragon all the way. My butt feels so uncomfortable. As expected, becoming a dragon knight is not as wonderful as I imagined. One by one, the students got off the dragon. Some held their butts, while others rubbed their sore shoulders and grimaced. However, when they saw the other students in the academy looking at them with envy, they endured the pain and leaned against the dragon with their heads held high, as if they were generals returning with victory. Since Watson was not by their side, they could easily forget everything that had happened in the dragon lair. They could show off in front of those who did not know. The older dragon knights saw through the childish thoughts of those young ones and did not say anything. They stood at the side with a solemn expression. Captain, we have successfully completed the recruitment process for the dragon knights. Should we go and report to His Majesty? A dragon knight asked the captain. Before the captain could speak, Julius, the vice-captain, said, "Let me report to His Majesty about that matter. I have memorized the information of all the students and their dragons." "That's fine." The captain nodded. He watched Julius leave. After he left, a member beside him suddenly lowered his voice. He looked unhappy. "Captain, Julius' performance in the dragon lair was quite poor. He opposed the kingdom's strongest genius, Watson, and he even ridiculed him. In the end, his dragon was almost taken away by Watson, and he lost all respect as a dragon knight. Why did you let him report to His Majesty?" "That's right, Captain. Reporting to His Majesty is a good job. After all, our mission for that time has been completed. Perhaps His Majesty will reward those who report to him." The dragon knights were all talking at once. Their words were filled with dissatisfaction toward Julius. Not only were they dissatisfied with what Julius had done to Watson, but they were also dissatisfied with what Julius had done after obtaining the purple lightning dragon. His increasingly proud attitude toward them was as if he had already regarded himself as the number one person in the Dragon Knights. If Julius wants to go, then let him go. After all, his previous dragon was killed by someone. He is also very sad. We can see this as compensation to him. Captain. There's no need to say any more. Captain, you're really a good person. As for whether Vice-Captain Julius will be able to appreciate your kindness or not, it's up to him. The Dragon Knights dispersed as they discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, the new Dragon Knights were surrounded by many students, asking about what they saw in the Dragon Lair. When I was in the Dragon Lair, I did not see a sleeping bag dragon that was completely compatible with me. It floated toward me on its own and completely stuck to my body. I wonder what kind of magic power I have that makes it so obsessed with me. The one who spoke the loudest was Casey. But your dragon looks so weak and small. It can't be compared to other people's dragons at all. Someone raised a question, which made Casey's eyes widen in dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? I'm telling you that the sleeping bag dragon is much more powerful than you think. If it revealed its full form, it would scare you to death. And let me tell you another secret. When I was in the dragon lair, it wasn't just the sleeping bag dragon. The other dragons were also very fond of me. Several dragons almost gave up their original masters and fell into my arms. For example. Can you listen carefully? What's with the questions? Lana was holding a parasol not far away from Casey. When she saw her brother's expression, she could not help but shake her head. It seems like my brother is proud because he obtained a dragon. It's a pity that I did not get a dragon as well. He's weak, but my brother's luck is really enviable. As Lana spoke, she looked at the two dragons that were bickering not far from her. They were of different colors but had powerful auras. That made Lana look even more envious. She did not have any talent for cultivation. She was able to advance to gold tier because of Watson's sun and moon fruits. She dismissed the idea after giving it some thought. Even if she could get a dragon, she would not be able to train under the sun like other dragon knights. Perhaps the reason she could not get a dragon was the sunlight sickness. Miss Charlotte, Miss Lily, where is young Master Watson? While she was thinking, Nia walked past her and asked Charlotte and Lily. Charlotte and Lily, who were quarreling, looked at each other with a strange expression. Watson stayed with the Dragon King, Fafner. He won't be back for some time, Christina said, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. A muscular man with a stone mask on his face was beside her. What did young Master Watson do? Why would he stay there? Is he trapped? Does he need my help? Nia looked a little anxious, and a dangerous aura emanated from her body. That aura made the man with the stone mask beside Christina take 2 steps backward and assume a defensive stance, murmuring in a low voice, "What a powerful aura! I did not expect to see such a powerful existence other than Watson." "Miss Nia, you don't have to worry. I can explain in detail what happened in the dragon lair. Do you want to come to the Sword Saint's courtyard later? Let's have a cup of tea and have a chat. Charlotte, Lily, and Miss Lana, if you have nothing else to do, let's go to the Sword Saint's courtyard together." "Thank you for your offer, Miss Christina. I happen to be thirsty." Lana agreed with a smile. Even though she did not have the chance to go to the dragon lair, she could listen to Christina's description. Perhaps she would hear something interesting. After all, the Dragon King had sent the others away. She must have wanted Watson because he had done something. On the other hand, in the royal palace, Julius stood in front of the empty hall. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." He knew that there was a problem with King Landar III. People who came to visit could only stay outside the door. If they entered the door, they would be severely punished or even lose their lives. At that moment, there was no echo from the house after his voice fell, which made him fall into deep thought. He rushed to report to King Landar III because he wanted to take credit and because he wanted to tattle on Watson. He had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others because of Watson in the dragon lair. If others were to tell on him, he would be punished for dereliction of duty. It would be different if he were to do it himself. He could distort what Watson had said to make His Majesty hate Watson. Having made up his mind, Julius was thinking about how to frame Watson. At that moment, he heard a dignified voice coming from the room. "Come in." Holding his breath, he pushed open the door and walked into the hall. It was an office. King Landar III was wearing a formal suit and sitting behind the desk, his fingers pinching the space between his eyebrows. It seemed like he was just correcting the pile of documents in front of him. After entering, Julius did not dare to look around. He immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty." That was the first time he met the king alone. King Landar III's appearance stimulated his skin, causing goosebumps to appear. "Get up. You said that you had something to report." Tell me. Is the Dragon Knight's recruitment process over? Yes, Your Majesty. We now have 100 Dragon Knights. Not only that, I have also received a Diamond Tier Purple Thunder Dragon. The students and dragons who received a dragon include. Julius was about to recite the names of the students and the dragons when he was interrupted impatiently by King Landar III with a wave of his hand. All right, don't talk about those useless things. Is Watson back? Your Majesty, Watson is not back yet. What did you say? King Landar III put down the document in his hand and stood up abruptly from where he was. His eyes were fixed on Julius. That gaze reminded Julius of the fear he felt when he faced the magical beast for the first time when he was young. His head drooped involuntarily. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Why was the king so surprised by the news? He suppressed his discomfort. Julius said, Your Majesty, that is correct. Watson is not back yet. After the dragon selection process, the Dragon King, Fafner, invited him to stay. She had something to say to him. I don't know what it was, but she insisted on going behind our backs. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think Watson has any intention of staying with us. I also don't know if that so-called strongest genius in the kingdom has any special intentions toward the Dragon clan. Adding fuel to the fire, Julius briefly explained what had happened in the Dragon Lair. He schemed over the matter of him targeting Watson and only emphasized that Watson had shown off his fusion magic in front of the Dragon clan. When King Landar III heard his words, his expression was ugly. The more he listened, the darker his face became. Julius did not care about that. Instead, he felt like King Landar III was dissatisfied because of Watson's various actions. That was why he had such an expression. Julius, you are the Dragon Knight's vice-captain, right? That's right, Your Majesty. I am the vice-captain. From now on, you are no longer the vice-captain. Your Majesty, are you planning to promote me? Julius' eyes lit up. He knew that there would be benefits in reporting to His Majesty. It had not been in vain for him to put in so much effort to discredit Watson. Promotion? Do you think that what you did in the Dragon Lair warrants a promotion? I have a few questions that I want to ask properly. The first question is that you said that Watson deliberately showed off the fusion magic in the Dragon Lair and fused many good things to steal other people's dragons. Then why was your dragon not taken away? You said Watson was disloyal to the kingdom and secretly wanted to discuss some bad things with the dragons. If that's the case, why didn't you bring Watson back? You knew that Watson would not discuss good things with the dragons, yet you deliberately left Watson there. What are you trying to say? Your Majesty, Julius broke out in cold sweat, and his lips trembled, unable to speak. I hate liars the most. Seeing that you have committed a crime for the first time, I can let it go this time. But you must bring Watson back, right now. I will go with you. If you can't bring Watson back, then you will be thrown into prison. King Landar III's tone was stern, and his face was full of anger. His words contained a fit of irrepressible rage. He was about to explode. It was not because Julius had deceived him but because Julius had left Watson in the Dragon Lair, and he even came to him to claim credit for his cleverness. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about Watson's ability. There had been so many changes in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, and 90% of the credit was due to Watson. If Watson was left in the Dragon Lair, who knew what earth-shattering changes Watson could help the Dragon clan make? That would make the Dragon clan's power too inflated and disrupt his plans without Watson. Your Majesty, the Dragon Lair is the gathering place of the Dragon clan. There are thousands of giant dragons, and the Dragon King, Fafner, guards it. It would not be good if you went there personally, right? I understood my mistake. Let me gather a team and then get Watson. Julius, didn't you understand what I said? I said I would go over there now. Yes, Your Majesty. Julius trembled and lowered his head in fear. He really did not know what mistake he had made to make King Landar III so angry. He also did not understand why the king was so anxious about Watson. Was Watson so important in King Landar III's heart? Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will summon the purple lightning dragon that I have just obtained and let it lead us to the dragon lair. Julius did not bring his dragon to the palace. He could only let it wait outside the palace. There is no need to go through so much trouble. There is a faster way. Glancing at Julius, King Landar III walked out of the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Julius followed behind him. King Landar III clapped his hands. A few guards came up to King Landar III while carrying a huge radiant throne. King Landar III sat on it. Swoosh! With a muffled sound, a long robe appeared on King Landar III's body. He had a crown on his head and looked like a god. Besides him, 20 soldiers responsible for guarding the palace had appeared. Most of them carried the throne on their shoulders. 2 of the remaining soldiers were separated, one on the left and one on the right, as they grabbed Julius' arms and lifted him. Let's set off for the dragon lair. King Landar III changed into a comfortable position. He did not even look at Julius and gave an order to the God King's army. The soldiers instantly carried the throne and disappeared from where they were. They arrived at the dragon lair, hundreds of kilometers away. At that moment, the numerous mountains around the dragon lair had disappeared, leaving only flat and empty land. Magical beasts were moving through the forest. Floating in the air, King Landar III's expression became more and more unsightly as he watched all of that. He controlled the God King's army to land on the ground. At the same time, Julius was also thrown to the ground. He clutched his throat and began to retch. The God King's army possessed power comparable to that of a god. It only took them a few minutes to reach the original location of the dragon lair by pushing the huge throne. That speed was many times faster than a dragon. Even if he was a dragon knight who had been through hundreds of battles, he could not bear such a fast speed. He felt a little dizzy. Julius, look at this place. That is where the dragon lair was previously located. Did I make a mistake? That's right, Your Majesty. Julius raised his head with difficulty. After looking around, his expression turned from confusion to shock. That should be where the dragon lair was. But where is the dragon lair? Why did it disappear? What's going on? Julius, do you still remember what I said just now? If I don't see Watson after coming here with you, I will punish you severely. Your Majesty, wait, let me look for him. I think the dragon clan might have used magic to hide the lair after we left. Give me a few minutes, and I will definitely find them. Julius stood up shakily, his head full of cold sweat. In his opinion, it was impossible for the dragon clan's lair to disappear into thin air. Since it did not disappear into thin air, it must be something that made him unable to see it. 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes. King Landar III looked at the sun in the sky. A shining star reflected in his eyes. Even though the light of that star only flashed for a moment, the overly bright luster still attracted his attention. While he was observing the sky, Julius had already taken action. Under the threat of death, Julius moved very quickly. He spread his combat aura wings on his back and used the teleportation unique to gold-tier warriors to move in mid-air constantly. With both fists, he smashed combat techniques that contained powerful combat auras onto the ground. While attacking, he was still searching with reddened eyes. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Come out quickly! As he attacked, the trees on the ground broke one after another. The magical beasts that could not dodge in time died too. Even the ground was covered with large pits. In just an instant, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was riddled with holes. Nothing? How could that be? There's nothing in the trees and nothing under the ground. Where are they hiding? The more he attacked, the more anxious Julius became. Finally, when he was feeling frustrated, the voice of King Landar III rang out. Julius, it seems like you could not fulfill your promise. You've lied to me twice in a row. You are really bold. Since that is the case, there's no need to be polite. Your Majesty, please give me another chance. Julius begged for mercy in a panic, but a shining arm penetrated his neck before he could finish his words. Julius saw a soldier from the God King army pull out the arm that was inserted into his neck. That was the last scene he saw in his life. What a waste! But that is just right. I have another body that can allow a god to descend. Since Watson and the Dragon Lair are not here, then it's just as I expected. Watson has done something for them. It's useless to stay here. I can only ask after Watson returns to the royal city. Looking around, King Landar III's expression was unsightly. He used the God King's army to grab Julius' body and quickly turned into a ray of light, returning to the capital. As a peak diamond tier elite, he could not sense where the Dragon clan had gone. That proved that the Dragon clan's lair was very likely to have been moved. He was very unhappy about that, but he had no other choice. He could only wait for Watson to return. Watson's family and friends, as well as his master, were all in the capital. He believed that Watson would not be gone for long. After hearing that Julius had asked Watson to stay in the Dragon clan, he did not intend to let Julius go. Julius would never have thought that he would go to find King Landar III to take credit, that clever action had become the fuse for his death. For a moment, King Landar III came to where the Dragon clan was initially gathered and quickly left. That scene did not alarm anyone except Watson. At that moment, Watson was standing on the divine dragon star. He was slightly relieved. When King Landar III was here, he kept looking at the sky. I thought I had been discovered. Fortunately, as long as the position of the divine dragon star is distorted, even if King Landar III has the help of the gods, he would not be able to discover it. When Watson chose to stay in the Dragon clan, he had already thought that King Landar III would definitely look for him because his power was necessary for King Landar III. As a brilliant and strategic man, King Landar III definitely did not want him to fall into the hands of other races. It was an excellent opportunity to test whether King Landar III could see through the buildings he fused. Fortunately, the king could not. Now, I can relax. Even if I do something amazing on the divine dragon star, King Landar III will not know, Watson muttered, his eyes shining. He was looking forward to the upcoming meeting with the 8 Dragon Kings. On that day, a significant event had happened in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Due to the expansion of the Dragon Knights, King Landar III issued an order to designate that day as the Dragon Knights' anniversary, or Dragon Birthday, and the people in the capital set up lanterns and streamers to celebrate the festival. King Landar III had paid for the money to prepare for the festival. In addition to the festival, King Landar III also announced the establishment of the former vice-captain of the Dragon Knights, Julius, as the new captain of the Dragon Knights, leading the Dragon Knights in training. The Dragon Knights would have to participate in the original course and also undergo training. Of course, more training was not a hardship for those who could become Dragon Knights, but rather a glory. While the Holy Dragon Kingdom was busy celebrating, the Divine Dragon Star also spent a day quietly. With Watson's help, the Divine Dragon Star was completely different from when it had just been built. The place where the original forest used to be had been turned into a playground made of complex branches. A few newborn dragons slid down the wooden slide, having a great time. Next to the original forest was a large group of palaces. Even the surrounding mountains had been changed. The mountains had been hollowed out and injected with a large amount of magma. That place has become a place for many dragons to soak in hot springs. The entire Divine Dragon Star was filled with laughter. Lady Fafner, that potion is called Dragon Blood Boiling Potion. Its effect is to increase the combat strength of the dragons by 10 times in a short period. The effect lasts for a day. However, after using it, the dragon will fall into an anemic state. It is a platinum tier potion. Other than that, there are 5 other platinum tier potions. They are the automatic evolution potion, time freeze potion, super defense potion, super strength potion, and super agility potion. In addition to the 6 platinum tier potions, I have also used the precious herbs you provided to develop 2 diamond tier potions. They are the Dragon Transformation Potion and the Ascension Potion. Watson stood on the highest peak, holding 6 potions and 2 potions in his left and right hands, and showed them to Fafner. That was the result of his one night's work. Together with the Super Reproduction Potion and the potion that could maintain his strength at the diamond tier for 1 day, he had developed a total of 10 potions, and those 10 potions consumed most of the resources that the Dragon Clan had in reserve. I wonder what those potions are for. I don't want to explain too much about the platinum tier potions. For example, the automatic evolution potion can allow creatures to evolve automatically after consuming it. For example, the dragon race is divided into platinum tier and diamond tier dragons. That is determined by bloodline. Some dragons have stronger bloodlines, so they can enter into a stronger tier. However, some dragons have weaker bloodlines, so they may not reach the diamond tier in their lifetime. After consuming the automatic evolution potion, the situation will change. Even dragons with weaker bloodlines have the chance to evolve into pure-blooded dragons. Every time they consume the potion, the dragon will evolve once. However, that kind of evolution is not stable, and the effects are not necessarily the same. There is a possibility that they will gain abilities that are not of much use. As for super dexterity, strength, or defense potions, they can increase agility and other attributes by a large margin for a short period. The range of increase is roughly from platinum to peak platinum. Those are not the main points. The main points are the 2 diamond tier potions in my right hand. As Watson spoke, he raised the 2 potions in his right hand. The first is the Dragon Transformation Potion. After taking that potion, a non-dragon being can transform into a dragon. The type of dragon that the person will become depends on their own luck. It can be a strong dragon race or a weaker one. But overall, it will be a diamond tier dragon. Watson's body immediately changed after he poured the 2 potions into his mouth, which were glittering with gold, occasionally emitting the roar of a dragon, and sometimes transforming into the phantom of a dragon race. Roar. Watson's body suddenly changed. First, his body grew taller, and then green-gray scales emerged from his body. The green-gray scales were suffused with the same color of airflow, then came the wings, tail, and horns of a dragon. In just a few seconds, Watson's body changed from an ordinary human into a dragon that emitted the aura of a diamond tier elite. The appearance of the dragon he transformed into was different from that of a typical dragon. First, there were no eyes on his head. There was only a vertical gap in the middle, followed by the position of the dragon's head. There were a total of 7 dragon horns that coiled around, forming the shape of a crown. There were 3 pairs of wings on Watson's back and 1 vertical wing, forming the 7 wings of a dragon. As he transformed into a dragon, the dragon Watson transformed into roared toward the sky. When the vertical pupil between his brows opened, revealing a gray eyeball without pupils, when that eyeball opened, a gray eye-shaped star suddenly appeared in the sky, overlooking the world. What kind of dragon is that? Fafner looked at everything in front of her in surprise. Compared to the powerful potion Watson created, she was even more confused about Watson's current appearance. She was a divine sun dragon, and after Watson transformed, he was only a diamond tier dragon. However, the aura that he emitted made her feel a trace of fear. The diamond tier dragon, Chaos Dragon. Attribute, Chaos. Abilities, Eye of Chaos. The eye of a Chaos Dragon is connected to the source of chaos. It can extract the power of the source of chaos elemental magic, Draconic Mastery, Draconic magic that controls all elements, world annihilation, using the power of chaos to cause large-scale destruction, form transformation, 6 elemental forms that can transform into the earth, fire, water, wind, light, and darkness, 7-winged crown, obtaining the majesty of the Dragon King for a short period, energy elimination, able to eliminate all power within sight, weakening the effect of power beyond one's own level. Additional ability, 7-day creation, able to transform the body into 7 different dragon species to fight enemies, can only be used once in 7 days. After transforming into a chaos dragon, information about himself surfaced in Watson's mind. The dragon transformation potion was the one he was most satisfied with out of the 10 platinum or even diamond tier potions he had created. That potion was very similar to the blessings of the gods and demons that he had developed, which could turn people into angels. However, it was not as powerful as that potion, which could turn people into diamond tier dragons. Next, I'll try out the abilities of a chaos dragon. The 7 chaos-colored crowns on his head suddenly changed into 7 different colors. The chaos elemental magic source connected to his pupils also changed. The colors of the earth, fire, water, light, and darkness were separated from them. With the appearance of those colors, the dragon Watson had transformed into suddenly shuddered. 6 completely different dragons separated from his body. 6 of them had eyes, and their bodies were full of flames. They were fire elemental dragons that were very similar to Fafner's sun dragon. There was also a water elemental dragon that was surrounded by waves and had a long fish tail. 6 elemental dragons with different attributes, including Watson himself, were 7 diamond-ranked dragons. Each of them had 7 clones. That scene stunned Fafner. Even though the Chaos Dragon is a Diamond Tier dragon, its abilities are not weaker than the peak Diamond Tier Dragon Kings. It could even be stronger than some of the Dragon Kings. Under Fafner's shocked gaze, Watson retracted his dragon form, the 7 giant dragons disappeared, and he returned to his human form. "Watson, how did you do that?" Fafner could not help but ask from the side. "That is my ability as a Chaos Dragon. Using the dragon potion can turn other races into giant dragons, and it can also allow dragons who are not satisfied with their current bloodline to undergo a bloodline conversion." As Watson explained, it had already made Fafner breathe heavily. Other than giving birth, the dragon race had an additional ability to expand its population. It was also abnormal, allowing the dragons to transform their races. That would make the dragon race more diverse. "Watson, that dragon transformation potion is not bad, but it's a pity that it can only convert dragons to diamond tier. Right now, the weakest links in the dragon race are also the dragon kings. It would be great if it could be improved. That potion is useless to you. Your human form is even stronger than your dragon form." Since she had spent a day with Watson and had been watching all the amazing things that Watson had done, the endurance of Fafner's heart had also become stronger. "It doesn't matter. I became a dragon because of the meeting with the Dragon Kings later. If I transform into a dragon, the other Dragon Kings can better recognize my identity. As for the method to improve that potion, it's simple. As long as I combine several dragon transformation potions, I can create a divine dragon transformation potion that can allow people to evolve to the Starlight tier. How many dragon transformation potions do I need to fuse that divine dragon transformation potion?" "About 10. "How many dragon transformation potions are there in the dragon clan now?" "Less than 10. Fafner rolled her eyes at Watson's words. Since there were fewer than 10 dragon transformation potions, Watson's mention of the divine dragon transformation potions made her excited for nothing. She cursed in her heart. She looked at the other potion in Watson's right hand and said, "Watson, I've seen the dragon transformation potion. What kind of potion is that?" "I've just introduced it to you. That is the Ascension potion. Its effect is very simple. I'll give you a simple test." Watson did not wait for Fafner to agree. He directly poured the Ascension potion into his mouth. The Ascension potion was a potion similar to a clock. The liquid formed the dial and the hands of the clock. It kept beating. The potion burst after entering Watson's mouth, quickly turning into a pile of vaporized bubbles and rushing into Watson's body. Boom! With a muffled sound, an aura of the starlight tear suddenly erupted from Watson's body. A series of stars appeared to outline Watson's human form in the night sky where the divine dragon star was located. Watson stretched out his right hand outward and supported the divine dragon star with just one hand. In a short time, the ascension potion could allow a person to advance to the starlight tier and have the strength of a god. Since it is used to raise one's tier, it was still different from a real god. Therefore, one would not be repelled by the heavens and earth. That process could last for about 10 seconds. At that moment, Watson's entire body was glowing, and his hair was standing on end. Powerful energy gushed out from every pore of his body, forming an energy tide. 10 seconds? Fafner clicked her tongue. 10 seconds could turn a person into a starlight tier elite, but even 1 second would have already been heaven-defying. After a few seconds of shock, she came to her senses. Watson, the effects of that precious medicine aren't permanent. It could clearly be explained in a sentence, yet you drank it like that. Aren't you wasting it? How many precious herbs would it take to create that potion to maintain the starlight tier for 10 seconds? Watson had wasted those herbs to demonstrate it to her. Fafner felt her heart bleed. Chapter 457, Dragon Kings in Dispute. What happened? A huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Such an oppressive figure looks pretty similar to Lady Fafner's divine dragon star. Did she reveal her true form again? After Watson consumed the ascension potion and released a power comparable to a god's, the entire dragon race on the divine dragon star was shocked. They all looked up at the sky in surprise. That looks very similar to Lady Fafner's divine sun dragon, but there's a clear difference. It seems like young Master Watson. Did young Master Watson create that? It's possible. Young Master Watson has so many magical techniques that even we can't imagine. It would not be strange if it were young Master Watson. Whether it is or not, let's go and take a look first. Many dragons discussed among themselves and rushed in the direction where Watson and Fafner were. Soon, many dragons gathered around Watson and looked at him curiously. At that time, Watson had just explained the effects of the ascension potion on his body. A dragon asked, "Lady Fafner, what happened to the strange phenomenon in the sky just now? Did young Master Watson cause it?" "You can ask Watson yourself. I don't want to talk now." Watson had wasted a potion that could raise one's strength to the starlight tier for 10 seconds. Fafner looked distressed and waved her hand. The other dragons could only turn their gazes to Watson. "That's right. The abnormality just now was indeed caused by me. I've developed a diamond tier potion that can temporarily raise a person's strength to the starlight tier." A potion that can raise a person's strength to the starlight tier. Is that for real? The dragons who heard that took a deep breath. On the day they had interacted with Watson, they had already seen Watson do many surprising things. However, when they heard Watson's words at that moment, they were still surprised. No wonder Lady Fafner is so unhappy. Master Watson had swallowed a diamond tier potion to demonstrate a point, which made her feel distressed, a dragon said with a strange expression. It was not Fafner's fault that she was feeling distressed. If they were in Fafner's shoes, they would also feel upset. Such a precious potion should be used in a more critical situation and not wasted on a demonstration. It's not a precious potion anyway. It doesn't matter if I waste one. I can still make more. Sensing the thoughts of many dragons, Watson tried to comfort them. If such a heaven-defying potion was not considered precious in Watson's eyes, then what kind of potion was precious to him? Watson's words made the dragons look even more strange. They looked at him as if he was a monster. "That's easy for you to say, Watson. That potion can only be made by the herbs that we accumulated. Even if the dragons have very long lives, we need hundreds or even thousands of years to collect that many treasures, but it still can't withstand your extravagance." Fafner pouted and growled. She could not listen any more. Just as she was about to continue reprimanding Watson, a dragon suddenly flew over from the sky. It landed on the ground and transformed into a human form. It respectfully went up to Fafner and knelt on one knee. Lady Fafner, the dragon kings from the other layers have arrived below the divine dragon star. They can't seem to find our original lair and are in dispute. Should we send someone to get them? The dragon kings have arrived? They are quite fast. They arrived earlier than I expected. Fafner narrowed his eyes. Watson, I will settle the score with you regarding the potion later. Come with me to welcome the dragon kings. Below the divine dragon star, where Fafner's lair had been initially located. What's going on? If my memory is correct, this should be where Fafner's original lair is located. Why is it an empty space? The green-haired forest dragon king and the fantasy dragon king looked around with a frown. They were wearing feathered clothes woven from leaves and had two simple, tree branch-shaped dragon horns on their heads. Forest Dragon King, you're here early. It seems like there's some residual human aura around the lair. There are also some potholes and traces of destruction on the ground, indicating a battle not too long ago. Did Fafner have a conflict with the people from the Holy Dragon Kingdom? She called for us and said that it was urgent. Perhaps she needed help. Not far away from the Forest Dragon King, a handsome young man with white hair and tan skin, exuding a spatial aura and holding two scantily clad dragon girls in his arms. I'm here, he said casually. Light Dragon King, the human undulations and traces of destruction on the ground here are at most platinum tier, and the range is not large. I don't believe that a platinum tier guy could destroy the entire dragon clan. Put away your useless guesses. Glancing at the handsome black-skinned young man who spoke, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across the Forest Dragon King's eyes. The Dragon Clan had 8 Dragon Kings. Those 8 Dragon Kings controlled the 6 elements earth, fire, water, wind, light, and darkness. In addition to forest and death, there were 8 dragons in total. Among them, Fafner was the Dragon King who symbolized the fire element, and the young was the Dragon King who controlled the light element. The Light Dragon King had a lustful personality. He had no less than 1,000 wives, including the wives of various races. His character was not something that the Forest Dragon King, who was a woman, liked. I'm just casually saying a guess. You don't have to be so agitated. You've been in that mood for hundreds of years, and you still don't know how to change. No wonder you're still single. The Light Dragon King raised his eyebrows. He pinched the shoulders of the 2 dragon girls beside him, making them moan. What did you say? You want to fight me? The Forest Dragon King frowned when he heard that. The hundreds of dragons under her command were also in a battle stance. As the Forest Dragon King frowned, the ground began to grow rapidly. At the same time, the trees moved around the Forest Dragon King as if they were endowed with endless vitality. Long time no see, Forest, Light, and you're still irritable. I don't care if you want to fight, but Fafner invited her here. At least make sure Fafner's location is still safe. My time is very precious. It is inviolable. I have very little personal time, so I value it very much. Are you arguing here to violate my interest? While the Forest Dragon King and Light Dragon King were arguing, a few figures appeared in the sky. They were the remaining 5 Dragon Kings. The one who spoke was the one at the front of the 5 Dragon Kings. His face was painted with clown-like makeup. He was a black-haired youth with thick eyeshadow on his eyelids to cover his dark circles. When the black-haired youth spoke, the other Dragon Kings did not interrupt. Forest Dragon King and Light Dragon King also stopped arguing, and a glint flashed in their eyes. That the black-haired young man was the most powerful Dragon King. He held the power of death and omen Nidhogg. In the dragon's known history, Nidhogg was rumored to have lived the longest. It was said that he had participated in the War of the Divine Era 10,000 years ago. No dragon knew why Nidhogg could live so long. However, that did not affect his strength. Nidhogg, we have no intention of violating your rights. We were just joking. The Light Dragon King smiled embarrassedly and carried the two dragon girls away from the Forest Dragon King. The Forest Dragon King only snorted coldly, he did not say anything else. The dragon lair in the Holy Dragon Kingdom has disappeared. This is not the time to joke. If something happens to Fafner due to some force, it will be a cruel blow to the dragon clan. If we want to find her, we might as well try to contact the dragons who had teleported to the lair through the spatial channel a few days ago. Fafner mentioned that she wanted to sign a new contract with the Holy Dragon Kingdom to help the king expand the Dragon Knight Legion to 100 people. Therefore, we have also sent a portion of our clansmen here. The Rock Dragon King, who was in charge of the earth element, spoke slowly. He was a muscular man with bronze skin. 2 days ago, after Fafner and King Landar III signed the contract, they had passed the news to all the dragon clans, asking them to open their lairs, using the dragon totem to record the information of the dragons who were interested in becoming the Dragon Knight's companions in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. All the Dragon Kings knew about that, they just did not understand the specific content of the contract that Fafner and King Landar III had signed. The entire dragon clan only had a few thousand members. Even if the wild dragons who had not joined the lair were included, the number would not exceed 10,000. There were thousands of dragons in Fafner's lair because it included the relatives of the other dragon kings. Typically, they would have a little over 1,000 dragons. Originally, Fafner was talking about signing a contract with the kingdom to solve the problem of the dragon's reproduction rate that has been difficult to solve for thousands of years. She also made a blood oath that the dragons couldn't break during the training. But now it seems that we are very likely to have been deceived by her. Perhaps the contract was only a ruse? Her real goal must have been to steal our dragons and then disappear. The Dark Dragon King, covered in a pitch-black cloak and holding a sickle, had spoken. His deep and hoarse voice was like a chilly wind blowing in the ears of every dragon king. Why don't we just capture the king from the Holy Dragon Kingdom and interrogate him? Let's see what's going on. They, Dragon Clan and the Holy Dragon Kingdom's ancestors have an agreement. We still haven't figured out what happened to Fafner. If we rashly capture the king of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, it will inevitably cause their dissatisfaction with us. If we become enemies with a kingdom, none of us would be able to bear it. Then what do you think we should do? Is there a better way? I just contacted my clansmen, but I can't get in touch with them. Maybe Fafner really used some kind of method to snatch them away. While the Dragon Kings were speaking their own thoughts, the Dragon King, Nidhogg, who symbolized death, suddenly opened his mouth and suppressed everyone's voices. He said, "Be quiet. I can feel Fafner's aura nearby. I can also feel the auras of many dragons. They are very close to us. There is no doubt that Fafner's lair is around us. It's just that we can't see it." Nidhogg looked around and extended his right hand. A black ball of light appeared in his hand. He pressed down, and the ball of light in his hand immediately fell to the ground. A large pit immediately appeared on the ground that was touched by the ball of light. The soil in the hole was corroded by the black ball of light and gradually spread in all directions. Anything touched by the black light, whether the earth, trees, or magical beasts, all had decayed. The trees had withered and revealed the bones of magical beasts. Among them, many powerful gold-tier magical beasts were crawling on the ground. They seemed to have been killed without any resistance. The ground below Nidhogg had turned into a patch of black scorched earth in just a few seconds. On top of that, there were piles of debris from the remaining creatures, filled with the aura of death. That terrifying scene made the many dragon kings hold their breath, not daring to make a sound. Nidhogg could make everything he touched wither. That power was one of the best, even among the dragon kings. This area has become a part of my death domain. Fafner and the dragon lair are obviously not here. Did I sense their aura wrongly? Nidhogg ignored the other dragon king's gazes. He looked at the devastated land and frowned. Just as he was thinking, a young voice suddenly came from above his head, saying, "Nidhogg, you did not sense it wrongly. I'm near you. Speaking of which, you've arrived in someone else's territory, and you've destroyed their territory without a word. Is that appropriate? The other dragon kings raised their heads and discovered that Fafner had appeared above their heads. Other than Fafner, a few other dragons like Elena and Rem entered their view, and what caught their attention was a golden-haired youth standing beside Fafner. The young man's body emitted a strong human aura, allowing them to see it at a glance. The appearance of a human in the dragon lair and standing beside Fafner was not a simple matter. "Fafner, where are you? We have been searching here for a long time, but we still couldn't find your lair. Also, who is that human beside you?" After Fafner appeared, the first person to speak was the Light Dragon King. "I forgot to introduce you. This person beside me is Watson. He is the person who helped us to improve the dragon's living environment. As for the location of our lair, you will know when you look up." Fafner introduced Watson with a serious expression. At the same time, she extended her right hand and pointed at the sky. He was smiling. "They should look up?" The dragons raised their heads to look up at the sky. There was nothing in the sky except for the sun and the faint starlight hidden behind the sky. "Fafner, you're saying that you've built the dragon lair in the sky? Don't joke with us." The Forest Dragon King revealed a dissatisfied expression. "Let's not talk about that. Didn't you call us here to discuss something important that concerns the dragon's survival? What is it? Just tell us now." "Actually, I didn't summon you. Watson was the one who asked for your presence. Watson, tell the Dragon Kings about your conditions." "Hello, Dragon Kings. This is the first time we've met. My name is Watson. I've summoned you here for one purpose. I hope that you will agree to let me become the 9th Dragon King. At the same time, you will hand over the control of the dragon clans, which will be under my control." Watson displayed proper aristocratic etiquette by placing his right hand on his left shoulder. "A mere human wants to be a dragon king and even wants us to listen to you. Are you stupid?" The dragon kings looked at each other. They thought Watson was speaking nonsense. They were a powerful dragon race, the strongest in the world. It was fine if Watson, a mere human, did not kneel before them when he saw them, but he wanted to rule them? He was only an immature youth. What right did he have to be so proud? Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, the Dark Dragon King, one of the 8 Dragon Kings, had arrived beside Watson. The huge scythe in his hand swung down fiercely, and the blade of the scythe touched Watson's neck, leaving a bloody scar on his neck. If Fafner had extended her finger to block between the scythe, the weapon would have already slashed through Watson's neck. "Brat, if it weren't for Fafner's interference, I would have killed you based on what you just said. Dark Dragon King, don't attack me just because you disagree with him. Watson is my esteemed guest. If you hurt him, I won't let you off easily." Fafner's finger grasped the Dark Dragon King's scythe. She was smiling, but there was no grin in her eyes. "Fafner, have you defected to that brat? Or is he your puppet? You're overestimating yourself if you want to use that human puppet to control us and become the leader." The Light Dragon King snorted coldly. He glanced at Nidhogg. If she wanted to become the leader of the Dragon Kings, she would have to ask Nidhogg first. Chapter 458, Nothing to do with the Dragon God. Light Dragon King, I hope that you will be more polite when you speak to Lady Fafner. Otherwise, even if you are Dragon King, I will still challenge you to protect Lady Fafner's dignity. Rem, standing beside Fafner, stood up in dissatisfaction after hearing the Light Dragon King's teasing. "I remember that you are Fafner's family. Rem, right? When the Dragon Kings are talking, there is no place for low-tier dragons like you to interrupt. Fafner, it seems like you did not educate your subordinates well, so I do that for you." The dark-skinned Light Dragon King let go of the 2 dragon girls in his arms and floated in Rem's direction. He extended a sharp finger and said, "Light Divine Kingdom." A huge and magnificent divine kingdom descended from the sky. That divine kingdom was completely made up of light elements. Even the dazzling light from a distance could make people unable to open their eyes. The closer one got to the divine kingdom, the more it gave people the feeling that they would melt. I want to melt half of your body. Repent in my divine kingdom. The light dragon king's lips curled up, revealing a smug look. Generally speaking, the dragon king's family members were all diamond tier dragons. There was still a considerable gap between diamond tier dragons and starlight tier dragons. He believed that Rem would not be able to withstand a single finger from him. Just as he was thinking that, Rem waved her fist at the majestic divine kingdom. The divine kingdom that was flying toward Rem immediately changed its direction like a rubber ball. It landed on the light dragon king's face. It ran over his handsome face, causing a nosebleed that splattered into the air. How is that possible? My attack was bounced back by a diamond tier dragon. Wiping the blood from his nose, the light dragon king revealed an expression of disbelief. Immediately after, his expression changed to one of anger. He stretched out his hands, and 3 light spots appeared in his hands, connecting into the shape of a pyramid. Starlight tier dragon language spell, the divine kingdom's triple lights. The light dragon king's voice magnified the 3 light spots and turned into 3 divine kingdoms. The 3 divine kingdoms surrounded each other, and the blazing light that burst hit one spot, drawing a straight line with the power of space shattering. It went straight for Rem's chest. Without a doubt, if that attack landed on Rem's body, it would burn a big hole in her body. However, before that scorching light attack landed on Rem's body, Rem stretched out her right hand that turned into a pink cannon barrel made of tree trunks. A large amount of pollen spores gathered and spread outward. It also shot a pink ray of light. Flower God Cannon. Boom. There was a muffled sound in the air. Rem was unharmed. The attack she released instantly drowned the 3 divine kingdoms released by the Light Dragon King. It directly swept across the Light Dragon King's body and struck him until he was charred. His hair stood on end, and his body was emitting green smoke. The Light Dragon King's mouth was wide open, and he was utterly stunned. Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. Light Dragon King, you were defeated by Fafner's family. What an embarrassment. The Forest Dragon King, who had just quarreled with the Light Dragon King, cast his eyes on Rem at that moment, and his gaze became sharp. Fafner, I did not expect your family to become a Dragon King, and it's an existence that's powerful enough to rival the Light Dragon King. 2 Dragon Kings in one nest, is that why you're so arrogant? It's 3 Dragon Kings. I'm also a Dragon King. Elena interrupted them. She also emitted an aura that was not weaker than Rem's. 3 Dragon Kings? All the Dragon Kings looked at each other in dismay. 3 Dragon Kings had appeared in Fafner's lair in such a short period. That was too lucky. A Dragon King might not appear for hundreds of years. There are many other Dragon Kings in the lair, Elena said. Her words made all the Dragon Kings shake their heads. 3 Dragon Kings is already a rare situation. There are more Dragon Kings? Who are you kidding? They thought that Elena's words might have been a deliberate attempt to scare them so that they would listen to Fafner's words. As for the Dragon Kings, who were extremely resourceful, they would not be fooled. Fafner, did you call me here for such a boring matter? I went to great lengths to travel from the Thorn Empire to the Holy Dragon Kingdom, but in the end, you only wanted to support a human to become the leader of the Dragon Clan and show off the dragons who had been promoted to a Dragon King. Do you know how much time and energy I wasted by doing that? Whether it was the time I spent rushing here from the Thorn Empire or the sweat I shed during the journey, those are my rights and interests. There is no doubt that you have violated them. Nidhogg's gloomy gaze fell on Fafner, and more than 10 black spheres appeared on the surface of his body. Upon seeing those spheres, the other Dragon Kings around him retreated. That was Nidhogg's signature ability. It was called the Black Death Cannon, and it could grant an instant death to an enemy. A single Black Death Cannon was enough to kill anything on the ground below the 10 black spheres. Even the Dragon Kings might lose their lives. If it was the past, I might be timid after hearing your threats, but I'm not afraid of you now. Fafner faced Nidhogg directly, her face full of confidence. She opened her slender right hand, and 5 small red dots appeared on his fingers. They were tiny red dots, but they contained destructive waves like the sun. Then the 5 small red dots flew out and directly pierced through Nidhogg's black death cannon, causing the black death cannon to be engulfed in flames and burn into black dregs. Am I seeing things? Fafner dared to challenge Nidhogg, and she broke through Nidhogg's black death cannon. The Light Dragon King muttered to himself, not entirely understanding what was happening in front of him. Fafner, it seems like you have also become stronger. If you don't suppress your strength now, you are probably in the Starlight tier. Am I right? Nidhogg did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a puzzled expression. Starlight tier? Fafner has actually advanced to the Starlight tier. Doesn't that mean that she's on the same level as the Dragon God? Is that true? The Dragon Kings did not believe Nidhogg's words. However, after taking a glance at Rem and Elena, their expressions changed. Elena and Rem had a significant breakthrough as family members, but why was Fafner not stronger? However, what exactly happened in Fafner's lair that allowed a Dragon King and 2 dependents to advance together? When Elena said that there were many Dragon Kings in their lair, the Dragon Kings on the ground did not believe it at first. However, they were uncertain then. Nidhogg, you are the strongest Dragon King. As expected, I can't hide the fact that I've become stronger. Since that's the case, I have nothing to hide. That's right. I've evolved from a peak diamond tier fire dragon to a starlight tier sun divine dragon. If I had not suppressed my power, I'm afraid I would have been expelled from this world. Fafner nodded and admitted it openly. As she spoke, she pointed at Watson and said, all of those changes are because of Watson. Now, do you know why I called you all here? This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you all about the recent events in my lair. Come with me. I'll take you to see our new residence. As he spoke, Fafner began to fly. Watson followed closely behind her as the other Dragon Kings trailed behind them. All of them had bewildered expressions on their faces. Fafner said that she had advanced to the Starlight tier. Is that true? It should be true. No wonder Fafner is so confident in facing Nidhogg. It turns out that her strength has increased. Even if Nidhogg is only a Dragon King, Fafner's life level is completely different from ours now that she has become a Dragon God. I just don't understand why she said that all of that was because of that youth. I don't understand how a mere human can help the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Kings took their respective followers and rose into the sky, flying into the endless high sky. During that process, many of the Dragon Kings whispered to each other. Occasionally, they would look at Watson, their words filled with confusion. Soon, all the dragons had reached the Divine Dragon Star in the sky. Everyone, this is the new residence of my lair. Welcome to the Divine Dragon Star, a world that belongs exclusively to the entire dragon race. The lair that Fafner mentioned is actually a star. All the Dragon Kings stopped speculating about Watson because the scene in front of them was so shocking that they could not speak. No wonder they could not find the original lair after they arrived there. The actual lair had changed its appearance and was floating in the air. Look, there seem to be a lot of dragons on that star. 100, 1,000, 10,000. How many dragons are there exactly? Why are there so many dragons here? A certain Dragon King noticed the dragons on the star. After a rough calculation, the result quickly made him widen his eyes. He realized that the number of dragons living on the star in front of him was actually tens of thousands. That was still his rough estimate. The actual number might be even more, and the total number of dragons would not exceed 10,000. The lair that Fafner mentioned had more dragons, which made it hard to accept. Not only are there many of those dragons, but their auras are also not weak. It seems that most of them are at the peak of the diamond tier. Fafner's family did not lie. There are many dragon kings here, and the worst of them are also at diamond tier. Compared to the other dragons, Nidhogg could see more things, and his tone rose. Even for a dragon like him, who constantly proclaimed his own rights and interests and was indifferent to other things, he could understand how powerful that scene was. Tens of thousands of dragons at diamond tier or even sovereign tier. Fafner, what on earth did you do? That star is filled with a smell similar to that of the dragon god. Is that star related to the dragon god? If it were an ancient ruin left behind by the dragon god, it would make sense that there were so many powerful dragon clans. Perhaps those dragons bred and evolved through the treasures left behind by the dragon god. Initially, there were only 8 dragon kings in the dragon race. Each dragon king relied on their extraordinary strength and battle prowess to stand out from the crowd of dragons. There were tens of thousands of sovereign tier dragons. Some of them emitted auras that were even stronger than theirs, which made them, the dragon kings, feel a little awkward. Only 8 dragon kings could rule. Then, the world was filled with dragon kings. How could they maintain their rule? Even ordinary dragons were stronger than them. Who could they rule? It was impossible for so many dragon kings to appear out of thin air. That made them wonder about the origin of that place. It was possible that that planet was a relic of the dragon clan left behind by an ancient dragon god before he entered the divine realm, and it just so happened that Fafner discovered it. They could only accept that explanation in their hearts. As I said just now, being able to do that all depends on Watson. As for the specific situation, you should listen to him. Before summoning the Dragon Kings, Fafner and Watson had agreed that she would only be responsible for summoning. As for whether or not he could make those Dragon Kings submit, that would depend on Watson's ability. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Watson attracted the attention of all the Dragon Kings. Then, he opened his hand, and 10 different colored and different looking potions appeared in his hand. Dragon Kings, I believe all of you have seen this. That divine dragon star has nothing to do with the dragon god. I created it. The reason why there are so many dragons here is that I have developed a diamond tier potion called the Super Reproductive Potion. It can increase a dragon's fertility rate by 1,000 times, and the dragon younglings were all diamond tier. Could they increase the number of dragons to 1,000 times more? That's fine, but the younglings might amount to 1,000. Even if it's just bragging, it's still too much. The Light Dragon King rubbed his nose and said, he did not quite believe what Watson said. If it were not for that potion, it would be even more unbelievable to increase the number of dragons to that extent. My lord, are you a potion maker for being able to develop a diamond tier potion? Let's not talk about that first. I don't think the dragon clan is all in diamond tier. Some of them have even reached the peak of diamond tier. I'm afraid that is not only related to the reproductive potion you mentioned. The Forest Dragon King also raised her doubts. However, she appeared to be more rational. Your guess is wrong. I'm not just a potion maker. The potion is just my side job. As for the method to turn the dragons on the Divine Dragon Star into the Dragon King, it's not by relying on those potions. Instead, it's by using the fusion magic that I have, just like that. As Watson spoke, he opened his hand. The Book of Wisdom, sealed with golden chains, appeared out of thin air. Usually, the Book of Wisdom and the other 2 peak starlight tier weapons were hidden by him using magic, they would only be revealed when they were used. At that moment, the golden chains on the Book of Wisdom broke. The book flipped open, revealing the words that were shimmering with starlight. They gathered in midair and formed numerous replicas of the ancient dragon clan. Fusion system, activate. Those replicas quickly turned into flowing lights and fused with Watson's words. They had turned into a powerful peak diamond tier dragon with the aura of a dragon king. Chapter 459, Not an Ordinary Human. What is that? When they saw the terrifying dragons that Watson had casually created, all the dragon kings were stunned. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. I can't believe that the human brat is a powerful mage. The illusion he cast can even fool a dragon king like me. The light dragon king was the first to speak. Rubbing his nose, he came face to face with the huge dragon that Watson had created. It was a sacred fire razorback dragon that was covered in flames and golden armor. Its mouth spat out scorching flames that could burn everything. The spikes on its hard back were like small mountains. As the light dragon king approached, the sacred fire razorback dragon coldly watched the light dragon king's actions. The light dragon king said, "It's an illusion." When it reached out to touch him, the sacred fire razorback dragon let out a disdainful snort. It opened its fangs that were covered in flames and sucked the light dragon king's arm in. In an instant, the light dragon king and the sacred fire razorback dragon fell into a state of weakness. The other dragon kings around them did not move at all. A few seconds later, "It hurts so much." The light dragon king pulled his hand out of the sacred fire razorback dragon's mouth and shook his burning palm. He shouted and stomped on the spot. There were clear teeth marks on his palm. What a good illusion! It's quite realistic. You can even simulate the pain. The light dragon king shouted as he blew on his right hand, trying to extinguish the flames. Light dragon king, don't embarrass yourself. The forest dragon king could not stand it anymore and covered her face. That is not an illusion at all. In front of you is a living dragon. You felt it too, right? Nonsense, that is an illusion. The light dragon king shouted angrily, with a stubborn look on his face. He might have felt it, but he did not dare accept it. How could a mere human create a mighty dragon out of thin air with just a book? The dragon was the most powerful race in the world. Not to mention humans, even gods, could not create a dragon out of thin air. What the young man in front of him had just demonstrated was an illusion. It had to be an illusion. Otherwise, the light dragon king's long-held pride as a dragon would be shattered. If someone could create a dragon so casually, then what was so noble about them? It's that book. It might be the effect of that book. The book in the youth's hand seemed to be a high-tier item. It should be a diamond tier or higher magical tool. That youth must have used that book to make us see an illusion. The light dragon king pondered, and his gaze fell on the book of wisdom in Watson's hand. The light dragon king is right. Don't be deceived. Watson can do what you just saw, even without that book. It's just a little more troublesome. That was a real dragon. Watson has the ability to create a dragon, Fafner interjected from the side. Her words moved all the dragon kings. The light dragon king asked, "If what you said is true, then the diamond-tier dragons that appeared on the divine dragon star were created by Watson. He can fuse the dragons and create them out of thin air and even make them stronger. That ability is too terrifying. Is that young man the incarnation of the dragon god?" The dragon kings had the same thought as the light dragon king. They were unwilling to believe that Watson could create dragons. However, they were rational. They had no choice but to believe everything that Watson had shown. Furthermore, they could see more on the divine dragon star. If Watson created the entire divine dragon star and its dragons, it would prove that Watson's ability had no limitations. It could be used in many situations. That could instantly increase the dragon clan's combat strength by countless times. They might even become the largest race in the world. As part of a powerful dragon clan and a dragon king, they were dragons that had lived for at least hundreds of years. However, even after hundreds of years of experience, they still could not understand what Watson had done at that moment. They felt like it was a miracle. "Fafner, the reason so many dragons appear in your lair is because of that method? You were able to advance to the same tier as the dragon god? All of that was because of that method." "That's right, Forest Dragon King. Now you understand why I asked you here urgently. This really is an extremely urgent matter." The few dragon kings looked at each other and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. When they first arrived and discovered that Fafner's lair was missing, they were filled with doubts. Then, they saw Fafner appear with Watson. The young man had also announced that he would become the dragon's ruler. Their doubts turned into anger, but at that moment, they were at a loss. If Watson really had such a magical ability that could raise the dragon clan's strength, it was not unlikely that Watson would become the dragon's ruler. They could consider letting Watson become one of the dragon kings. If they chose Watson to become one of the dragon kings, would they be able to borrow Watson's power to become stronger and become a dragon god? At that moment, their strength did not even surpass the dragons on that star. They needed to become stronger than Fafner. While the dragon kings were thinking about that, the dragons on the divine dragon star had already discovered the arrival of the dragon kings. Most of those dragons were sent by different dragon kings in response to Fafner's call. At that moment, those dragons flew in front of their respective dragon kings and began to praise Watson. "Light Dragon King, my lord, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You might not know what I've been through these past 2 days." Young Master Watson developed the super reproductive potion that let a pregnant female dragon deliver 1,000 younglings. Later, he even transformed our lair into a star in the sky. Not only that, but young Master Watson has also developed other magical potions, such as a potion that can greatly increase one's strength. Oh, right. I also heard that young Master Watson had developed a potion that can raise one's strength to the starlight tier in a short period. We have also reached the strength of a dragon king. My lord, if you don't agree to young Master Watson's request, we won't go back to the lair. Anyway, you have thousands of wives in the lair. Every day, you and those wives will make a lot of noise. If any dragon has any reaction to that, you will punish them. We can't stand it anymore. Now, on the divine dragon star, we will not see the annoying light dragon king, and no one will harass us here. The environment is perfect, and the dragons are friendly. Each of them has a talent, and their words are pleasant. We loved this place. The dragon's words were like sharp swords piercing the light dragon king's chest. He was furious. "How dare you call me a nuisance? You bunch of low-tier dragons, aren't you afraid that I will kill all of you in a fit of anger?" "Of course, we are not afraid. You will not be able to defeat any of the dragons here," one of the dragons said as Light Dragon King twitched his lips. His expression was somewhat disdainful. "The dragons in our lair are the weakest of all dragon clans because we only have a few hundred dragons. That was all because of you, Light Dragon King. There's no future with you. It's better if we follow young Master Watson." There were more than 1,000 females of different races in the Light Dragon clan's lair. They were all the Light Dragon King's wives, while there were only a few hundred dragons. They were not even as many as the Light Dragon King's wives. He did not want other dragons to look at his wives, so all the dragons had to make way for them whenever they passed by. The dragons were not allowed to look when any of his wives were bathing too. Even if they accidentally saw a piece of clothing, their eyes would be gouged. Under those rules, the Light Dragon clan lived cautiously. Those dragons had long held a grudge against the Light Dragon King. "A bunch of inferior dragons, you can't treat me like that. I get it. You're blaming me for having too many wives, and you lack wives because of your own charm. You're jealous of me, aren't you? Don't worry. When I return, I'll make arrangements and give you some of my wives. You'll be satisfied, right?" His former subordinates were speaking to him in a very disrespectful tone, so he replied in a flustered manner. His words did not make the Light Dragon clan's dragons like him, on the contrary, they showed disgust on their faces. "Light Dragon King, who needs your wife? Besides, giving your wife away to someone else is a bad thing. If you say something like that again, we'll kill you." "Kill me? Do you really think you're my opponent? Try it." Words were fruitless, and anger surged in his heart. He was about to lose his temper, but before he could finish his words, something broke his nose. "Light Dragon King, we've never heard of such a strange request. A few dragons looked at the Light Dragon King's bloodied nose with pity, but they did not stop. Instead, they circled, punched, and kicked him. Light Dragon King, we have tolerated you for a long time. As a Dragon King, you only know how to satisfy your desires and have no interest in developing your race. What qualifications do you have to be a Dragon King? It's fine if you have no interest in developing the dragons, but you are also very strict with your compatriots. Even if young Master Watson did not appear, I had planned to use this opportunity to be a dragon for the Dragon Knights. Even if I have to follow a strange human, it's better than staying in a lair that has no future. The Light Dragon King could only beg for mercy. Stop hitting me. This is my fault. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. What happened to the Light Dragon King did not occur to the other Dragon Kings. After all, the other Dragon Kings were not as annoying as he appeared to be, and that had caused his former clansmen to recount what had happened to them in the cave for the past 2 days. If the other Dragon Kings had been suspicious of Fafner and Watson, they had started to believe them. At the same time, they also realized a problem. They were gradually losing their prestige among the dragons. Even though their former subordinates still regarded them as Dragon Kings, their expressions and tone were no longer respectful. The Dragon clan had always respected the strong. While those dragons were polite to them, how long could that situation last? Would they still listen to them if those dragons gradually surpassed them with Watson's help? Putting aside the fact that they were in great danger, they were there to hold a meeting. However, apart from Fafner, none of them were qualified to present their ideas at the meeting. It was even difficult for them to leave under the watchful eyes of many Dragon Kings if they made any inappropriate remarks. They thought they could show their dignity as Dragon Kings when they came to Fafner's lair, but it seemed like they were like a few weak lambs that had strayed into a pack of wolves. Watson, right? I've noticed that you're not an ordinary person. When I first came here, I sensed an unusual aura from you, which made me conclude that you're not an ordinary human. You're very talented to be able to develop so many potions that can improve the dragon race. I don't know what your potions are, but I'm willing to pay a high price to get them. As long as you're willing to sell them to me, I will be your friend in the future. Even if you want to be the Dragon King, I won't object. Also, you just created a dragon out of thin air. It would be even better if you could teach me all of them, the Light Dragon King said. While the Dragon Kings were deep in thought, the Light Dragon King, who had been beaten up, suddenly found an opportunity to escape from the encirclement of a few of his subordinates. In an instant, he came to Watson's side and wiped his blood off his face. He wanted to pay Watson's shoulder. Half of what he said was to ingratiate himself with Watson and obtain the potion to increase his own strength. At the same time, he could punish his rude clansmen for their trespasses against him when he raised his strength level. At the same time, the other reason he asked for the potions was to save face. He was the dignified Dragon King, but he actually had the cheek to ask for benefits from a human. If that were spread, it would damage his dignity. Therefore, he could not treat Watson as an ordinary human. Watson could create dragons out of thin air. According to the dragons, he had many potions that could work on dragons. There should be no problem saying that he was not a human, right? That was not something a human could do. Light Dragon King, I did not expect you to be so powerful. How do you know that I'm not an ordinary human? Watson nodded at the Light Dragon King. His body expanded with a swoosh, and grey scales emerged from his body. Accompanied by a fierce dragon roar, he turned into a chaos dragon with a chaotic aura around his body. That sudden scene made the Light Dragon King maintain the posture of patting Watson on the shoulder while standing there in a daze. He had just said that Watson was not an ordinary human, but he was just being polite. Anyone could see the human aura around Watson's body. How could he have thought that Watson was not a human? I felt the human aura on that youth just now, but how did he turn into a dragon? And what kind of dragon is that? I've never seen it before. The Forest Dragon King sized up the Chaos Dragon that Watson had turned into, and after confirming that it was not an illusion or magic, she looked puzzled. That brings us to the second of the 10 potions I've completed, Dragon Transformation Potion. As long as you take that potion, any creature can transform into a dragon, and its level will not be weaker than a Diamond Tier Elite. Watson, who had transformed into a Chaos Dragon, said in a muffled voice. After his voice fell, the other dragons fell into silence, including all the Dragon Kings. From the beginning, what they had seen and heard had exceeded their imaginations. A series of shocks rendered them unable to recover from their shock. Fafner, where did you find that monster? Are you sure that that guy is human and not something that looks like a human but is completely different? After a long while, the Rock Dragon King finally spoke with a puzzled expression. Fafner nodded. When I first saw Watson's abilities, I had the same thought as you guys. I can understand that. But unfortunately, Watson is indeed a human. Furthermore, he is the strongest genius in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, conferred by the Human King. Now, are you still unable to accept my proposal to make Watson the ruler of the Dragon Clan and one of the Dragon Kings? Wait a moment, Fafner. Let us take a breather first. The Forest Dragon King rubbed the space between her eyebrows, turned her head away, and adjusted her breathing. The other Dragon Kings were also doing the same thing, either adjusting their breathing or closing their eyes. They did not speak for a long time. After a long while, the first person to speak was the Forest Dragon King. I agree to let Watson become one of the Dragon Kings, and I won't oppose him even if he becomes the ruler of the Dragon Clan, as long as he can raise me to the same tier as Fafner. Forest Dragon King, you changed sides so quickly. You would give up your dignity as a Dragon King for a small benefit. You're really a disgrace. The Dark Dragon King, whose entire body was covered in a bamboo hat, waved the giant scythe in his hand gently, leaving a pitch-black mark in the air. Dark Dragon King, so you have a different opinion from me. The Forest Dragon King glanced at the Dark Dragon King, his expression unhappy. The reason I agreed to Watson's request was to become stronger and for the continuation of our race. Watson has a way to make the dragons stronger. If I join him, all the dragons under my command can become Dragon Kings. What's wrong with that? First, she had to agree to Watson's request. As long as Watson helped her turn all the dragons in the Forest Dragon Lair into Dragon Kings, it would not be difficult for her to defy Watson's rule in the future. She only temporarily agreed to Watson's request to seek benefits. Presumably, the Dark Dragon King, who was not very smart, could not understand it. Forest Dragon King, I do have somewhat different thoughts from you. To me, if I want to rule the Dragon Clan, I must have enough power. I don't care about anything else. I will defeat him. The Dark Dragon King turned around. Under his pitch-black cloak, 2 sharp eyes locked onto Watson. Then, the pitch-black cloak on his body rapidly expanded and turned into a boundless night. His true form, the abyssal demonic dragon, was revealed. 2 long, demon-like horns were burning on both sides of the dragon's head. In the middle of the horns was a massive door made of flames, like a door to hell. Similar doors of fire were also densely packed around his body. Massive, terrifying white skeletal arms grabbed onto the door of flames, stretching out a crack from within the door. Roar! The abyssal demonic dragon that the Dark Dragon King had transformed into opened its wings. Its wings were complete but were tattered. There were holes in them, and they could support its flight. His exposed chest and abdomen were not flesh and blood. Instead, they were covered with a thick layer of white bones. With a roar, the gates of hell that were burning with flames opened one after another. Massive skeletal arms appeared in the air like chains, flying toward Watson. Starlight Tear Dragon Language Spell, Skeleton Kingdom. Starlight Tear Dragon Language Spell, Dark Divine Kingdom. 2 divine kingdoms appeared in the air, one after another. Behind the white bones that filled the sky, there was a deep darkness that could devour everything. That deep darkness was like the deepest abyss in the world itself, falling with unstoppable power. It was going to swallow Watson. Faced with the powerful blow of the double divine kingdom, Watson's chaos dragon smiled. The crown made of 7 dragon horns that flickered with the color of chaos on its head shine even brighter. Immediately after that, the vertical crack between his brows opened, and an eyeball without pupils appeared. The eyeball was connected to the source of chaos. Eye of Chaos. At that moment, Watson had extracted most of the power from the source of chaos elemental magic. The sky that had turned pitch black because of the dark divine kingdom cast by the dark dragon king suddenly appeared with a huge grayish-white eye. There was no pupil or emotion in the eye. It watched everything coldly and mercilessly, like the eye of a god. The moment the eye appeared, the dark dragon king lost control of the dark divine kingdom. The endless darkness was torn apart spontaneously under the gaze of the eye. It was as if the rats that had seen their natural enemy had dispersed. Countless huge skeletal palms shattered before they could even touch Watson's body. Then, they were wiped away by the Eye of Chaos as if they had never appeared before. It had only been a few seconds since the dual divine kingdoms had been released and collapsed. That scene shocked the Dragon Kings, and after Watson's Chaos Dragon had shattered the Dark Dragon King's attack, controlling the Eye of Chaos in the sky, it shifted its direction, allowing it to look at the Dark Dragon King. The Dark Dragon King immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His scales peeled off layer by layer as his blood oozed. An invisible force also scraped it off. In just a short period, the Dark Dragon King's flesh had been reduced by several layers. He had become a creature with the outline of a bloody dragon. It was a shocking sight. Enough, I admit defeat. I admit that you have the ability to rule over the dragons. As the Dark Dragon King's body was about to be severely injured by the Eye of Chaos, the Dark Dragon King suddenly shrunk his body back to his human form with a cloak and began to beg for mercy. At that moment, the black cloak he was wearing was no longer as gorgeous as before. Instead, it was full of holes. Does anyone still think that I don't have the ability to rule over the dragons? Watson deactivated his transformation and looked around. The Chaos Dragon had the strength of a Dragon King, not to mention that he had just borrowed the power of the Chaos Elemental magical source, which was comparable to the Starlight tier. The power of the Chaos elements surpassed the other 6 elements, even the Dark Dragon King could not withstand it. The other Dragon Kings looked at each other, and most of them quickly shook their heads. There is no doubt. You are not just a human. You've become a dragon through the use of potion, then you are a dragon. In addition, you are strong enough to defeat the Dark Dragon King, so it is not impossible for you to become our ruler. The Dragon Kings might have objected if Watson had not used the dragon transformation potion to turn into a dragon. However, Watson was also a dragon. So, no matter how heaven-defying Watson was, whatever magical thing he did was considered to be done by one of the dragons, so they were not dissatisfied. I also agree to let Watson become our ruler. He can allow ordinary dragons to become dragon kings, and it also solves the problem of the dragon's low reproduction rate. With these 2 points, I have no reason to refuse. The other Dragon King nodded. If they disagreed, they would probably end up worse than the Dark Dragon King. The dragons had no choice but to lower their heads. Furthermore, they were also worried that even if Watson did not do anything to them, they would not be able to survive the future if they were expelled from the Divine Dragon Star. With Watson's help, the Divine Dragon Star would develop better and better, and if they stayed where they were, it would be equivalent to them becoming weaker. Many of the dragons knew about a place like the Divine Dragon Star, and many of them would definitely have thoughts of betrayal. Instead of watching as the gap between them widened, they might as well comply with Watson's request to squeeze benefits from the dragon. Since everyone doesn't object, then I announce that I am the only king of the dragons. Wait. Watson was just about to announce his ruling position and sign a contract with the Dragon Kings when a melancholic voice interrupted him. Nidhogg, who had been silent ever since he displayed his powerful powers, flew to the front of the dragons. His face, covered in thick eyeshadow and looked like a clown's makeup, was full of melancholy. He continued in a neutral tone. You said that you want to become the only Dragon King. Are you saying that you want to deprive us of the Dragon King title? The title is the same as time and strength. It is one of my few possessions. I have been the Dragon King for a long time. If you want to deprive me of my title, you are undoubtedly violating my rights and interests. The consequences of violating my rights and interests must be paid. Is that so? What price do you want me to pay? Watson's eyes flickered as he asked in return. Titles are a symbol of honor. Since you want to deprive me of my honor, then I'll break all the bones in your body and hang you naked for 3 days in front of all the dragons. That is the punishment I want to impose on you. The gloomy Nidhogg's tone was neither slow nor hurried. He took a deep breath every time he spoke as if talking was a burden to him. Death Dragon King, are you sure you want to be my enemy? You saw the power I showed just now. I can create dragons out of thin air, and I also have powerful potions, some of which can help me advance to the starlight tier in a short time. Do you think you can contend with a god? A god? I don't care about that. You have to understand that I'm different from the other Dragon Kings. I'm called the Death Dragon King Nidhogg. Nidhogg spoke indifferently. His body suddenly expanded, and his human form, which looked like a clown, turned into his real body. Boom! A huge claw pressed against the ground. It was hard to imagine how huge the dragon was. Its body was about the size of the divine dragon star. After it appeared, the entire divine dragon star dropped hundreds of meters. Cracks even appeared on the ground. A suffocating sense of despair appeared in the eyes of every dragon who raised their heads to look at Nidhogg's body. There were many ancient sharp weapons on the dragon's body. A gush of bright red blood slid down where the weapons were inserted, soaking its body and dyeing its scales dark red. The fresh blood was not Nidhogg's blood but came from the weapons on his body. They were holy relics of different styles from different eras, and even more ancient weapons seemed to be starlight tier. Those weapons were all wrapped in bright red blood that would not clot. Even just the blood itself gave people a feeling of fear in their hearts. There were rumors that Nidhogg was the earliest Dragon King. He had lived for more than 10,000 years and even experienced the Great War between gods and demons 10,000 years ago. That matter had always been like a fairy tale in the hearts of the dragons. No one knew if that rumor was actually true. Nidhogg was born 10,000 years ago. At that time, the world was not as small as it was at that moment. The dragon was just a dragon at the time, and it was not particularly powerful. Other than the gods, no other race could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon. Everything changed when the Death Dragon King was born. The Death Dragon King had aspired to become stronger since he was young. In his heart, he held a belief. As a powerful dragon, why could dragons not rule the world like the gods? What was the difference between the dragon and the gods? In order to solve the doubts in his heart, he sought out the wise giants of that era, known as the wise men race. Under their enlightenment, he came to where the world tree grew and began to eat its roots. The world tree was an important item for the gods because the world tree contained a large amount of life force. It could emit magic elements that filled the world. At the same time, the sap of the world tree could be used to maintain eternal life. If the world tree were lost, then the gods would no longer be immortal. Its actions quickly attracted the attention of the gods. A few gods tried to kill him. Unfortunately, after consuming a large amount of the sap of the world tree, his strength was no longer weaker than ordinary gods. In the end, he succeeded in killing a few gods. As a low-tier race, he was able to kill gods. That caused the name of the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg, to be spread among the gods. Unfortunately, not long after that, an internal battle broke out between the gods, and no one paid attention to him anymore. It was a world-class battle. Regardless of whether it was the gods or other races, they fought for their own survival. After he had eaten the roots of the world tree, Nidhogg joined the battle to maintain the stability of the dragon race. That battle lasted for thousands of years. Every wound on his body was proof that he had once fought with all his might. Several gods had once besieged him during the era of the gods. He had used his sharp claws and fangs to tear the bodies of his opponents after being stabbed by the gods' weapons. In the later eras, he would also be besieged by many armies. With just a wave of his hand, he had destroyed those kingdoms that had overestimated themselves and sowed the seeds of despair on the earth. In the ancient past, he was known as the Dragon of the Gods' Dusk. Then, his name became the Doomsday Judgment Dragon. No matter his name, he was a terrifying dragon that would bring despair to every enemy. At that moment, that dragon once again displayed his invincible posture. I've always known that Nidhogg was powerful, but I did not expect him to be this powerful. That aura is even more terrifying than the so-called dragon god power that Fafner had displayed. Is his strength comparable to that of the dragon god? The forest dragon king stared blankly at Nidhogg's endless body above his head. He gulped. The light dragon king had a similar expression. I don't know. This is the first time I saw Nidhogg in his true form. Originally, he was in human form and only needed a finger to beat me up. Who would have thought that after he revealed his true form, he would be even more of a monster than I imagined. The other dragon kings, including the Dark Dragon King, who had just been taught a lesson, all had looks of amazement on their faces. Even Fafner's expression changed. Even if she displayed the full power of the Divine Sun Dragon, she might not be able to defeat Nidhogg. Although Nidhogg was only a dragon king who had advanced to the starlight tier, he had killed gods in ancient times. One was comparable to a god, and the other was a god killer. There was no comparison between the two. Before she could think about why Nidhogg, who clearly had such powerful power, still remained in that world, Fafner took a step forward. Not good. Watson will be in danger if this goes on. Watson was the dragon's hope. If he were killed because of a conflict with Nidhogg, she would feel extremely uncomfortable. Nidhogg had powerful strength, Watson was clearly unable to stop him. The only one who could stop him was her. Swoosh! With that thought in mind, Fafner's body suddenly expanded and turned into a sun dragon that was also the size of a star. It was entirely formed by flames. The two starlight tier divine dragons were confronting each other in midair. The violent power caused the divine dragon's star to shake continuously. The dragons held their breaths. The heavy pressure made them unable to breathe. They were even afraid of inhaling the aura of the two divine dragons in one breath, it would cause their bodies to shatter. Nidhogg, stop! I won't allow you to kill Watson. Fafner, are you going to violate my rights now? Since that's the case, you can accept your punishment with that human kid. Nidhogg transformed into the Doomsday Judgment Dragon. The dragon's head spread open, and its majesty radiated in all directions, with its enormous body as the center. Wherever it passed, the environment immediately turned black, and ancient scenes appeared in the black light and shadow. It was a powerful army of gods emitting starlight or wearing diamond-tier defensive weapons, surrounding Nidhogg in a killing spree. Those phantoms were those that Nidhogg had killed in the past. Their souls had been imprisoned in his body ever since he killed them. At that moment, with his words, those souls had all been resurrected. Evil spirits emitting black smoke pulled out ancient weapons from his body. Bathed in divine blood, they transformed into undead war gods and roared as they charged at Fafner. Fafner did not hesitate and immediately released a terrifying power comparable to the sun's burning. A sun that was the size of the divine dragon star appeared in the sky. It burned the undead that had risen from the dead and directly turned them into ashes. Without waiting for Fafner to heave a sigh of relief, Nidhogg suddenly made a move. The undead that had just been destroyed appeared out of thin air on its body again. They surrounded its dragon claws and sowed the seeds of despair in the world. With countless dead souls, Nidhogg's huge claws landed on the sun that Fafner had transformed into. Nidhogg's entire body immediately burned with blazing flames. The flames spread to his claws, wrapping around his whole body and slowly turning him into charred black charcoal. Seeing that he was about to be wholly burned by Fafner's flames, he abruptly tore the sun that Fafner had summoned. The aura of the stars shattering caused a solar storm. The violent heat poured down on the divine dragon star, causing many buildings and trees to burn. If it were not for the fact that the creatures on the divine dragon star were at least diamond tier, the torrential solar storm alone would have killed them. Even so, after enduring such an intense solar storm, the scales on the dragons reddened and became scalding hot, causing them to roll on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Nidhogg, who had torn apart the sun at the center of the storm, revealed his appearance. He was burned into charcoal, and the souls of the dead emerged from his body, which was riddled with holes. They carried a large amount of life force and turned into sweet spring water. It repaired his body and instantly restored him to his original state. Watson recognized that the water surging out of Nidhogg's body was water from the spring of life. It was not very accurate to say that the blood in Nidhogg's body was water from the spring itself, moreover, it was an extremely ancient spring of life. Judging from the size of Nidhogg, which was comparable to the size of a star, the amount of water in his body was endless. In front of such an enormous spring of life, Nidhogg would instantly recover no matter what kind of damage he suffered. He could even resurrect the people he killed with his powerful life force. He could never be killed. Every time he was killed, he would become stronger. There was no doubt that the power that Nidhogg displayed at that moment was despair itself. D***it, can't I stop Nidhogg with my own energy? Fafner floated in the air and reached out to wipe away the blood that seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Her huge eyes fell on Watson. Even though she had advanced to a sun dragon god, it was still not easy for her to contend with Nidhogg. If she could use those magical potions that Watson had created, the situation might be a little better. She also did not expect that Nidhogg would be so powerful. No matter what, she had to protect Watson. While she was thinking about that, Watson, who had been watching the battle between her and Nidhogg, suddenly walked out and said, "Lady Fafner, thank you for protecting me, but this battle belongs to Nidhogg and me. Leave the rest to me." "Watson, are you crazy?" Fafner was stunned for a moment, then let out a voice that shook the world. Fafner, who had become the dragon god, was not a match for Nidhogg, and Watson wanted to fight with Nidhogg? Was he suicidal? Nidhogg could crush Watson with just one finger. "I'm not crazy. On the contrary, I'm very clear-headed. Just as the Dark Dragon King said, it's not enough to have magical means to become a ruler. One must also have extraordinary strength. If I can't defeat Nidhogg, it seems that I will never be safe." Chapter 460, The Eighth Element. "Lord Nidhogg, come." Floating in midair, Watson faced Nidhogg with a severe expression. Relying on water from the spring of life flowing through his body, Nidhogg's huge eyes, which had already recovered to their original state, turned and were fixed onto Watson's body. Then, when he suddenly stretched out his hand, countless undead armies rushed in Watson's direction with weapons in their hands. Tens of thousands of years ago, Nidhogg had survived the battles then. He had fought for at least thousands of years, and thousands of years of fighting had made him tired. His desire to become a peak warrior had been destroyed, causing him to become what he was then. It was hard to imagine how many creatures he had killed to make him feel like killing was an incredibly dull thing. The endless stream of the undead in the sky formed a densely packed sun made of dead souls. That sun was even stronger than the one released by Fafner, except that the sun was black. Furthermore, unlike Fafner's sun, it did not emit an unbearably high temperature. Instead, it emitted an icy cold feeling that made people despair. Many dragons on the divine dragon star trembled when they looked at that sun. They closed their eyes and did not dare to look at it. Watson, who was at the center of the attack, felt something even stronger. He could feel the shadows of death and despair. It was as if vines were quietly crawling on his limbs and gradually covering his entire body, and the illusion of being unable to resist the attack in front of him rose in his heart. That feeling made him unable even to move a single finger. Nidhogg did not intentionally release that feeling. Instead, it was carried by the undead that formed that black sun. Those undead were all warriors who had once challenged Nidhogg. As elites from different eras, they were all people with firm wills. However, they were still brutally killed by Nidhogg. That fear, that no matter what method they used they would not be able to defeat Nidhogg. After their death, it turned into a deep despair that was left behind, and everyone who could feel that despair was moved. At that moment, under the overwhelming waves of despair, Watson's eyes had lost their luster. He did not move, allowing the black sun to wash over his body. It burned his tiny ant-like figure into ashes in the huge sun. That was not the end. After he was swallowed by the black sun, Nidhogg suddenly stretched his huge right claw at the black sun. With a muffled sound, the black sun was crushed. Countless undead disappeared in Nidhogg's claws, and the world returned to its peaceful state. Watson died just like that. Fafner could no longer maintain her sun-dragon god form and returned to her human form. She sat on the ground in a daze, and there was no light in her eyes. Watson could not even resist the black sun cast by Nidhogg, not to mention that Nidhogg had even crushed the black sun with his own hands after that. Even she might not be able to survive that attack, let alone Watson. Nidhogg, you lunatic, do you know what you just did? Watson is a genius that might not appear again even after thousands of years. With him around, the dragons will become even more prosperous. And you killed him with your own hands. Do you know how many opportunities the dragons will lose because of you? After she took a deep breath and calmed down, Fafner propped herself up with her palm on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot. If it were not for the fact that she knew she could not defeat Nidhogg, she would have killed someone then. Initially, she did not support Watson's idea of ruling the dragons, but she had agreed to that in her heart. As someone who interacted with the humans, she understood how powerful humans were. Humans were weak by themselves but had power in numbers. Humans would explode with power that even gods could not reach. In Fafner's opinion, the power that humans possessed was known as quantity. No matter how many people were killed, they would not be able to kill all of them. No matter what kind of disaster they encountered, they would be able to survive and reproduce in large numbers. If the dragons could also do that, they would obtain power thousands of times stronger than humans. However, that opportunity has disappeared. Anyone who violates my rights and interests must die. Fafner, you are no exception. Nidhogg lowered his head and glanced at Fafner. He raised his other claw, and the black sun appeared once again. It seemed like even Fafner would be killed. Hey, Nidhogg, you've gone too far. Let's not talk about Watson, a mere human who wanted to rule over us. It is normal for you to feel angry about that, but Fafner is one of us, a dragon king. It would be a great loss if you were to kill her. The Light Dragon King could not stand it anymore. He braced himself and flew into the air. I don't like being lectured by others. Are you saying that I did something wrong to protect my rights? You're stopping me from carrying out punishment when others trampled on my rights. That is equivalent to lessening my rights. If it were you, would you fight back when your rights are violated? The Light Dragon King's mouth twitched in response to Nidhogg's question. Nidhogg, I'm only asking you not to kill Fafner. Why are you talking about rights and interests? I don't understand what rights and interests would be violated if you let a fellow dragon go. There was a problem with Nidhogg. No matter what he said, he would always talk about rights and interests. That was taboo in the dragons, and even the Dragon King did not dare touch it. Once Nidhogg changed the topic to rights and interests, the best thing to do was to agree with him. However, the Light Dragon King had no choice but to bite the bullet for Fafner. As expected, even though Nidhogg was powerful, his brain was a little abnormal. What was that about rights and interests? He did not see how Nidhogg's wanton killing was a legitimate reason that had to do with one's rights and interests. As expected, you don't understand me, Yet, you interfere with my actions. That is also a violation of my rights and interests." There was a hint of depression and disappointment in Nidhogg's voice. His huge dragon claws did not aim at Fafner but instead aimed at the Light Dragon King. It was clear that he wanted to kill the Light Dragon King, who had just violated his rights and interests. The Light Dragon King's body trembled, and despair appeared on his face. Seeing that he was about to die, his body floated. Wanting to react but unable to do so, the other dragon kings around him turned their heads away, not daring to look. The dragons might lose 2 dragon kings. They had already begun to plan how they would take in the dragons under those 2 dragon kings' command. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. The huge black sun released by Nidhogg stopped in front of the Light Dragon King. A human figure inserted himself between the black sun and the Light Dragon King, and his golden hair was covered in starlight. It was as if his eyes contained the knowledge of the entire universe. He looked very similar to Watson, but there was a big difference. "This is the second time you've summoned me. The world I'm in did not cause so much trouble in the past. It seems that the world you're in is somewhat different from the world I'm in." Stretching out a finger, future Watson easily blocked the black sun that Nidhogg had released. Using the spring of life as blood, the god killer from the Thorn Empire had actually appeared here 3 years earlier. There's also a starlight tear dragon and countless dragon kings. This scene doesn't exist in my memories. Interesting. Before that, Watson was almost killed by Nidhogg's attack. Amid danger, he released the strongest move he had mastered by summoning his future self. Using the limitless compass and the wheel of reversal, he used almost all the power to summon his future self. He had successfully blocked 2 of Nidhogg's attacks. Then, future Watson was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, after observing the surroundings, he revealed an interesting expression. "What's going on? That young man's body has become bigger, and the aura he gives off has also become different. Is that the effect of some kind of potion? For example, the ascension potion that can elevate a person to the starlight tier, or is that some kind of magical method?" All the dragons, including Fafner, had looks of disbelief on their faces. They thought that Watson had died, but who would have thought that not only was Watson not dead, but he had even blocked Nidhogg's attack easily. The strength that the young man displayed at that moment had already surpassed that of an ordinary god. Just as they were in the midst of their confusion, Nidhogg's huge right claw suddenly loosened. Watson's entire body was covered in blood as he pushed his fingers outward. He crawled out from within and floated in midair. He said, "Future me, you said that scene did not appear in your memory. Perhaps my experience is different from what you experienced in the past? Also, what do you mean by the god killer from the Thorn Empire?" After seeing the 2 Watsons, all the dragons were even more confused. Nidhogg's pupils contracted, and he did not attack immediately. "It's nothing. Saying too much now is not good for you. Perhaps it's because you used the wheel of reversal to summon me, which caused the world to change to a certain extent. However, to satisfy your curiosity, I'll reveal something to you. The creature you're facing now is called Nidhogg. It's the disaster I told you about 3 years later from the Thorn Empire." Future Watson pointed at Nidhogg. As he spoke, a large part of his memory entered Watson's mind. The future him from 3 years later was much more mature than he was, and he was standing on the ruins of a kingdom. The ruins were filled with broken walls. Blood-stained hands reached out, trying to grab something, but in the end, they fell powerlessly. On the broken walls, a huge hole appeared in the blue sky. A black dragon was floating in the air, spewing out black flames that burned the world. Behind the huge hole, a few pairs of huge eyes were watching everything, greed appearing in their eyes. Future Watson was sitting on the ruins, holding Antonio and Reed's bodies in his hands. He cried silently, and blood-red tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. That memory quickly flashed across Watson's mind, imprinting itself at the bottom of his heart. It shocked him greatly. He understood that it was the memory he would impart to himself in the future. 3 years later, something had happened in the Thorn Empire that caused Nidhogg, whose lair was located in the Thorn Empire, to destroy the world. His thought of ruling the dragons happened to allow him to meet Nidhogg in advance. If he had known about what had happened in the Thorn Empire, if he had been able to control Nidhogg in advance, none of that would have happened. Future Watson had made that clear in the memory he transmitted to him. Even though I don't know why my meeting with Nidhogg was brought forward by 3 years, that isn't a good thing. In the past, I could feel that the world you were in was undergoing a huge change. That change would allow you to encounter dangers that you shouldn't have encountered in advance. I might not be able to help you to the extent you need. Future Watson spoke as if sensing the thoughts in Watson's heart. Watson had a fusion system. As long as he used the fusion system to fuse Nidhogg, he would obey his orders. There would not be any future tragedies. However, future Watson said that what should have happened 3 years later was brought forward by 3 years. What did that mean? Everything that Watson had experienced was brought forward? What if Watson had encountered something that should not have happened? A glint flashed through the eyes of future Watson. He was apprehensive about Watson. Even if Watson had experienced a disaster in an untimely manner that was even more tragic than what he had experienced in the past, it would be difficult for him to escape. If the enemy Watson encountered were an enemy that would only appear in the future, it would be useless even if he was summoned. I hope my guess isn't correct. Future Watson muttered to himself. He turned his head and looked at Nidhogg again. As someone who did not belong in that time and space, his existence was limited. Nidhogg, the moment I descended, I already understood the reason for your anger. In detail, no one harmed your rights. It would be better to say that what I did in the past was to protect your rights. I apologize to you for my past self, and I promise that I will not deprive you of your title as the Dragon King. The past me can change our name, for example, the Dragon Emperor. In that way, you will still be the Dragon King, and I will also be able to rule the dragons. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, don't you think? Future Watson spoke with confidence. Hearing that, the dragons and the Dragon Kings had strange expressions on their faces. Even if Watson changed his title, he would still rule over the dragons and Nidhogg, right? What difference would that make? Nidhogg would definitely get angry again. To their surprise, Nidhogg did not get angry. Instead, he thought about it seriously and nodded. You're right. As long as I'm still the Dragon King, my rights and interests will not change. Watson can be the Dragon Emperor. That doesn't violate my rights and interests. I agree to your request. Then it's decided. Future Watson smiled and lowered his head to take a look at Watson. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the air as if he had never appeared before. Really? Nidhogg had agreed? The dragons, including Watson, could not help but tremble and almost fall. They did not expect that the thing that Nidhogg was struggling with was not that he had to endure Watson's rule, instead, he was struggling with the fact that his title as the Dragon King could be changed. Was that thinking a little too strange? Watson could see himself having a relationship with that dragon named Nidhogg in the future. He could easily calm Nidhogg's anger with a few words. Nidhogg's brain was not something that ordinary people could understand. It seems that everything has been resolved. You are still the Dragon King, and I will become the Dragon Emperor. Is there any problem with that? Watson wiped the blood off his body and looked around. The other dragons fell into silence. The first to react was the Light Dragon King. He thought that he was dead when he faced Nidhogg's attack. At that moment, he remained safe with Watson's help. As he survived the disaster, he could not help but feel grateful toward Watson. Watson, I support you to become the Dragon King. You saved my life. From now on, I am willing to accept your rule. The Light Dragon King knelt on one knee toward Watson. He lowered his head. With someone taking the lead, the other dragons did not hesitate for long, and all knelt on one knee before Watson. "We are also willing to submit to you. From now on, you are our Dragon Emperor." What a joke! The future clone that Watson summoned could suppress Nidhogg, and it could even make Nidhogg, who could not be appeased once he lost his temper, submit. That strength far exceeded their expectations. In addition, Watson also had all sorts of magical abilities. They did not seem to have any other choice but to agree. "Very good. Since everyone has agreed to my request, then please sign the contract." Watson smiled and took out the contract that he had prepared from his clothes. He handed it to every dragon, including Nidhogg, and they signed the contract. Watson was relieved. Before the Dragon Kings arrived, he was confident that he could make them fall in love with his generous offer. He was not afraid that they would have rebellious thoughts as long as they did after he fused them. He never thought that there would be such a monstrous existence like Nidhogg among the Dragon Kings. His plan almost failed, and he almost died. At the same time, his future self was right. The last time he summoned his future self, he clearly told him to be careful of the disaster in 3 years. Had the disaster been resolved? Or was an even greater disaster awaiting him? Watson threw those uneasy premonitions out of his mind. These things haven't happened yet. It's unnecessary to think so much, and the future may not necessarily get worse. I've already done what I couldn't do in the future. That proves that I've already surpassed my future self. As long as I continue to work hard, the future may even be better. Comforting himself, Watson took the signed contracts from the Dragon Kings. He used those contracts as a simple means to restrain the Dragon Kings. The real meaning was to fuse them. Since the contracts have been signed, the Dragon Kings are now my subordinates. I'm very generous to my subordinates. Now, I'm going to raise you to the level of a dragon god like Fafner. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. As soon as Watson's voice fell, the Light Dragon King stretched out his hand. No, I'll go first. Don't fight for it. Let me go first. The Dragon Kings spoke, one after another. No one would let anyone go first. When there were no benefits, none of them were willing to accept Watson's rule. Then, when they saw the benefits, they began to fight for it instead. It was not only because they were eager to receive benefits, but their hearts moved after seeing Nidhogg's and Fafner's power. In the past, they were just ants in front of Nidhogg. However, if they could obtain power similar to Fafner's, even if they could not defeat Nidhogg, they could at least get the power to escape. It doesn't matter who comes first. In any case, I can raise each of you to the same level as a dragon god. Watson was delighted with the Dragon King's reactions. He took out a potion in his hand and poured it into his mouth. He began to flip the Book of Wisdom to start the fusion process. In just half an hour, 6 powerful auras suddenly appeared on the Divine Dragon Star. Those 6 powerful auras came from the other 6 Dragon Kings, excluding Fafner and Nidhogg. I've advanced to the same level as a dragon god. If I want to break through the seal to enter the divine realm, I can do that at any time. That's great. Maybe I'll be a god that's on par with the dragon god. The Light Dragon King opened his hands, and endless light in the universe gathered in his palms, leaving a huge illusion of the dragons in the deep universe. He was no longer the Light Dragon King, instead, he had successfully advanced to the divine star-seeking dragon. The Forest Dragon King, who had also advanced to the divine nature dragon, glanced at the Light Dragon King with disdain. She said, "Light Dragon King, your current strength is a gift from the Dragon Emperor. Don't be so smug. The divine realm might not be as beautiful as you think. Otherwise, why would Nidhogg, who has the ability to become a god, be stuck at the sovereign tier without breaking through? Who knows, you might just enter the divine realm and be eaten by a group of gods as delicious pastries." Well, that makes sense. The Light Dragon King nodded and looked at Nidhogg, standing by the side with his arms crossed and face full of melancholy. By the way, why didn't Nidhogg accept the Dragon Emperor's gift? Is the Dragon Emperor's gift also a way to destroy his rights and interests? It would be great if he thinks that way. Right now, my strength is inferior to his. However, as long as the Dragon Emperor gives a few more gifts, we might be able to surpass him. All the Dragon Kings were excited about the gifts given by Watson. Nidhogg had no intention of letting Watson increase his strength. Nidhogg, do you want to increase your strength too? Watson wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked hesitantly after increasing the strength of all the other dragons. He did not know if Nidhogg would accept his request, but it was necessary. If he fused Nidhogg, he would obey him psychologically and physically. Furthermore, Nidhogg would become stronger. Who would dislike having a stronger subordinate? Yes. Watson was still thinking nervously when he heard Nidhogg's calm response. Seriously? Then I won't stand on ceremony. He muttered in his heart. It seemed deprivation was a violation of rights and benefits for Nidhogg. Watson flipped through the Book of Wisdom and duplicated a large number of ancient dragons. He transformed them into light and fused them into Nidhogg's body. At that moment, the number of ancient dragons Watson had summoned was greater than when he had fused the other Dragon Kings. Why did Nidhogg agree to the Dragon King's request? If he becomes stronger after the fusion, wouldn't we still be living under his fear? The Light Dragon King could not help but grumble in a low voice after seeing Nidhogg's true form. Their fear of Nidhogg had reached an unprecedented level. After all, facing a dragon who attacked at the slightest disagreement and even killed his own kind would make anyone feel afraid, right? It was not just the Light Dragon King who had thought so. The other Dragon Kings also showed similar expressions. Ignoring their thoughts, Watson was currently fusing a large number of dragons into Nidhogg. He did not notice that when Nidhogg was fused with those ancient dragons, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. It was as if he knew all the dragons that were fusing into his body. Congratulations, Master, for fusing a large number of dragons and Doomsday Judgment Dragon. You have obtained the Star Creation Dragon, a Peak Starlight Tier Dragon. Peak Starlight Tier Dragon, Star Creation Dragon. Abilities: Creation, able to destroy a world with a single thought, or create a world with a single thought. Source of life: magical power. That source of magic power is the 8th source of magic power that does not exist in that world. The power can heal everything, and it can also bestow life to non-living beings. I am for everyone, can use your flesh and blood and soul to create different lives and can distribute your abilities to others. Everyone is for me. You can also take away all the power that you bestow upon others, and the Star God Kingdom, that divine kingdom is made of stars, and it contains a power that surpasses that of an ordinary divine kingdom. Additional ability: Astral Lord, able to summon the stars to descend and transform them. Following Watson's fusion, the originally gloomy-looking Nidhogg still had a moody appearance. However, a pentagram formed from starlight appeared in his eyes, continuously rotating. Furthermore, the eye shadow that Nidhogg had originally smeared on his face also had the color of starlight. If the previous Nidhogg gave off the feeling of a despairing youth, his new appearance was one of a handsome youth exuding despair. Amidst the despair, there was also a hint of a new life. Although Nidhogg, who had been promoted to Starlight Tier, did not have many abilities, each of them was very powerful. In particular, his primary ability was to create a world. As long as he willed it, he could create a world. Furthermore, he could add all sorts of things to the world that had already surpassed the gods. Nidhogg had also obtained another element that did not exist in that world. Earth, fire, water, wind, light, and darkness, those were the 6 elements that existed in the past. Watson created the chaos element, and then there was an 8th element in the world, the life element. Although Watson did not fuse that element, it was still equivalent to what he had created. With the appearance of the 8th element, a sizable elemental tide suddenly appeared in the sky. 6 different elemental symbols appeared in the elemental tide: earth, fire, water, wind, light, and darkness. At the top of those elemental symbols was the pupil-less eye chaos that ruled everything. At that moment, under the 7 elements, an emerald green element appeared on the opposite side of the chaos. That element's symbol was like a blooming world tree. It had nothing to do with the 7 elements. It was independent of the 7 elements, but it could rival the chaos elements. At the moment when the life element appeared, a vast vitality radiated in all directions from them. All the flowers and trees in the world began to shake. Bits of pure life essence emerged from the flowers and trees, rose into the air, and gathered into the symbol of the life elements. Soon, a huge green ball full of vitality appeared. That was the source for the life element. It was different from when Watson created the chaos element. The chaos element did not originally exist in the world. Watson forcefully fused it with the 6 basic elements. Meanwhile, the life element had originally existed in the world. It was high-tier energy that was stored in the world tree. It could allow the gods to live forever. Unfortunately, after the Great War between the gods, the world tree was almost destroyed. The source of that life element had dried up. At that moment, the source had awakened once again. The energy stored in every plant and tree in the world had returned to its original place. In just a short period, the source of the life element had expanded to the extent comparable to the other 6 fundamental origins, vast and endless. Plants could be seen everywhere in that world. Although each plant contained very little life force, when all the life elements of a world as a whole gathered, the power was infinite. As the source of the life element took shape, the flowers, plants, and trees that had just contributed their magic were all fed back and fused together. A purer life force was transmitted into the flowers, plants, and trees through the void to let them grow more luxuriously. At the moonwell as in the forest of eternity. As usual, Vivian combed her hair as she looked at the spring of life in the moonwell. Looking at her blurry figure reflected in the moonwell, she could not help but stop and sigh. The Elven King did not listen to my advice. He took the Elven army with him. He even took the dragons and the water from the spring of life in the Elven Kingdom. He almost made the well dry up. He has been blinded by hatred. It's a pity. The water taken away from the moonwell will take hundreds of years to recover. In order to avenge himself, countless soldiers of the Elven Kingdom have been destroyed by the flames of war. Who knows how many innocent lives will be lost in the battle? Is it really worth it? Vivian sighed. Although it was a question, she already had the answer in her heart. It was not worth it. In the past, like the Elf King, she did not have a good impression of humans and kingdoms other than the Elven Kingdom. Well, until she met Antonio. That man had taught her that people of different races could understand each other and had a better feeling than hatred-love. Vivian sighed as she recalled Antonio. At the moment, she was bound by special chains and could not leave the moonwell. If the Elven King had not tied her there before he left, she would leave the Forest of Eternity at all costs and go to the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Even if she had to look at Antonio before the war destroyed everything, there was nothing for her to protect here. Just as she was thinking about it, an invisible wave suddenly came out of the air. The wave made her look up subconsciously. She saw that in the deepest part of the Forest of Eternity where she was, the grass on the ground was shaking, the air seemed to be filled with laughter. The water of the spring of life in the moonwell, which had already dried up, suddenly began to overflow at the speed of a well. The water of the spring of life rushed out of the moonwell and sprinkled on the grass, causing the grass, which was already shaking, to grow rapidly. The quality of the grass also increased. That grass was originally just ordinary grass, but under the irrigation of the water from the spring of life, it was upgraded to iron tier and then to silver tier before it reached gold tier. However, that was not the end. Some of the grass was of particularly high quality. The roots were entangled together and turned into human legs. They began to pull out the soil and run on the ground, along with some trees nearby. Vivian was stunned by that scene. The trees and grass began to run with self-awareness. The spring of life in the well was so abundant that it turned into a fountain. The water soon filled the grass where she was and flowed in a more distant direction. It seemed to flow through the entire Forest of Eternity. At the floating city. Your Highness, the carriage is ready. We have bought all the things we need to go out. We can set off immediately. Not far from the floating city, near the lakeside, 2 mermaid guards asked for instructions from the young Alice. A carriage was parked not far from them. Although they were called mermaid guards, the 2 mermaids looked like humans. They had used the spell that Watson had taught them to transform into humans. Even the strongest mage in the kingdom could not see through them. Similarly, Alice had also been transformed into a human with magic. At that moment, she was wearing a white one-piece dress and a sun hat. Her smooth calves stepped on the hard ground without any discomfort. Hearing the words of the 2 guards, Alice looked at the sparkling lake and out at the distant sea. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to walk in the direction of the carriage. "Let's go." "Wait, look at the lake." Just as Alice was about to get on the carriage, the 2 guards saw something and suddenly cried out in surprise, stopping her. Following the direction of the voice, Alice looked over and immediately widened her eyes. The huge lake seemed to be boiling. Fish of different colors and species jumped out of the water. Upon closer inspection, it was not the fish that flew out of the water. Instead, it was the kelp-like vines that grew rapidly under the ocean, pushing the fish out. "What's going on? Why is the seaweed suddenly expanding like crazy? My boat is entangled." In the lake, many fishermen were on their boats. They looked surprised when they saw the seaweed moving beside them. Some of them tried to push the seaweed that was entangled on their boat. However, they soon realized that the seaweed was as hard as iron and gave off an extraordinary aura. "Lady Alice, the seaweed is giving off a strong aura and is evolving rapidly. Some of them have even turned into silver or even gold-tier medicinal herbs. That is too amazing." The 2 mermaid guards cried out in surprise. If they did not want to protect Alice, they would have jumped into the river to see how the seaweed was changing. How could those aquatic plants suddenly grow for no reason and burst out with a powerful aura? Has something changed in the lake? Was it Brother Watson? Alice did not sigh. Instead, she cast her gaze in the direction of the kingdom in the distance. At the Holy Dragon Kingdom in the capital. "I heard that Watson was held back in the dragon lair. Isn't King Landar III going to be worried? However, I think King Landar III has nothing to worry about. Even if Watson helped the dragons to create something, he is still our kingdom's genius. When he returns, just let him create something even more powerful. Furthermore, Watson was only there for 1 day. What can he create in 1 day?" In a certain place in the royal palace, F.A.T.C.A.T.S was holding bottles and jars in her hands. She was adjusting some kind of potion and mocking Watson at the same time. In the bottles and jars in front of her, the pitch-black potion was in a sticky state and was constantly squirming. That potion was the potion that could help the gods descend to the mortal realm. She had made that potion at the request of King Landar III, who had brought back a corpse and said that it could be used as a vessel for the gods. Therefore, she knew some things about Watson. "This potion is almost ready." Picking up a bottle, F.A.T.C.A.T.S waved and nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a thick breath of life suddenly appeared in the air. A faint green light flashed in the distant sky. Although the light was dim, it was reflected in F.A.T.C.A.T.S eyes, causing her to widen her eyes and raise her head. "That is the smell of the life element source. There is a source of life elemental magic in the world? That element had dried up tens of thousands of years ago. Why would it reappear? What is going on?"